Okay, copy that, Ryan. One thing I need to talk to you about is evacuation any further down to the west. I need a real good heads up with plenty of leeway or time to make that call, and I'm talking about Georgetown proper. The way it's moving, flanking, and running, I know is Georgetown proper under any sort of evacuation warning?
No, they're not.
Currently in advisory.
Oh, well, the page doesn't auto-refresh. How wonderful.
I don't know if we can just up that to a warning for now. We're going to have to see. We still got, 3 hours of daylight before the stuff's even going to think about moderating. PDSO, and we'll make that happen. Copy.
Branch 20, El Dorado Sheriff. We're already out of warning for Georgetown proper, so the next one would be in order.
Mosquito air attack, rest on ATO coming.
Welcome back, friends. Sorry I had to restart the stream. I just spaced out and forgot that we'd already been 12 hours live. So YouTube doesn't save a video that goes beyond 12 hours. Let me get a new link for Twitter.
With Georgetown being under a warning, the question I'd have is the reflex time to get everybody out of Georgetown. We're pulling the trigger over here to get evacuate Todd Valley, which would take about 3 hours. I can talk with everybody, but we'd be fine with evacuating Georgetown sooner rather than later if need be. Getting everybody out.
Smart person. He's saying get him out now.
Copy on that. I'll get with EDSO on this side, and we'll discuss that and make that happen.
Yeah, we got an Dorado XO over here as well, and we're looking for it on.
Branch 20 real broken. What was the last?
I have an El Dorado representative from the sheriff's office over here. We'll talk to them as well.
Branch 5, operations on command. Face-to-face with you at the Forest Hill High School.
Grass Valley.
And for information, the last order for VLAS unable to fill, and also still holding the no divert for 4 tankers. Is that correct?
Affirm. No divert, 4 tankers, life safety.
1525.
I got you before it gets slammed. Put in relief for air attack for 1800, 18 Hondo.
Relief for 1800 for air attack. 1526.
Okay, I was about to interject and say I totally disagree with what that guy is saying. Oh, give me plenty of time, a heads up to let me know if Georgetown should be evacuated. And the reply was, do it now. Because there's a really rosy, well, we have 3 hours of daylight, so the fire might be active for 3 more hours until it moderates. What do you really think it's going to moderate? Ahead of this hurricane type thing coming into Southern California, the winds just might get worse. We don't know. And last night it really didn't moderate. It was pretty damned active, so err on the side of caution. The person who replied was like, you should do that now because it will take some people at least 3 hours to even prepare to evacuate. So we shouldn't wait 3 hours to tell them to. Thank God, the voice of reason. So that would have been my advice too. Just get out now. So I'm going to change the ticker to 3:23 p.m.
Group.
3:30 p.m.
Good. Can I tie with you?
Okay. I'll come back down to where you're at.
Intersection of Volcanoville and Wentworth Springs.
They'll probably be changing the map any minute. And just like I said before, hours ago, if you are in any community anywhere near this fire, start making your preparations to leave now, not later when you're told about it.
Yeah, copy. Looks like they're doing active evacuation over here.
This thing looks like a nuclear bomb and is visible from Oakland. Look at it.
We're 48 to 13, Charlie.
As I was trying to explain to people, all the air in the valley is going to get pushed ahead of this hurricane remnant that is entering San Diego area right now in LA. And so there's only a couple places for the wind to go in California to leave the valley. So this could push this uphill towards Reno and Truckee very fast, like a wind tunnel, because the hurricane remnants entering the picture. Or if it's it could push it downhill very rapidly if the wind tries to escape California by going out San Francisco Bay. So either way, we're probably going to have some pretty serious wind event possibility. We don't know. We don't know if there will be any rain. Yeah, exactly. Alan T. here, Chief Treasurer, said, "We are working with the county sheriff to get a better description of the new evacuation area since the zone system is not clear. The Mosquito Fire has jumped the river and is burning towards Volcanoville." Well, it already impacted Volcanoville. It is burning toward on the El Dorado side of the river. Please leave the area immediately. Big Dog says it's called outflow winds. Thank you. I've been streaming for more than 12 hours. Sick as a dog. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, it's like the old commercials. This is your brain on drugs. And you take an egg and then you smash the egg into a frying pan. So this is the Mosquito Fire. Do you want to see the Mosquito Fire in high winds? So far, these are not high winds.
Go. 01, we're at so is there anywhere in particular you want to?
And there's mandatory evacuations for Todd Valley, the roads off Forest Hill Road. And they just said better to evacuate Georgetown now, just to tell them now. They're already under advisement, and the advice to the firefighters in chat here and my own is leave way before you're told. Just get packed up, get ready to go. Check on your neighbors. Do not assume that they know about this stuff. Do not assume that the sheriff and the firefighters can get to them. They've already abandoned Fire Station 63. They've already told people not to approach Georgetown or get anywhere near it. They don't want anyone else approaching, not even fire crews. They're trying to get out of the area. So it's quite serious. Not even the fire crews are staying in front of the fire, so they're getting away from it. There really is no defense that you can do of your home in front of something when even fire crews can't do it. They just lost structures in Volcanoville, even though they were there ready to protect them. PG&E is really slow on disconnecting the power to the region so that they can actually safely put water on structures without being afraid of electrocuting themselves because of insulation burning off power poles. So don't count on any kind of help from there. So This is what it can do without high winds. Uh, we know what happens when high winds and this stuff and this terrain happens. Paradise happens. Bear fire happens. You lose towns. You lose communities. You have fatalities. This definitely has the potential for that. Just God help all these small communities, and I'm really feeling for what you're going through right now. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. I've been awake for a long time, streaming for more than 12 hours. Yesterday I did 16 hours of a stream, and that's to get the information people need to know about how to survive this. Not up to the minute, up to the second. You got the radio on? Evacuation orders will come down the radio before they're anywhere else. And these maps aren't very good. You have to manually refresh them, which is a big design flaw. Others auto-update themselves. So, I expect this to change to red, but they're still dithering on it. Even though the ground crews told the person in charge, hey, you really need to evacuate people right now. There's a vulture. Or an eagle, that's probably a vulture. But, you heard the other person on the other line going, I don't know. This is what's wrong. I don't know what's wrong, but something about the policy is wrong. We see time and time again. Last year, they told people in Tahoe everything was fine at 5 p.m. By 10 p.m., they were trying to knock on $19,000 time. They told everybody in Westwood everything's fine. 3 hours. I told people to get out of Westwood 6 hours before I gave the advisement, or before officials did, and then 3 hours. I strongly urged people to get out of Westwood. They gave people 20 minutes to evacuate Westwood. And they told people to use evacuation routes that went straight into the fire. So I don't know what is wrong, but there's something terribly wrong with the current policy of issuing evacuation orders. In general, the way it used to be...
Placerville Hill Base, Aragon Command, radio check. Tango on command.
In the past, they used to say, oh, you can't evacuate C until the fire is at... you can't tell C to get ready to evacuate until the fire is point A. And if the fire is at A, that's when B is evacuated. Then once the fire is at B, you tell C to totally evacuate, and you put D on notice. And it used to be like that. And these days, in this climate, this weather, this drought, these fires are moving way faster than the old way of doing things can handle. It needs to be scrapped, just wiped off. They need to just look at the facts, which is, what is the weather forecast? Tell everybody downwind, or whoever will be downwind, for the next few days to start prepping. So people have days, people have livestock, people have heirlooms, people have children and stuff to gather up, people have, family coming to visit. You need to have days to notify your own relatives to get a place to stay. Evacuating a community isn't just, tell people and they'll show themselves out. There'll be hundreds of phone calls from the people who don't have cars, or don't have the money for gas, or people who are invalid, or people who are elderly, people who have livestock who will be needing assistance. So it does not make sense to wait till a fire gets close to tell somebody to evacuate. You just use common sense and know that, hey, we don't have good lines in between these communities yet. The fire is too new, and yet the fire is explosively growing, and there's nothing good in the weather forecast. Tell people ahead of time, but that's not the new policy yet, and until it is, that's what we do here. So right now, you should be texting your friends, you should be calling them, you should make sure that they are your relatives and friends, people you know in the region. Let them know the direness of the situation and kind of the cluster beep that evacuation notices have typically been. Right now, the boots on the ground are urging people behind desks to do it faster, and they're still hemming and hawing, so that's made me pretty mad. Second year seeing this, they told people to come back to Greenville, and then about a day later it burned to the ground and fire trucks melted in the street. So they had dozens of missing people to account for who had to fend for themselves. So reverse 911 usually fails in these situations. The fire moves so fast that it chews through the phone lines. People will just lose power. They'll lose power. They'll lose phone. They'll be in the dark. They may not know. So now's the time to notify the people that you know in this region. Talking Georgetown, everything in the vicinity. Let them know what's happening. Let them know that it's pretty dang big. I mean, this is pretty much going to lose visibility real fast. Day turns to night. It's 3:30 in the afternoon, but it looks like it's nighttime. This is the Bunker Hill camp. And this pyrocumulus cloud is being seen from Oakland. Probably visible out to sea a little bit. So everything changed at noon, just like that. And this is what is happening with pretty mild wind gusts. With 20 to 30 mile an hour wind gusts on average, with just a calm 8 mile an hour sustained wind. God help us if that changes with the new hurricane thing coming in from the south. What we have the wild card here is as it comes into the valley, that will take all the air that's already in the valley and push it either out that way or out that way up the river canyons. So this could push this fire up towards Truckee. But we have a different scenario too. If this remnant of the hurricane goes more towards Nevada, it will push the winds that way and push the fire towards the valley. We can have seriously fast wind gusts. God knows how fast. Plunging down the valley, reminiscent of Santa Ana type events. That word's already being thrown around by laymen. I'm sure. I mean, it's not exactly what a Santa Ana is. That's a very specific thing, but you get the picture. So, just go. If firefighters have to get away from this thing, that means there's nothing you can do either. The best course of action and the best outcome is always to leave before you're told, and that's what firefighters want to know. That's what I pass on. The firefighters here, who are retired, who are volunteering in chat as moderators, are telling me this, and I'm passing it on. And we've come to the same conclusion. We have a pretty unfortunate degree of accuracy with some of the grimness of the predictions here. So it could get quite bad. So looking back up here, Cherokee Kid says the VLAT order is unable to be fulfilled because, yeah, the high winds. So the best hope was having VLATs, very large aerial tankers, with really big passenger jets, help with the situation, and not really available. Both just a couple more hours of daylight, and probably gonna have most aircraft off of here. I mean, here's a VLAT working the scene, Tanker 103, but nothing else. There's our orange fish right there, the MD-87 right there. But mostly it's the small things. Our lead plane got S2s. S2s are cute, but they're not particularly that helpful here. So we need more VLATs, but most of the West is calling for them, whether it be Idaho, Northeastern Oregon, Southern California with the Fairview. There's a couple helicopters like the K-Max running around, but that's not going to be it. They're trying to speed bump it to buy more time for the ground crews to prep structure defense and get people out. But nothing of what they're doing right now is going to stop a moving freight train, which is what this has become. Cogito says, who's an ex-firefighter, says, one last entry, arranging housing for a nephew. He made it out, thank God, with the animals, but the sheriff stopped him from retrieving a trailer up at Stompy Meadows. Bye all. Okay, stay safe, Cogito, and thank you so much for being here and giving us your advice. So, yeah, it's bad fuels, bad winds, bad terrain. This is a pretty bad situation. Let's see, I'm gonna go back up to chat. If anybody has some questions, go ahead. I need to make sure that the radio is Still playing? Okay, so it's still playing. Now there's more people listening to Placer County law enforcement for some reason. We could try listening to both at the same time, but that might be chaotic. So I got them both on for a second. I'll unmute it when I know it's relevant. Okay, here we go. Nobody is answering. Good God. Do a 3-hour time lapse. That's when it all started to shift. And I was just saying on the previous stream, people were asking, is Colfax or perhaps Truckee in danger? Grass Valley? Yes. I was going to say yes. There's nightmarish terrain. Colfax is at the top of a hill of a steep canyon. We saw in record time the fire blow up and race across and cross the American River and just start destroying Volcanoville. Georgetown, I hope, is not next, but it really could be. And then all of a sudden the firefighters are reporting structures lost because PG&E didn't turn off the power in time. That seems to be what occurred. So firefighters can't put water on a live wire, otherwise they risk electrocution. So that's when they usually have to watch a structure burn, and I don't have 100% confirmation that's exactly how the scenario played out, but on the radio, rewind the stream if you want to, the last broadcast, they said, is there an urgency for shutting off the power? Like, have any structures been impacted yet, or are they about to? And they go, yeah, well, we lost a few already. Oh. And PG&E's reply was, just give us a little more time, because we don't want to shut off power to Placerville. Just let us figure this out. Meanwhile, structures were on fire. That's pretty infuriating. Yes, there's a mandatory evacuation for Todd Valley and all roads off of Forest Hill Road. But expect the zone for Georgetown to go red any day now, whenever they get around to it. But ground crews on the radio have already advised that, saying, why don't you just tell people to leave now? Under warning, but come on. Just please apply your good horse sense to the situation. If I was in Cool and in Auburn, I would be quite concerned. Garden Valley, Greenwood, Fairview, Campania. They were desperately trying to save Hughes Mills and the eastern side of Forest Hill. We're seeing those retardant drops. I have no idea what's going on in Michigan Bluff right now. But I don't think they can be everywhere. There was a lot of orders going in. We need 20 more engines, they were saying. Not sure where those are coming from, but they're, I think, peeling crews off the mountain fires. So everybody near Weed is like, what? But they're used to that. Everybody in the sparsely populated counties like Shasta, Siskiyou, and over there by Hayfork is used to being abandoned when other fires break out because they're low population. This is low population too, but it could be the next, this year's really big Caldor-esque fire. So the reason that Colfax is in danger is you can see how there's a way the fire, which is already up in this area, it really doesn't take much of a push or a shove to get into this here, to run up this ridge, and to run the ridge line straight to Colfax, or to run the wind tunnel of the little drainage here up so, or if the wind is straight that way, if you impact Colfax that way. So this is, it doesn't look very defensible. So Cogito was saying Colfax resisted, and I can't verify this, clear cutting some trees down in order to make a fire break. So if that's true, that's terrible. Howell Mountain 2 can. Alright. EH6794, I'm curious, watching flight radar, the tankers circle around and around, maybe for an hour or two. Why do they do that? Oh, okay, so not all of them is a tanker. I can easily answer that. So the lead plane is the one circling for hours. So the way it works, like, for example, okay, that's a different one, that's Eye in the Sky. Here's Tanker 911 coming in. So he's gonna go, he's assigned to a lead plane. They'll talk to each other, and the lead plane will see him, well, hopefully, smoke. The lead plane will get in front, and they'll say, please drop altitude. Enough, you know. Sorry, my mouse is messed up. I gotta refresh. They'll say, please get behind me. So, if you look at a passenger jet, all of the windows are at the top. For example, here, this one, Tanker 911 to DC-10. They can't see below them. They can only see out the side of the windows. The solution to that is the lead plane is constantly spinning around and watching. That's Eye in the Sky. That's a little bit different. The lead planes are these, the Bronco. You know, they'll say North American OV-10A type stuff. Now, if you notice the way these planes look, they've kind of got like a bubble thing. Sometimes you even got like floor panels that are see-through. It depends on how the plane's configured. But they can stick their head out of sort of a bubble window. And a lot of helicopters can too, and they can see directly below them. They probably have cams and instruments, who knows. So they are constantly looking at the fire. They know where the retardant and where the water should go. So what they do is they get in front of the tanker. And as soon as they're over the fire directly, they hit a button. They pop smoke just like at a air show. So the smoke is a straight line that's white smoke. It's harmless, it's kind of like a vapor. And so the tanker that's following it, and here they're about to try to line up probably. He's circling to drop altitude. Probably he's going to do a drop somewhere by Volcanoville, I can't tell. So anyway, the lead plane will pop the smoke when they're over the fire. All the tanker has to do is fly directly behind the lead plane. As soon as their nose enters the smoke, they hit their own button because they're traveling hundreds of miles an hour. In no time, they're right above the fire, and the retardant goes right where they should be, or the water goes right where it should be. And usually retardant isn't dropped directly above the fire, it's adjacent. Or whatever the target is. Sometimes it's even neighborhoods, which can be kind of sketchy, but that's the way it works. So the lead planes, where you see the OV-10s, two types of planes that are not actually fighting the fire, but just guiding and providing information and constant monitoring of the Rockwells. Sometimes Beach Kings.
2140, 2142. We think we could put in another wide area right here.
Okay. The OV-10s, they don't directly fight. Neither do the Rockwells or the Beach Kings. I hope that answers your question about that. So, we've been watching some of the drops right in front of here. We've also been watching them on this cam, which is kind of south by southeast. On this cam, For the last 3 hours, we saw the fire jump the American River and climb up, and they said 15 minutes to impacting Volcanoville. Saw some pretty dramatic drops on each side of the canyon. Yeah, exactly. So the tankers usually have one drop. There's only a few that can do two. Mostly it's bombs away and all of the water or retardants released at once. But a couple types can do a multi-drop, or just a partial drop. Those are the bigger helicopters with special bamboo buckets. The 3-hour time lapse. So saw some pretty dramatic stuff. You can see at this point the fire went over the American River, which is down in the drainage. It climbed right here, and the pole was kind of in the way. But that's where it's marching towards Volcanoville. So the Hercules planes can be configured to do a multi-drop. Let's see, where's that tanker drop? I'm going backwards in time a little bit. And I think the DC-10 was right in full view at one point. Okay, that red splash over there, I'm sorry, I can't zoom in a replay. That's one of the retardant splashes. So I'm making multiple passes. They're doing what they can. Just further back, saw the big plane getting. Maybe it was even further back in time. Yeah, back towards the front. Sorry, friend. There. That's the MD-87. That's a full-size passenger jet with twin engines on the tail. Like, it's a serious one. One of my favorites. I nicknamed it the Orange Fish because it has gills. So, duplicate tab. Keep that screenshot. Keep that freeze frame. So here's back to looking at the multicam situation. Here's the live view, same view. It's gotten nasty. So, okay, looking back, Bonnie Bailey says, very good explanation. Thanks. I try. I've been awake a long time now. This is hour 13 of covering the fires, and I'm sick as a dog. There's a plane. Little bitty one. Might be a lead plane. See? We've had some good kind of screenshots of the smoke popped and then the tankers flying into it. So, broke fish in says, remember Oregonians, if you get hit with a blackout, shut off the powers, it'll surge as it comes back on. Well, thanks to your kind donations, I now have a surge protector and battery backup. So, if I lose power, I've got about 20 minutes where I could still be live, or at least 20 minutes to shut down my computer safely. And thank you all for your kind donations. We're donation funded and everything is much appreciated right now. If I don't get donations, I have to quit and get a day job. So, last year I streamed for...
Information will be a little delayed heading down to station 90.
Last year I streamed for 95 days in a row, an average of 16-hour days, and only took 6 days off. So, did I plan that? Hell no. I kept thinking, well, next week there'll be a lull in between fires and I could take it off. It just never happened.
1 Alpha Alpha. I copy. Direct share with 6 Whiskey Lima. We'll go to drainage. We'll let you guys get that burned out. We'll try to prevent it from flopping over down there.
Okay, let me look back up at chat. APAR says the fires in the Sierras, the nearest flatland would be the Central Valley. Yeah. Okay, anybody who's like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean the Central Valley could be impacted? Absolutely it could. Because there's a video you've got to watch. It's called the Run of the Bear Fire. It took place in 2020. And that was a fire that ran in record time from Bucks Lake, California to Oroville. And it
Branch 20 operations on command.
It moved so fast that it killed a dozen people.
Branch 20.
It wiped out 2
You just
towns.
heard that conversation with Airtech?
Negative. Just got back in from working with EDSO. What's going on?
Just reporting what you're seeing. With the structures being consumed in Volcano. I just want to confirm you are still good with your current resources.
We're good with the current resources. We'll get organized here again, and I'll get back to you if we have any additional requests.
I copy all. Once that cools down enough, do some fire front following, tactical patrol in there and see what we can say.
We're starting to push some resources in now and see what we can do as far as picking up pieces in here.
Bird.
Branch 20, air attack, roll to air to ground.
It's an eagle. Wow.
Air attack, Grass Valley, CF traffic.
Banner Mountain 2 is a fire lookout. Wow. Old-fashioned fire lookout tower. So eerie backwards.
Grass Valley.
Okay.
Stand by.
I know Silver Dude, this is a nightmare. There's so many people traumatized in this region. Sorry for what you have to go through. Live on Firestream in 2020, I put down the headphones and evacuated my own mother, so... Eagle soaring around here. I hope that's a good luck sign. Golden eagle. But I wouldn't count on it.
Mosquito attack, Grass Valley, CF.
There's a PayPal link.
Negative, I thought you were calling me. Want to check in and check on the no divert for light threat still on the incident. That's affirmative. The no divert stands. Still threat, life safety, losing structures. That's how I copy.
Yeah. This is Victoria Neeson, what caused the Fairview fire to grow. Well, down there they're experiencing winds and extremely dry fuels and stuff. So there's a cyclone remnant called K making its way into the San Diego area. We're looking at the Mosquito. This is the Mosquito.
I'll be in service to the Mosquito ICP.
This is the Fairview, and it blew up today too, but it didn't really move towards life towns and stuff like the Mosquito. Sorry guys, I'm sick. I keep wanting to sneeze. Oh God, I can't sneeze. Yeah. Try to turn that down a little bit. Yeah, you wouldn't believe this. Here's a 6-hour time lapse. It didn't look that bad this morning. Here's just 6 hours ago. Watch what happened. We're coming up on 11:30. Noon. Now after...
Ordered, and they're all en route to the mill. That's been confirmed.
Probably Hughes Mill? I don't know. So what happens after noon is when you have the heat of the day really start giving fires a lot of power. Fire needs 3 things: fuel, oxygen, and heat to go crazy. So at noon is typically the time of day when fires get their heat back. And when it's hot, the humidity will drop. And that's when it goes, haha, I just ate a bunch of steroids.
It's branch 20. Tango on command.
Redo this time lapse.
It's branch 20, Tango. We're about to take another pulse back west of the original one. And just kind of, fire follow and pick up the pieces. And, yeah.
Copy that. I don't know if you heard my conversation with Eric Tacker or if you've been talking to him. Did you hear that?
I missed it.
Tango TAC, I'm at station 63.
Yeah, copy.
He was looking from the south. The Volcanoville cam lost image quite some time ago, so it would have been nice to see what was going on in Volcanoville, but we had to hear on the radio that structures were being lost. So what was just recapped is they were saying they were calling out to the crew that was near Volcanoville, with structures being lost there, are you holding your own with the resources you have? And they're like, yeah, but could use some more. That basically was the reply. So, yeah. Oh, and thank you so much, Cherokee Kid, too. And even $1 helps, guys. It really does. And I want most donations to go to fire victims and such. I can live on the pocket change left over. And if you want to help in a way that's free, just share the link of the channel to the people you think might use this information. Most people find the channel through word of mouth and social media links, so just text it to somebody you think needs to know about it. Put it on your own Facebook or Twitter or whatever page. That's much appreciated because I really don't have any time to self-promote. I got my hands full just trying to have 60 tabs open right now, 30 or so on each monitor, and I probably need a third monitor. So I'm always trying to upgrade my equipment to do this competently. Definitely could use a better processor and a laptop so I could take this show on the road. It didn't work. When fires broke out in California, and I was in California, it didn't work. The laptop was too weak that I had, so I'm back home in Oregon now. That's why I'm able to do this. But man, I couldn't even have 5 tabs open at a time with my little measly laptop. So we appreciate anything, even if it's a pat on the head. You're doing a good job, because I streamed for like 15 hours yesterday, and like this is coming up on 13 right now. But how the heck can I sleep when this is happening? Uh-oh, what? What's happening? Breaking news of fire in Clear Lake. This fully involved structure with significant ember cast and spotting potential. They're starting evacuations. God. Yeah. Clear Lake gets hit again and again. In the town proper. Possibly jumped Highway 53. Incident command requesting a full high wildland dispatch with aircraft. Oh God. Oh God. Okay, do we have any cams over at Clear Lake? Kind of stressing the computer as it is. See, sure the radio's. Sure enough, the radio bugged out again. Okay. Did I get to eat yet? I have had 5 bites of my sandwich. It's been sitting here for 2 hours though on my desk. Let's open up a view of Clear Lake. There, yes. Clear Lake go. Alright. Is anything looking at the town? Yes. Alright, so this is our view of what's happening in Clear Lake. Breaking news. Clear Lake's got a big ass fire from a structure fire. A 15-minute time lapse. Thanks so much, Alan, for being on it. Angelin says Georgetown's now under mandatory evacuation. Yep, just as expected, and that's good, but why did they wait? What was that, 45 minutes ago at least? That the ground crew said get them out now? And they're like, maybe. That's what I can't stand. My blanket advice is you definitely want to leave before anybody tells you to leave, because there's been some strange evacuation delays in decision making or red tape bureaucracy process. That's Clear Lake. Have to keep it. Alright, I'm going to mute that for you guys and just endure it myself. Whenever that stops being phenomenally irritating, I will unmute that. So, firefighters abandoned this fire station, 63, which is over by Georgetown. So, I really can't tell people enough the importance of evacuating ahead of this. The window of opportunity to leave by vehicle is one that closes. And it'll close fast.
Operations, can I help you?
Jay, with our strike team getting pulled out here off hotel, just checking to see if there's anything, any engine, any type that might be available for hotel.
Okay, running low on resources.
I'll work on it for you and see if I can get you a strike team out there. One engine or one engine strike team to hotel?
Would like to replace the strike team that's pulled, but at this point, any engine, any type would do to help hold.
Understood.
Alright, let's look at the evac map for. There's 2 of them, different counties, but they're side by side, same fire. Wow. We've got an evacuation advisory just east of Auburn. Or evacuation warning. which means be prepared to leave because you'll probably be asked to leave. That's what a warning means. Advisory is maybe, which is get ready. Warning is get set. Mandatory is go. So they're already in the get set east of Auburn. I hate being right. We are already talking about Auburn and Colfax. People are saying, should we be concerned? Yes. Yes. Colfax, Gold Run, Alta, Magra, Auburn, cool, Glenwood, Georgetown. Be prepared and start leaving. Call people, tell them about this, don't assume that they know. And please check on your elderly, your neighbors, the people who may not have cars or gas money. Make sure their vehicles start and make sure they're following you before you leave them behind. Consider leaving at least one of your seats open so you can take somebody else out with you. Drive, if you can, drive past the nursing home type situations and the mobile homes for the elderly, the mobile home parks. Ask if anybody without a car needs a ride. You'll be very glad that you did that rather than taking an object in your car like a TV or a computer. But this is a mega event here. It's a really dangerous situation. So this is Placer County's evacuation map. And this one, El Dorado. Of course they have two. The links,
Tango on command.
Links in the description of the video. So you can look in the description of my video here. But yes, it's gone red, it's gone mandatory. And the new information is down here. Mosquito Fire Zone 15, evacuation warning.
Hey, Romeo, Tango, you got me on command?
Farmers go to traffic.
Hey, you want me to send you a task force up your way toward Quintet?
What's the identifier?
The identifier is going to be Task Force 4076.
Yeah, so
Quintet Fire Station.
Yeah, copy that. And you're on Romeo, tack over that way?
Affirmative.
I don't know if they're going to close Highway 80. I have no idea. But if somebody can check on the Caltrans website, that would probably be a good thing to monitor. But do drive safe, slow and steady.
Any restrictions on utilizing dozers and launches?
Hey, Romeo, Tango, repeat that last.
Are you aware of any restrictions on utilizing dozers and launches?
Negative, not aware of any restrictions.
Thank you.
No, Victoria, it's not humans caused fire. These are mostly corporation caused fires. Both of these that are big and threatening life and property. Well, in fact, the Fairview already killed 2 people and burned another person. Both of these are suspected of being caused by power companies. The Fairview by SoCal Edison, and this one by PG&E, good old PG&E, the company that keeps on killing. They started their equipment started the Dixie Fire last year. Their equipment started the Paradise Fire that nearly killed my brother. Their equipment started the year before the Cascade Fire, which did kill our family friend. And the same night, their equipment started the Santa Rosa Fire, the Tubbs. I think it was called the Tubbs, sorry, can't remember which one. But PG&E has a horrible track record of starting thousands of fires because when Butte County investigated them for, well, they pled guilty to manslaughter, because I think that's the only charge they could do. Reckless arson would have been more appropriate, but manslaughter for the deaths of the 80-plus people in the Paradise Fire, they found internal memos where PG&E had this standing policy of, well, we know that lines will crumble and fail if we don't maintain them, but we think that's more cost-effective to let them fail. They might cause some wildfires, but mostly they won't, because we assume that most lines will fail in storms. And most storms have rain, so there's a minimal risk of wildfire. And oh my God, that's BS. So it was our company policy to put the public at risk. Wildfires, which is why they were found guilty of the felony counts of manslaughter in 80 plus cases. And the governor just slapped their hands and said, oh, please don't do that again. But he took their money and blamed global warming instead. But PG&E has been killing people for quite a long time. See the Aaron Brockovich movie, the San Bruno pipeline explosion. It was due to neglected maintenance. So all of the state of their lines, many of them are rickety, ill-maintained. The line that failed, the equipment that failed, the Paradise Fire, for example, was 96 years old and had never been replaced. And nobody alive knew how to replace it. So it's not human carelessness, it's a corporation that's allowed to kill people and does not face a consequence. They could only levy a $10,000 fine on the company. So if they don't face any consequences for killing people, then there's no incentive for CEOs to change policies like that. Even after they killed people in the Paradise Fire, live on my stream, we saw the Zog Fire break out because they neglected their maintenance line there. They killed more people. So, no, it's not human cause. It's corporation cause. We don't have a 100% guarantee that power lines or power equipment cause these fires, but we have a very strong suspicion because they just filed paperwork that said that may have occurred. Both companies just did, SoCal Edison and PG&E. So you see all the lightning-caused fires, which are the normal ones that should be fought right now, are being neglected, and crews are being pulled off of it to respond yet again to PG&E optional fires. It's absolutely horrible. They've killed, I think their body count is up over 100 people now, PG&E. But they give big campaign donations, and so they're allowed to continue like this. But the judge that was overseeing PG&E's probation called them the biggest threat to California. And said he'd put people in prison if he could. Now, it's massive corruption. People are leaving the state because they can't take it anymore. My brother left the state. So, year after year after year, these fires happen. They don't need to. It's not like, oh, it's the power company or it's climate change. It's both. We can't have a power company this reckless. Behave this way, where erasing towns and having billion-dollar disasters is an okay collateral damage for them. What the governor did is he signed legislation when it looked like PG&E was done for. I mean, it was a billion-dollar disaster to Camp Fire, Paradise Fire.
Road here. We're going to take a look.
So they said we have reports of the fire coming down the road here. I don't know who said that, so we gotta stay tuned here. But anyway, the moral of the story is that PG&E made a campaign donation to the governor and probably a whole bunch of other senator types. They passed a law that bailed out PG&E because it limited the payout for the victims that won lawsuit.
Warden's Market, that'll most likely be our final place for today. We're at 23140 Forest Hill Road, 23140 Forest Hill Road.
Yeah, they said they're moving their base of operations to that market, so that's all that they said. But anyway, the moral of the story here is that Governor Newsom here screwed my brother and all the other victims by signing a piece of legislation that limited the liability of the corporations, didn't have to pay the victims as much. Plus, it allowed them to raise the rates on the victims themselves to pay the victims fund and to give them some worthless stock options instead of, rebuilding their homes for them, which they should do. So this saved the company from bankruptcy. And so every time they start new fires, they just raise the rates on the victims, and that's why I'm sure a lot of elderly people are going to die, and vulnerable people, because people like my aunt in her 80s can only afford to turn the air conditioning to 85 degrees. And she just sits there in 85 degrees day after day when it's 107 and 115 outside. And because they haven't taken care of their electrical grid and have let it crumble, that's what the rolling blackout stuff is about. That's why people can't charge their electric cars right now today, and the state asks them not to, because if they do, the whole power grid's going to collapse. They just pay out their shareholders and pay themselves, but they don't put the money back into the system. They're letting it collapse. They're letting it crumble. Rebuilding it's going to cost probably billions. The sooner that it becomes a public utility, the better, but the public's going to inherit a mess. But that's probably the plan. I had to cynically assess the situation. So Wolf Nevi says, hey, I'm going to restream you. If I have an issue, please PM me. Go ahead. I mean, it's a crisis. Let me know anytime you do that, okay? So, but please tell me to come. Please tell people to come here and hit the like button and subscribe, though. That's my request. But yeah, the point is to help the public, not to make a buck here. So as long as we're reaching more audiences, just tell them to, like, open the stream in another tab, hit the sub button, like if they want to, and that's okay to reach. The purposes of helping the public. So yeah, it's going to be a system that collapses. The more fires that this company starts, the more the rates are going to go up until all businesses eventually just leave California because they can't afford A, the power bill to operate, and B, I mean, if you manufacture something, the cost of your goods goes up crazy. You can't even compete with another state, let alone another country. So there's a mass exodus of people from California saying that's it. Can't deal with this. So some of my own moderators are leaving too. One's driving up to move to Washington as we speak. C-Probe's moving to Washington. So. All right. But that's why I'm so stressed. I'm seeing this year after year, and but so many people have had it. Mainstream media, very few of them actually cover what's going on. ABC 10 does. They have a show called Firepower and Money that I highly recommend. I highly recommend the Aaron Brockovich movie, which is where a young woman took on that corporation and won, because PG&E was found to be tainting the well water with their chemicals, like toxic chemicals for electrical transformer type stuff. And it was giving a community rare cancers. They knew about it and they didn't say a word until, citizen investigation happened, and nobody thought that they could win a case against PG&E, but it happened, and thus the Oscar, I think it was Oscar nominated, if not Oscar win for Julia Roberts. But I highly recommend people look into that. But PG&E kills people in a variety of ways. When I say their body counts are around 100 plus, it's probably just what we know about. Who knows what they were successful in covering up? I don't know, but I don't trust them as far as I can spit. Nobody else does either who's aware of the situation. So, Lisa Mahika says low-income elders living in trailer parks in Hemet can't afford to live. Oh. Right now, gas is so crazy expensive. It's like $6.10 in the mountains. Has been. It vacillates between being $4.99 and $6.15. It's like $6.15 and $6.30 if you're Tahoe. People can't afford to keep their gas tank full in order to evacuate, and there's a variety of ways that the state is screwing up and causing this crisis. They randomly, a couple of years ago, just increased the state's gas tax by $1 a gallon, and everyone went, what? And they claimed, oh, we needed to fix our roads and stuff. Yeah, right. You didn't need to increase it by $1. Yeah, right. Money's going somewhere. It's not back into the roads. Mortem Rex says, thanks for the coverage. Bet you at my store in Pleasant Valley you're doing good work. Hey, glad you found us. Nice to meet you. I meet a lot of people who are like, oh no, I really wish that I knew about your channel, but I really hope that we can be there for the people instead of when I tour the aftermath and meet people. But yeah, deja vu, isn't it? Deja vu. But please just think of your elderly neighbors. You have to check on them. They could maybe not have their hearing aids in. They're probably unaware of the evacuations, or they may not really understand the scope because they don't have computers like, you know, younger generations do to be watching this stuff. They probably don't even have a smartphone. If they do, they probably have not even opened the YouTube app. They don't know how to monitor this stuff. Use fancy emergency stuff. And oh god, by the way, guys, what people have to understand is there's this horrible button if you have an Android phone. Hang on, let's listen to the radio. This is the most evil button on Earth right now for Android 12, and I'm really critical of Google. This button you have to uncheck for all of your emergency apps. This is the button of evil. It's default turned on Android 12, on my Pixel, on my Samsung, and I can't believe it. I blame Google because Google comes up with this. It's supposed to be something that allows your phone to run faster and blah blah blah. If you haven't pushed with your finger an app and opened it, then there's a ticking clock, and if you don't use it frequently, randomly in the background, probably without telling you, with this button left on, it removes all the permissions of the app, including locations, so the emergency apps don't know where you are anymore. It can't give you relevant information. Yes, it applies to emergency apps, watch duty, even the one built into the phone that the government is supposed to tell people about. Yet, you have to go into the settings of your phone, and you have to choose the emergency apps one by one in the apps area, and click off this stupid button. Click on permissions and give all the permissions that the emergency apps need, such as the ability to notify you, location, so it knows where you are. What it did was it took my COVID app for knowing if you've been exposed to COVID, and it disabled that, so it couldn't notify me about it, and it couldn't function. It disabled watch duty. It disabled the built-in app called Emergency Alerts. You know, the ones that let you know if there's a tornado coming. It did that for all of my weather alerts too. It did that for the Red Cross and FEMA. I can't believe this, but if you're tech savvy, grab the phones and show the boomers and the elderly, no offense, who may not be that tech savvy on how to stop this. This is the world's most evil button. So there's tons of people saying Code Red stopped working. Well, it probably got permissions removed. I can't begin to explain how frustrated I am. Technology is supposed to help us. That's just totally evil. Okay, so let's look at the situation in Clear Lake. Clear Lake County has evacuation orders. Okay. Thank you for the thank you, Alan, who's chief treasurer right now. Don't ask. Private joke. It's on Zone Haven, guys.
Type 3 multi-engineer tanker Trinity in Columbia. I believe it's either 82 or 83. I'd like to order them up for the incident.
And hopefully they get another tanker for the Mosquito.
One additional Type 3 multi-engine 82 or 83 out of Columbia. Yep, whichever one is the Trinity.
Yeah. Now, if you're on iPhone too, there's a similar button. I don't know what it is. I don't have an iPhone, but you know, it's just, dear God. Yeah, Victoria Neeson, and where are you hailing from, by the way? I'm sorry if I missed it. The chat went by really fast. If you're in Clear Lake, there's mandatory evacuation west of 53. and a warning.
Are you okay with like 100 feet of fire below Mosquito Ridge Road right now?
Well, there's 100 feet of fire below Mosquito Ridge right now. I'm trying to figure out where that is. Okay, there must be a crew up there.
Operations on command.
That'd be the east side of the fire. Okay.
I'll wait for approval to keep.
Thank you, Lisa, for the update.
Stay ahead of it. It's plenty of Charlie units for me to hold it.
Thank you, Katie, for the update.
Get the dozer to push down here. Maybe we can get with Truckee or American River to get us the corner to work off of kind of to the old mill road and Mosquito Ridge. Give us good access.
There's a whole bunch of conspiracy theories about the left. Hey, I heard all kinds of stuff, which makes me sigh.
I got my guys up at Mosquito and North Hill, so coming down with the guys here.
The two ridiculous things the left and right say about each other is, oh, these fires benefit loggers, so loggers start them so that they can salvage log. Wrong. Climate activists are starting the fires, or Black Lives Matter, or Antifa or something. Wrong. They don't have to prove climate change. The whole melting glaciers disappearing thing is proof enough. Now, there are some crazy people, some crazy arsonists out there who are out there totally nuts. They exist. They start a few of those. But just because they have long hair and look liberal doesn't mean they are. Crazy people are crazy. Enough said. Now, the vast majority of these deadly fires are being started by lightning and by the power companies, actually. And they would really love to stoke social media, and maybe doing so, with the left and the right trying to get them to hate each other, blame each other. Because if the left and right does that, they don't unite and look at the real perpetrators here. They're laughing all the way to the bank and don't give a crap about the billion-dollar disasters they cause. It's corporate greed. And it's corruption. That's the brass tacks of it. We've also had, idiots recreating with fireworks and such. But for the most part, arson's been pretty low on the totem pole for the vast majority of what's been going on with these big mega fires. It's mostly been power companies and lightning. I mean, in 2020, California had 8,000 lightning strikes in August alone. These are pretty crazy. So as long as the left and the right fight each other, they're just sitting pretty and nothing's going to change. That's what they're trying to do. So don't take the bait.
Romeo, Tango.
It's a situation where we unite on this hill or we die on this hill.
Hunga, to re-engage in Volcanoville.
Yeah, affirmative.
Good copy. You tell Task Force 4D76 to get on Romeo attack as he makes his way up here to Quintet.
Yeah, affirmative with reporting instructions of Quintet Fire Station.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you for the kind donation. So we have some rules in the chat, and A is we don't really discuss things we can't confirm unless there's really some supporting evidence, because usually that just causes stress. So we don't discuss conspiracy theories, space lasers, and the like unless it's to kind of make fun of that for lightening the load sometimes. But it's just mainly to keep the chat from devolving into chaos. So when a big...
Branch 5 operation.
Also, the fire victims who are evacuated, they don't need extra stress. And the number one feedback they gave me when I first started the fire stream was, I don't want to hear that I'm being targeted by a weapon or by an agency or something. It just it stressed them out, and they wanted to tune out. They also don't want to see images of devastation, so I try not to show them. It's a supportive kind of environment where we unite people. We try to find solutions. There are many solutions here, such as change the laws of California, change policies, everything from letter writing campaigns to re-electing people who matter and would change the situation. To community efforts. If the government abandons you, well, community. I've seen plenty of communities go and successfully defend themselves, like Hayfork. Even though it's really grim, we focus on the solutions. We try not to blame individuals or left versus right, because that doesn't get us anywhere. And if you ever want to solve something or actually make progress, a good rule is don't engage in the stuff that doesn't get you anywhere. So we don't engage in the global warming debate thing because it doesn't matter. It already happened, so debating how the mule got stuck in the ditch doesn't matter. If it takes two people to get the mule out of the ditch, stop arguing about how the mule got in the ditch. If you both want the mule out of the ditch, work together and get the mule out of the ditch. That was the easy analogy somebody gave me. If you sit there and argue about how the mule got in the ditch all day, all of a sudden you're going to realize the mule is dead. It got dead because it was stuck in the ditch. Don't engage in conversation doesn't lead to a good outcome. As long as people get what the channel's about saving lives, giving people their evacuation info, their survival tips and training. I walk people through how to survive wildfires, how to make evacuation plans, how to make shelter-in-place plans. Those are the topics that are most important, and I'm all ears about brainstorming with solutions. We do have the power to change things. But if you blame somebody, you lose it. If you take responsibility, you gain it. And the thing we need to take responsibility for is we ultimately have ourselves to blame for not doing enough to force change, to demand it. We're still in a somewhat of a democracy. I have the ability to speak my mind without being arrested. In other countries, I wouldn't. I mean, as bad as the situation here, it could be way worse. But the government needs to be doing what I'm doing. But instead of whining about that, well, I kind of do whine about that, but instead of just whining about that, I decided to go live and do something. So it makes me feel great to get emails that somebody says, hey, I think you helped save my family. We were going to hesitate or not evacuate, but we did, and oh my God, so glad we did. We really do make a difference here. And honestly, climate change is a world problem that we can't solve. California can't solve. California can cut all the emissions at once and it won't matter, honestly, because California doesn't manufacture the thing. California is no longer the place where there's a lot of manufacturing. To cut emissions, you have to go and make clean power where things are manufactured, and as long as China keeps opening up coal plants, it's just not going to matter. Besides, even if all emissions stopped, just cutting CO2 wouldn't be enough. That would probably result in a couple 100 years temperature drop of a degree or two. So there's actually different things. Cutting emissions is really not the solution. It would have to be a bit more robust than that, but it's something for scientists to figure out, and the world has to agree upon it or nothing happens. It'll be something like the release of, water vapor to the upper atmosphere to reflect most of the sunlight back into space. That would be something that would actually have a difference within our lifetime. You would have to be drastically beyond emission cutting. So emission cutting would be part of the long-term solution, but it wouldn't be a short-term. So we shouldn't worry about it it's up to the world and the world leaders to decide. We could put pressure on them, but California making its own little special rules, it's not going to do anything. California is not big enough to make a difference. It's China, it's India, really. So yeah. So the fact that they make most of the solar panels is so horribly ironic. We failed to protect our own solar industry, and so now most solar panels are made with coal energy. It's just horrifyingly ironic. Doing something like passing a law saying that we won't import anything that's made in dirty countries, oh, that would change something. But, well, nobody's doing it, are they? So that's why I don't allow people to point fingers like, your gas-guzzling car is causing that. Shut up. Don't blame other people. That has never worked. Trying to shame, blame, and guilt trip people into change doesn't really work. What will work is find a solution. Find a technological solution, a cheaper, cleaner fuel. And if it's cheaper, everybody will just adopt it. But if you don't come up with a solution, then nobody will. If it's unaffordable, it's not a solution. So instead of whining, roll up your sleeve, get to work, and invent the solution. That's the way to go. People have been whining for 20 years, and where are we? Rage doesn't result in a solution. Be calm and convince people calmly that your idea is better. Focus on the fire. I'll focus on whatever I please. It's my channel. And you can't tell me what to do. You can ask me what to do. But I will take it under consideration. So I don't accept back talk. I was explaining the channel rules. What we're doing is we're listening to the radio and we're monitoring the fire. So what I'm hearing right now is a bunch of and I muted that for your listening pleasure. And as soon
operations, go ahead.
Like that, as soon as the radio comes back talking about the fire, we unmute it. The rules are there to prevent chaos. I've been live for 13 and a half hours. I have the flu. I'm not in the greatest of moods right now because I'm watching towns burn down in front of my eyes. It's giving me all kinds of PTSD flashbacks from when my brother nearly died in Paradise and when we did lose my family friend to the Cascade Fire. I'm an average citizen that does this. This is not my job. I'm here doing volunteer work. And I talk about what I feel is important on my channel. I was explaining the rules of the channel. And what I'm doing is trying to prevent people from tearing each other's heads off, because that usually starts to happen when we get beyond a certain viewer count. So I'm explaining. No whining, no downer talk. If you have blame game, fingers to point, I don't allow it. It doesn't lead to anything but chaos. It is something I have to talk about. Now, if I will talk about a variety of topics, because whenever there's dead air on a channel, such as nobody talking, people stop listening because mostly the channel is being listened to. Very few YouTube channels that are live stream are actually being watched. So as information comes in, my job is to deliver it to you, and in between, my job is to explain the rules as people trickle in and explain fire survival, what the fires are going to do, what has happened historically with fires, the best case scenario, the middle ground, and the worst. This is my hour 13 of being sick after puking for the last 7 days every day. I'm here not to take anybody's crap. I take a lot of it. Get death threats. I don't know why. People just don't have a life. I have very, very low tolerance for the people that come to my channel and then tell me what to do. Go ahead and have your own. Go ahead and make your own. That's cool. But you'll find out it's very difficult to do what I do. It's supremely difficult. That's why nobody else actually does it. People will make hourly updates or something. They'll tweet stuff on Twitter because that's just pushing buttons. But I've already spent thousands of dollars on upgrading my computer just to do this. I have already missed many life events to be here for you. And I get people who come in here and say, stop talking about what you want to. Just the fires, please. Just the fires, go watch the news. I'm not the news. I'm on a crusade and I'm on a mission. And I will say whatever I think furthers that. This is Kathryn's world. Welcome to it. If you don't like it, I'm sorry. I can't please everybody. But there's a reason nobody else does this. It's too expensive and it takes up too much of their lives. This is one of the most horrifying and stressful things to watch because we may have seen people dying in the smoke. We had 2 fatalities the other day. I've already seen a power company probably started the McKinney fire, and if not, at least made it worse. So this is still under investigation, but a power company for the McKinney, that is a possible power company fire, killed 4 people. I'm having all kinds of PTSD flashbacks, so I'm keeping my cool best as I can. But it takes a toll on me. So if you want the cool, calm poise of some reporter, then go talk to a reporter. I'm doing this because I've been personally affected. I just came back from a month and a half of touring the Caldor fire devastation and filming it for a documentary and interviewing people.
Mosquito Ridge and Forest Hill. We need law enforcement assistance to remove all media. They're clogging up our only turnout.
Okay, that's driving instruction. But I'm sorry, if you guys expected the media, that's not me. I don't just stick to... I don't stick to just what's going on with fires and parrot all the information that's already out there on Twitter. I'm on a mission to stop this, to stop these fires, and I hope you guys will join me. First, we have to stop tearing each other apart, the left and the right, and doing the blame game, because that is what prevents us from progress. And I'm going to talk at length about why we need to stop that. We also need to stop believing in fantasy stuff, like space lasers, crap like that, and mole people, and I've been accused of being a lizard person. That's fun too. I think I should just start rolling with it. But you don't know what I've been through. So, doing my best here. And let's go. I will never stop talking about what I think needs to happen to get these fires to stop. These optional, completely optional fires. Exactly. Yeah, sorry guys. Didn't mean to rant that much, but I'm really in bad health shape. I've got an active ear infection that I've had that I just worked through filming the Caldor fire aftermath. I broke my foot on July 3rd, but I didn't seek medical treatment. I just kind of hoped it would get better on its own. I didn't know it was broken. But I walked on it every day for a month and a half filming the Caldor fire, and my health collapsed. I didn't film everything I wanted to or interview everybody that I wanted to. And I'm coming back to California as soon as I feel better. Meantime, I'm sitting here, had the flu for at least 7 days. I've got a compromised immune system, not really the healthiest person on earth, so until I lose my voice, I'll be here though for today. I've been awake since 3:30 in the morning. I'm covering the fire since then, and the previous day I covered them for 16 hours straight, so I will veer off topic. It's just gonna happen, folks.
from Hotel. We do have fire across El Dorado Creek. They're in Division Hotel. And up to Codfish Point, they're not expecting it to be much of an impact to their operation there. So just for information, it has crossed El Dorado Creek.
Yeah, I know it's time to see a doctor. I will, I promise. It's hard. It's hard to get an appointment, but yeah.
Valley, go for air attack. Wondering if you have traffic. Negative.
Okay, 1 second, guys. We've got to listen.
Division Hotel Operations copies.
The fire did cross El Dorado Creek, so they were just making sure that the fire crews knew about that. I'm not sure where El Dorado Creek is, but they were worried about that somewhere at Georgetown. Wait a second. What happened to our evacuation map from Crash Plate? What? Map? This happened to me earlier. There we go. Maybe it's getting kind of DDoS'd by the amount of people needing their info. No. Didn't fully load. Okay. There we go, it loaded. Okay, so Cool is now under evacuation warning, and no longer this section by Auburn. Can they make up their mind? Wait, yes, that's actually that's Placer County. Never mind. Here's the Placer County refresh of the evacuation zones. And my advice is just consider yourself, because of the nature of the terrain here and the slowness with them getting real evacuation info out to people, the real orders. Just because of the nature of this fire, then there's no real end in sight as far as the weather is concerned. I would elevate yourself up 1 level if you're in the vicinity in this region. So, for example, if you are, say, in Colfax, which is not under any official status right now, I would consider myself on the get ready mode. Now, if I was level 2, the advisory, I would actually consider myself, anyways, at level 3. See? So if you're under a warning, I would consider myself mandatory. Advisory, I'd consider myself under a warning. If I'm under none of the above but nearby, I'd consider myself at advisory. Elevate yourself 1 level higher than what the officials are saying, because they're a little bit slow. I think it's bureaucratic red tape. So this camera right here, this is all Mosquito Fire views from different directions. When I go over to this tab, this is the thing going on at Big Bear, which is thankfully been rained on today. This is the Fairview. This set of cameras is on the Fairview. Fairview blew up today.
Permission to utilize dozers and splodges, experimental forest around the structures.
Yep, that's fine. Go ahead and do what you got to do in there.
Does anybody know why they have to request the ability to use dozers and blodgett? Is that one of those crazy areas where they said no mechanical interference with wildfires? I swear to God, there's some areas where, especially the wilderness, true capital W wilderness, where people are not even allowed to use chainsaws. People can't use chainsaws or motorized vehicles, even with firefighting. I just can't believe that. Unless they have a special permit. Dear God. It's part of the no motorized vehicles in a wilderness area stupidity act or whatever. That just shouldn't apply to wildfires. Holy crap. What are they supposed to do? Rake? Okay, looking back, is the Clear Lake fire new? It happened a little bit ago. So Clear Lake has evacuation orders like so. The structure fire in Clear Lake in the middle of the town. Wow. It's all mandatory. So each side of 53 in Clear Lake is mandatory evacuation. Let's look at that camera again. Whoa. Okay, so does anybody at Clear Lake have a beat on what's going on? Yeah, I don't know Wildcat. I'm not that familiar with stuff. I've lived in Oregon for quite a while, so California's gone downhill since my family left. I'll always be a Californian. I visit it quite frequently, but my God, it's kind of like take the entire government, throw it in the trash can, and start over. I swear to God, the corruption's pretty deep. I heard about it and I just dismissed it like, oh, that's paranoid talk. Oh, it's not. And FED says we're going to need a bigger rake. Yep. Yep. Okay, there's a helicopter at Clear Lake right there. So what I have to tell people about, if you're not aware of the wind situation, typically every day, wind changes directions in the mountain. And that's just because heat rises. So we've had like 115-ish degree temps in the valley. And that's created a bit more of a draft than usual. A bit stronger. But heat rises, so every day, get a map out.
Now Kill Tower to Forest Hill across the Mosquito. They're en route now. I'll let you know when it's 100% confirmed.
Power crew.
Helicopter 1 Alpha Alpha,
Okay, so I'm gonna quickly illustrate that for anybody who doesn't know what's going to happen tonight. So after midnight, I expect the fire to travel to the west. It's hard to say. I was hoping to get a nap in sometime. Whatever happens, I want to try to make this stream 24/7 because this is a crisis. So when crisis mode occurs, we try to make the stream 24/7. So mods, if you think you can pull night shift, do check in with me. We do have a couple mods from around the world that really help. Shaz73 is one of them. We've got 3 Winters, who's in Australia or Tasmania. Then we have some night owls and some diehards like Alan. So it's gonna. Richie says they released 2 tankers back to Mendocino for a new incident. What new? Tana is diverting aircraft 9193 to Shamrock. Well, they have a no divert on the Mosquito. That must be diverted from a different one. Yeah. So I'm gonna try to figure this out. I actually have to do something at 3 in the morning. I have an appointment at 3 in the morning. Don't ask. Too much to explain. Okay, I'm going to explain something about what might happen after midnight and what did happen. Because this is normal. Okay, the heat of the valley in the day, cooks up to 112 plus degrees, right? Because of this heat dome. Even just normal summer heat will, air rises, right? That's hot. So what is up? That waves up. That's higher elevation. So it causes a draft, a wind, generally, during the heat of the day, there's at least a gentle breeze going towards the northeast, just because the hot air is rising. So what happens after dusk, after nightfall? The air cools and cool air sinks. It doesn't have that rising power anymore, so the wind shifts back down this way. The wind is most powerful on ridge tops and in the canyons, which act as wind tunnels to the highest and lowest points of the mountains. So, after midnight, I expect there to be a lot more spread towards the west, just because of the nature of the wind shift. Now, usually the wind is not as powerful at night, because of reasons, right? Go ask a meteorologist. We kind of die down. Evening time, though, pilots up here in the mountains don't like to fly after 4 because it gets real turbulent because of the just winds pick up in the evening, coming up on the evening right now. But after midnight-ish, you'll see smoke go like straight up, and you'll see weird swirly cloud kind of a thing going like so, and you'll watch in the time lapse, you'll watch the wind shift direction. Now the exception to this is when there's a storm. So we got to watch the storms. I've got to see if lightning's going to come, and got to see wind and stuff is going to shift. And the big wild card here is this cyclone thing. This broken up cyclone tropical storm wannabe. It's going to push into San Diego and hopefully rain on, if not probably at least by Saturday, like 2 a.m. Hopefully rain on the Fairview, but it's probably going to blow the Fairview up with high winds until then, as it's going to displace the wind in the valley. So the big wild card is, as this pushes in, where does the air that's in the valley go? It either goes up like so or goes out like that. Either way, it's going to cause a pull as the air is leaving. That means that over the next 24, 48 hours, we have no idea what's going to go on with the Mosquito Fire. So, yeah, thank you much. Okay, I'm going to try to get to questions.
Fire, but they're at the base and they're back on order for mosquitoes.
Okay. If you're on desktop and you want to catch my attention, do this. Type in @ and then capital K, ATH, and then you'll see a pop-up. And then just select my name and then type things, and then that'll highlight my name and I'll know that you're talking to me. Because usually chat goes by pretty fast and it takes a while for me to go back. So looking back up there, a little bit more calm now, but boy. One thing kind of push my buttons is me breaking my own health for this and then being told to shut up and get back to the fires. Like, okay, not good. Just please ask you to treat me with a little bit more respect than that. So, Laura Cochran says the Auburn shelter is no longer taking large animals. You need to take them to Nevada County Fairgrounds, Grass Valley. Thank you for that info.
That's approved through the airbase, just 2000 arrival for 2000.
Okay, it's going towards the northeast. The smoke plume is going towards the northeast. So, fire is actually spreading in different directions. That's tree torching. Tree torching is just what it sounds like, fire racing up from the bottom to the top of a tree. We do have spotting, and with the dense smoke, it's really hard to know exactly where it's going. Mostly, I think Michigan Bluff is getting bludgeoned right now. Hard to say. But we do have confirmations that, we lost structures at Volcanoville. Georgetown went mandatory in their evacuation, but that's west. It really is spreading out a little bit to the east, a little bit to the west, and quite a bit to the south. It's kind of just enlarging itself. Now, fires will usually spread mostly in one direction, and that's with the wind. So it may be that it's spreading mostly to the northeast, but in this dense smoke, we wouldn't be able to tell. That'll be something for infrared cameras to happen when they fly over later at night. Now, why is fire, quote, spreading against the wind? And that's the nature of terrain, so I can explain that. We saw that a lot on the Caldor and such. Like I said, all of the canyons are wind tunnels. So I'm just going to show as an example here, not what's actually happening, but example. say you had a south wind. It's not what's happening. Say you did. You get a different color here. So what happened with the Caldor is a south wind. I need red, actually. Magenta. The south wind was, you would think the Caldor would have just spread to the north, right? But with this contour, the wind will flow kind of like a roller coaster up and down the hills and the mountains. So, like on the Caldor, it reached one of the forks of the Mokelumne River. And some of that wind is going to go left or right down the ravines and follow them. Now, that's not going to be the exact direction of the winds aloft, in higher elevations, but down in the canyons, they act as wind tunnels. We also have the factor of when fires become this big, that's a chimney effect. It's really eerie, but it behaves like a structure fire. It'll be a random direction. Don't ask me which way winds will be blowing, but it does not surprise me that on ridge tops and then down in the canyons, you can get this action happening. This is what I believe is happening. That's one way that winds at different elevations are going different directions. And on the Caldor, we also saw a lot of it running uphill, of course, through different canyons. So the Caldor spread like this in 3 different directions every single day during the daytime. This is very similar to rain, and I believe that's what's happening right now, except we had to go south too. So I believe it's winding itself in all directions, but probably the most progress is going to the north right now. That's just a guess. We can't see the smoke. So the fastest progress is going to be when high winds are steady and blowing it in one direction. And that's when you see fires act more like a spearhead in their spread. And you'll see a definite push, and it'll look something like, this. Kind of like that, as the fire would drive it in one direction. And then on the sides, you have much slower rate of spread because it's kind of against the wind. So fire does spread against the wind and downhill. It doesn't like it. It doesn't do that as fast, but that's called backing. And what happens with backing is, and there's another type called rollout. And we could have just seen, come to think of it, we could have just seen it get to Volcanoville that fast because of rollout. Yeah, that's something good to explain. So backing is like a fire can back down a slope just because it's on the ground and leaves touch other leaves, right? But rollout is when there's more steep terrain. Rollout is when pine cones and logs roll down the hill, and literally rolls down the hill on fire. So then they reach the bottom of the hill and the fire races up the other side. Yeah. So looking back up at the chat. Decibel Dawn says, thank you for what you do, Kathryn. Do you have Venmo? I want to send you my dad's book on B-17s. Wow. The status and history of some of these planes used to fight fire back in the day. I saw one. I saw a B-17 fighting fires out of Chester's Airport. You know what? I'm going to set that up really soon, the Venmo thing. I keep telling people, but boy, did I kind of run out of time. So, Decibel Dan, please email me at kathryn.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. Anybody can email me for any reason. But yeah, I would love that. Thank you. So, going back up to Carrie Phillips, just got an evacuation warning in Cool. I'm sorry, guys, that you're going through this. How do we donate? Okay, so if you have PayPal, I got a link for that. They don't take any cut, really. However, you can hit this button that says Super Chat. It's got like a little down there by the smiley face. Ow. Sorry, friends. God, the radio. Ouch. But that's the way to get the most money to me at the moment. But I'm going to try to set up Venmo, Google Pay, and these other things too. I really appreciate you guys willing to help. You can also send me a gift card to my email, which I just put link in the chat. So I can take Uber Eats, Grubhub, DoorDash, keep me fed. A regular gift card, Amazon gift cards I really love. I used to spend those right away to get computer equipment. So, yeah, Amanda, what I read is that's really not an article about how PG&E said it was more cost effective to let them go, and it wasn't really an admission. It was when Butte County, after the Paradise Fire, they went after PG&E for starting it. It was straight up willful negligence of maintenance, and the investigators uncovered that, and so ABC 10, they may explain that a little bit in firepower money. If they don't, then Butte County. One day I'll just read, when we got some time, the infuriating report made by Butte County, the district attorney and stuff. It's unbelievable how preventable the campfire was. And then the Dixie Fire started practically a rock throw away for nearly the same reasons. Just they neglected their tree trimming and inspection of trees for health. And what was infuriating is their employees kind of live in fear of losing their jobs if they see that wildfire may be starting. The employee that tried to fight the Dixie Fire said he was too afraid to shut the power off to err on the side of caution, thinking he'd lose his job. So he had to go visually confirm a wildfire before getting confidence to shut off the power. So a couple of, I mean it, a pen is much mightier than a sword. A couple of pen strokes and new laws such as whistleblower protection for anybody, anybody keeps their job if they try to prevent a wildfire, even if it was a false alarm. That would go a long way to helping situations. Not everything has to be that complicated. So, but in other states, you don't have trees allowed to grow tall enough that can fall on power lines. That's not allowed. Pretty common sense. We're talking to high tension, going far across the landscape ones. Bonnie Bailey, thank you so much for your kind donation. And I do appreciate $2 too. Thank you. Really, I can survive on pocket change if enough people donate.
Face-to-face, American River is on Baltimore engaged. I need you to pull your other two divisions for 2 additional IHCs or 1 Gulf and send them to Baltimore line.
Okay, you guys probably couldn't hear that. I just slammed up the headset volume. They're talking about needing more equipment. They're doing equipment orders. So Amanda says I will definitely read that report. PG&E is responsible for the geyser fires that burned down our property in Geyserville. God, I'm so sorry. Oh man.
Deputy Ops just went and met with American River. They are cutting on Baltimore Mine. I understand that Truckee and Beckworth are committed on a cut right now, but if we could identify 2 additional IHCs or 2 Gulfs to go down and assist American River with the Baltimore cut. Great. It's important to get those in this cut complete because I don't want to burn the crews for tomorrow.
Let's see if I can get a quick image. The Zog fire broke out live. PG&E made a pledge after the campfire that they would turn off the power during red flag and crazy high winds to areas where they knew they had rickety lines, and they broke that promise. They kept it on near Shasta County, and the Zog fire broke out.
If you got a spare Charlie, tool them up and send them to Baltimore. 4 minutes at hand crew.
And all of a sudden, I found out that
5, Foxtrot.
people died, including a child. That's why I get so upset.
Shots are sitting at Baker Ranch.
Sorry, I don't mean to be showing the devastation. I'm trying to figure out. I don't have a handy link to it, but the tree that started. This tree that started the Zog fire was basically hollow and rotten from the inside. It had been marked as a tree for removal and just sat there for years. It was marked as dangerous. So, I don't know who's got the correct image here, but Shasta County District Attorneys have charged PG&E with, I believe, manslaughter. So I can't show you some copyrighted stuff, but if it becomes handy, I'll look at it. But back to, it was shocking how hollow and rotted out that tree. It was a known hazard, so. I just noticed that. That is a cat farting hearts, isn't it, Bonnie? It's a fox, though, isn't it? But it's farting hearts? I don't think it's supposed to be a fart, but that's pretty funny. And please, if there's any question about can I afford to donate, please don't. Just hang out with me and pat me on the head. I can survive. Really, I would feel bad if anybody's like, oh, I don't know if I can donate. If that's even a question, you probably shouldn't. So, no damn frozen pizzas, people. Oh man, I still haven't eaten my sandwich. I just forget about stuff like that. See here. Yeah, the Fairview and the McKinney, both deadly fires. So that would be at least 6 were suspected power companies, which is Pacific Core and SoCal Edison, and now this one, which might end up deadly too.
Santa Fe was poking around here a little bit ago. I'm not sure if they're still in here up with SoCal.
This one's likely started by our company too. It's a crumbling infrastructure, corporate greed situation for most of that ends up deadly. You're starting to see the fire on the, yeah. It's rearing up its ugly head here. And this fire can be seen from Oakland. It's ow, my ears. I'm sorry, friends. It's really hard to constantly adjust that volume. Thank you so much, Alan, for the PayPal link. Black Oak Cam, was that arson? Some kind of structure? What Black Oak Cam, Urban? David says Pilot Hill needs to evacuate. And yes, Shamrock, that's a good point. They can be put out easily if they respond real quick. So here's the heartbreak about the Mosquito. Started right next to a reservoir, which was perfect for the helicopters to come over and bucket the thing, right? And they actually were in the air responding to other fires nearby, like the mountain fire, etc. So as soon as the smoke was reported, they went over there, and I heard live, as I was on my sick bed with a raging fever. But very clearly they said, oh no, we just lost the light and we have to land. Because it's deadly to fly in the mountains without light. You just smack into a wall, smack into a mountain. They said if we only had a couple more bucket drops, this would be out. Not word for word, but you get the gist. There's pretty much gnashing of teeth frustration from the pilots going, oh my God, we almost had it. So this is the thing. If we just invest in more, and we needed these a long time ago, nighttime capable dropping helicopters. Not 1, not 2, not 4, not 6, 20. Almost all of our firefighters, of our wildfires here, could be put out the moment they begin. And that's, please don't twist my words with that. In a mega drought, that's what you have to do. Now, a bunch of people will be like, oh, Kathryn supports the policy of extinguishing everything and never letting a fire burn. Oh, whatever. No, that's a stupid lie being told about me. Yeah, we got to reintroduce the Indian method of management, which is, putting control burns in the landscape to burn off excessive fuel and to fertilize the land. That's normal. That's good. That's good forest management where it's applicable. But not now. Not during a mega drought. You don't do it during a drought. We've had 75 plus years of sticks, leaves, pine needles, and sap, which crystallizes into little, like, fuel pellets, almost like gasoline pellets, kind of, and dead trees all over the landscape from a mistake of suppressing all fires for 75 years, and not forest thinning either. So now's not the time to just, there's a wildfire not doing much, let's let it burn. No. First wind event that comes, it will blow up insane. So thank God Biden did an executive order to stop that stupid policy. The let burn policy with the Forest Service meant that the first big fire of last year, the Tamarack, went out of control across the border into Nevada. And because they were like, oh, lightning, maybe it'll just be a nice fire. That was the dumbest thing to assume. In the Sierra Nevadas, in rugged steep terrain with almost no forest access roads, to do something about it if it goes out of control. When there's enormous fuel loads, you get mega fires. Humans are responsible for that. There's very few natural mega fires. Mega fires are not just wildfires. They are 100% destructive. They destroy forests, incinerate all the pine cones and everything to ash. They kill trees that are thousands of years old. Old growth is not threatened by much, but mega fires they are. So we gotta go back and reassess, learn the lessons of the 20th century, but really slowly, carefully. And after building and re-sprucing up our fire access lines and stuff, fire access roads, and getting a lot more air tankers and stuff ready to respond if something goes wrong. We need to slowly introduce that, but not now. To be abundantly clear. I had some guy do a rant on a forum about me. Said that I supported the stupid policy of never let anything burn. And I'm like, whatever. Just want to explain. Yeah, control burns are our friends because they're controlled. And when they're applied with intelligence, they're really good. They fell out of favor with California because California polluted the landscape with so much car pollution and rice field burning that, God, everybody was developing asthma and getting lung cancer, even if you didn't smoke. That's where California was headed, so they banned rice field burning and banned control burns for the most part, to the dismay of Native Americans and ranchers who were like, this is going to be a mistake. I have a different solution. I have many ideas about how, instead of just lighting the torch on the landscape, we could assemble a lot of the stuff and generate electricity. Shut down all the nuclear power plants and get off fossil fuel. But hey, that's a different argument for today. Alright. Joe Baker says, thank you, took a nap and woke to everything going nuts. Yeah. Collins Reservoir off Highway 80.
You want the relief air attack to go to the IT Raleigh? Negative. Report direct to the fire. Copy, directed fire.
Yeah, hey, Dusty Smokes. Exactly. Yeah, that's, we were both speculating on that. And today I looked at it right before this blew up, right before noon. And I said, I think that's a power line right there. I was trying to figure that out on the maps. And just then the report came over that PG&E filed a report saying, could have been us. And this is a new legal requirement. If a power company has any suspicion that their equipment may have started a fire, they have to now file a report. So God knows before that policy was around how many were under the radar. So, oh wow, Wildcat, thank you so much for the donation. Sorry, I was looking at my other monitor. And yeah, Bonnie, that's hilarious. GTTO says, want to share what Zeke shared this morning regarding the big box perspective. I wasn't there for his entire stream, so I pretty much know Zeke is a firm believer in control burns, and I'm right there with him. But he uses. I have to talk to him about a couple of things one day when I get a chance. I think we agree on our concepts, but we're using different terms that we both don't like about each other, and we're disagreeing on semantics. Like, for example, I think comparing wildfires and mega fires to a war is absolutely appropriate. Just like World War II, aircraft turns the tide. There's a lot of World War II analogies here, where the old tactics were obsolete, such as like tanks on the ground. Well, they had a place, but they weren't, the determining factor of war anymore. It became aircraft. And then technology, whoever has the best technology wins in a war. Air superiority wins the war. He hates that term. He thinks that fire is good when controlled, and so we should never have a war with fire, and he hates that terminology. Well, semantics. What I mean is the out of control stuff. Yes, we are at war with that. We have to mobilize like war or we fail. We have to change our tactics and adapt to the new war or we fail. We have to throw money fast and technology fast as if it's wartime. You can't afford to be behind the curve. Technology speeds up. The advancement speeds up during wartime because necessity is the mother of invention. It's necessary to win a war. And these mega fires have done more damage to the United States in a similar way, more than war has. They're a bigger threat than any other country right now. We should maybe take our armed forces and kind of change that so that they're ready to support firefighters. We're already having to militarize. I mean, the National Guards on the Rumpf Creek fire, they took Army recruits because they ran out of firefighters and just taught them a little bit about firefighting with the Dixie. Because firefighters can't go on duty for 2 months without rest. So they started training the infantry. There's many more analogies that are totally appropriate. A lot of Pearl Harbor witnesses could see similarities in this. People who were in Japan and witnessed the atomic bomb can see similarities in this and the devastation. I think the war analogy is perfect. It wakes people up and is really clear. So I agree a lot with what he says, but like he hates the way I do terminology. But I plan to maybe have a one-on-one because we have to have a united message to the public, or we confuse the public in order to get anything done. I want to have a brainstorming kind of thing. So, Nevi D says, Wildcat, I missed it. Where are you? Are you able to stay cool? Temperature keeps going up. It's 102, now it's 104. Sorry, 105. Yeah. Let me look up Lotus and Placerville. Sorry, guys. What did I miss? North Coast Cam on alert wildfire vault. Which region is that? North Coast region. Yeah, Elisa says let the fire burn people should drive up to the mountains where the Caldor hit. A week ago, my friend took videos of 2 to 3 story high piles of wood, cut dead trees, just left them sitting for days the whole summer. You know what? They've been there for years, actually, Eliza. For years. That's infuriated the people who lived in little private property pockets in the El Dorado National Forest. I thought that they had been there for days or for months. They've been there for years. Yeah, I can't tell you how nuts that is. So, going back, does anybody have a question for me? I lost track of what the questions are. Oh, I'm going to butcher your name. I'm so sorry. Siema? I work for
2142, American River 2 Charlie.
Well, you're welcome. I hope I have helped people.
Just looking to see if you guys are gainfully employed. Now that this Baltimore mine's now the priority, looking to have you guys kind of clean up that area where we stopped.
Gainfully employed. God, I love firefighter humor. Look at this ugly, beautiful scene. It looks day has become night. Oh my God. This is the Bunker Hill cam. It's close to Lake Tahoe, looking to the west by southwest, so the smoke's coming to it. But you can still see the sun on the horizon. That's daylight. That's not the setting sun, and it's not the fire. It's daylight.
142, American River 2 Charlie.
God, look at all the dead trees in front of this camp.
Hey, did you copy that at all? Are you guys going somewhere else, or can we use it back down here?
Yeah, we're loading up right now.
The fire's edging closer. It's moving to the southeast here. So this
Hey,
cam.
2142, are you taking 135, 134, 133 guys with you?
We may see it arrive to Bald Mountain. 6-hour time lapse. Yikes. Wildcat, could it be our temperatures are heating up due to the wildfire from the north and south? That's the heat dome. It's just the heat dome. 5:30, because we're in daylight savings time and it's really skewed it, is actually closer to midday than you would think. Some of the hottest portions of the day in California is the 5 o'clock hour. Don't ask me why. Not noon. You would think it's noon. Noon's just when things start to heat up. Tima says, I've been busy making maps. Can you recap what the next 12 hours may look like? Chaos. So after midnight, if this fire isn't creating its own weather and its own wind patterns, which it probably is. Sorry guys, I was about to explain that when I got distracted. The nightly wind shift direction may push it towards the west after midnight, down the canyon, especially if there's any kind of
Stand by, let me get with my lead.
We lost structures in Volcanoville, but I didn't hear about any lost in Forest Hill. A fire pushed south and southeast.
Grass Valley, Mosquito Fire attack at the firm. The type 1 tanker will take it. I'll get back to you.
It may have been rollout, Dusty, that caused a rapid and surprising climb of the fire across the American River. It crossed the peak and it pounced on Volcanoville within 15 minutes. It was startlingly fast. I don't know how many structures are lost in Volcanoville, but there were not a lot there to begin with. Georgetown next went under mandatory evacuation. Don't know the status, but they were working on getting people out. They abandoned Fire Station 63 in Georgetown. So, not exactly in it, but near it. The fire made a push for Yankee Gym, excuse me, and for the Hughes Mill, which is north of Forest Hill. But they got a lot of retardant in front of the fire, which is the east side of Forest Hill. So hopefully it's doing okay. The Volcanoville cam died sometime, so we didn't see what happened to Volcano. We just heard on the radio. The fire cumulus was mega. And it just, boom, just happened. So what may happen tonight with the fire is that if normal wind pattern happened, normal, talking, who knows what normal is anymore, but it is normal for after midnight, the air to cool enough. Right now, wind generally goes uphill like so, and the terrain kind of may explain what it's currently doing. See the drainage curve right there. So the heat of the day pushes up through the wind tunnels, which are canyons. The wind direction is going like so, right? Deep in the canyons, especially. However, winds aloft can be going a different direction. So I think that the wind's kind of doing that, if I had to hazard a guess. So.
Air attack, mosquito air attack, Grass Valley.
But at night, opposite. The air.
Grass Valley, mosquito air attack, go ahead. Looks like the lead tanker wants to meet you on McClellan. Do you want them to go to the IP or the fire?
At night, wind goes to the valley because cold air. Because cold air sinks, right? So that's our typical thing that happens every night in the Sierras. Here's the crazy wild card. Here comes Honey Boo Boo. In the form of a hurricane named K. Extratropical cyclone, whatever you want to call this. So it's going to hit the Fairview fire first with a bunch of winds and hopefully then rains it out. That would be the best case scenario. But as it comes to this area, whenever it's scheduled to do that, we have a big who the hell knows what's going to happen. Probably bad things. We've got not only that, it's going to be pushing the winds, the air that's already here in the valley is either going to exit through San Francisco or it's going to go up and try to exit to Reno, Truckee, Tahoe, and stuff like that, right? Usually, if it goes up to Redding and stuff, because there's mountains here, it'll just hit it, boing off of it, circle around a bit, and then try to leave to the desert, or try to go through Santa Rosa to San Francisco. That's typically what wind can do. You could expect a bunch of weirdness like that. The other wild card is these storms that keep going past Mammoth Lakes and Death Valley. So we got lightning and stuff. Some of them travel north. Some of them just kind of going towards Oakhurst or something right now. But the current wind patterns, it's hard to see wind against this backdrop unless you. Current wind pattern.
I have their times, I'll let you know.
Okay. Winds aloft, meaning higher elevation winds, are currently going that direction. So what is the next wild card? So what fires do when they get big like this with the mushroom clouds is they act a bit like a chimney for a structure fire. So if you have say a house on fire and it's really hot in the living room, like that's where it starts, right? The moment it bursts to the ceiling and through the roof, there's a tremendous, like, oh, I found oxygen, so it goes, flames shoot out the roof, right? And it gets way more intense because it found oxygen. Well, the heat and the air from within the room is now venting out the top of the roof, right? So air has to rush in to replace it. So what's happening? This is a 38,000 foot tall cloud, and just like in a structure fire, the air, the we're monitoring Placer County. We're on the Mosquito Fire right now. Okay, so to finish my thought, this is the chimney effect too. So on a local level, winds will change, and they'll come from all directions to get drawn up in this to go up into the sky, because wind has to be sucked in to replace. It's like a vacuum effect, a chimney effect, right? To replace the missing air that rose. We do see that happen. Now here's the last wild card. This is why this is so dangerous. It's so hard to predict. We don't know if it's going to go uphill or downhill, maybe both. Why? Because this is the most scary part of the phenomenon. This thing's going to collapse. This is big pyrocumulus clouds full of ash and burning embers and stuff, and a lot of soot, and smoke actually has a weight to it. If it gets dense enough, it like kind of fall and even ignite itself, but it's soot particles. As soon as heat goes away, it can't sustain this cloud. So especially when the cooler of the night happens, it'll probably collapse. When that happens, firefighters get a warning. Look out, collapse imminent. It will throw burning embers all over the landscape, 360 degrees, in a rush of air. It's similar to what happened with Pompeii, you know. Very similar to the calm collapse of a volcano's ash column. It's not exactly the same, but close enough. Yep, it's called a calm collapse. So we've got a miniature one. We've got a miniature one over here. It's grown tremendously. So we're looking from the northwest at the situation. And there are three main things that we could see here, here, here. There's a little bit here too. It's hard to tell what's going on.
Hey, Branch 20, Division Tango on command.
The biggest one, roughly here. Here, if I had to guess.
Sheriff, Branch 20.
Vaguely. So, what's it gonna do? Anybody's guess.
Tango.
Don't turn your back on this ocean.
Hey Dave, for notification to PG&E, the high tension transmission lines that bisect Volcanoville Road there, it looks like one of those towers is getting ready to come down and actually across Volcanoville Road. I don't know if PG&E can get some folks up to help us deal with that hazard.
Oh crap. Okay, Alan says...
what's the location again? Do you have an address or anything in the area?
Oh.
Dave, I can get you a lot long, but it's just past Donaldson Staging where the high transmission lines cross Volcanoville Road. They're, one of the towers are compromised and starting to tip.
Okay, I copy that. Break, Deputy Ops, Branch 20.
Tiffany had a question? How close is this to Placerville? Sorry, didn't see it. So.
Hey, Branch 20, Deputy Officer, copy direct. Just give us the location one more time.
I'll be happy to show you.
Transmission lines across Volcanoville Road in the Volcanoville proper, and it's one of the towers right there next to the road that's starting to leak.
We'll make contact with PG&E and we'll get back to you. And you're asking for PG&E apparatus to come and try to remove that?
Yeah, affirmative. At least take a look at it, see if there's anything that can be done. Sounds like it's potentially gonna tip.
Copy.
Yep, Eliza. Yep.
Long as soon as he gets one for us.
Big Dog says I was near a calm collapse once just north of LA. Very scary to witness. Wow. So Dusty Smoke says there won't be any crews near that column. Not much to do at this point. I'm not sure about that.
Let me get to the cell site here.
There seems to be still some crews near Volcanoville, so they're making a stand and letting the fire go past them, as far as I know. Eliza says, I remember Greenville, Diane. Diane Hoot says, I live in Plymouth County. Last year we had the biggest fire. It burned the whole town of Greenville. Yeah, I was covering that live. In fact, I had been awake for 2 days. I thought that they saved Greenville with the tanker drops. Allowed myself to go to sleep. Woke up and Greenville was gone. But I tried to tell people not to go. When they said people can come back, I said, hell no, don't go. And I hope I reached a couple people. But that was the stupidest decision in the history of fires. Repopulate Greenville when the fire was above them at Round Valley Reservoir. There's something that I like to call, for illustrative purposes, the barrel of the gun. And it's when terrain looks like a chute towards a town. So with Greenville, there's this, in fact, I can just show you what I mean. Sorry if I'm tearing open all the wounds. The site of Greenville. This is what went wrong. The fire was up here at Round Valley Reservoir. This is the barrel of the gun. Sorry, I'm not trying to draw dirty pictures. But when fire's above a town, and what did I say about drainages and canyons? They are a wind tunnel. When the wind came up in the evening, because wind is going up this way during the day, it went over here. Their lines were not good enough here. They didn't hold. This is the barrel of the gun. It's a downslope, like a ski ramp. You know, like I don't know how else to describe it. But that was a gun sort of aimed at Greenville. So if you want to see if your own town is vulnerable, A, is the fire above it, and embers can rain down. The fire reaching a ridge above your town is a crisis. They'll do everything they can to stop that. But Daniel Kearns tried to warn people too. I just didn't know who he was at the time. I'll always regret not showing his warning to the people of Greenville, do not go in there. Because people were talking personally to him, saying, our lines are not going to hold. He was a volunteer firefighter with Taylorsville here. So if you look at the terrain for your own community, do you have a barrel of the gun scenario? And many of those that Count Topo is getting finicky right now. You can kind of assess your own community or your own danger. Like even if your homestead at the base of a kind of a ramp like that, or a creek, wet or dry, doesn't matter. That's how fire can rapidly go down it, not only being pushed by the wind, but through rollout. So what rollout is fire at the top of the hill, logs, trees that shattered from fire will suddenly break away, and the steeper the slope, the more likely it kind of snowballs and takes burning stuff with it. It'll roll down the slope with record time, and then the fire will race up each side of it once it's down the base. So it'll go back the way it came, like the hillside on fire, but it'll also cross the river or creek or drainage, probably. Because even if the log stops, it might hit a boulder and shatter, and pieces will fly everywhere, embers. It doesn't take a log to cross, say, the American River or whatever. It could be just one stupid pine cone or some embers because of a burning pine cone. But I'm still traumatized by Greenville. Yeah, this is giving me PTSD stuff. And just, you helplessly watch it, but that's where I grew up. Grew up on the shores of Plumas County, and can't believe it. So a month and a half ago, early July, I was there. Excuse me. I was there to interview people and talk to people. I was in the parade, representing the team. But I went to the side of Greenville and just it didn't register. I thought I'd like cry while I was there. I wept openly on the stream. I just couldn't hold it together the next day. Still there on my channel if you want to go back to archives. It happened in early August. And all my things start with the date. But it didn't hit me for a week and a half. And then I wept like a baby. It's just, I was too numb. It didn't register. I was like, this is not real. The town's gone. Canyon Dam's gone. Indian Falls is messed up. Just about gone. Seneca's gone. Our Lucky S is gone. I mean, jeez. The Golden Bear's gone. West portions of Chester is gone. Where the hell is everything I knew when I grew up? Yeah, JECAT is reminding people that these are high tension lines. The metal towers, not the service lines like the wooden pole. A high tension line can supply 100,000 people. So isn't that what they just said is about ready to collapse? Dear God. So fire can weaken them. It will bend steel and weaken it. That's part of why the Twin Towers collapsed. The impact of the massive aircraft, the type of insulation for fireproofing that was on the very few steel girders. It was mostly a concrete building. But the steel girders that were really crucial to holding up the Twin Towers, which is not really a sturdy building to begin with, it's built on the cheap. They had a spray-on really cheap way of insulating them against fire. They sprayed on asbestos. So the impact of the airplanes knocked the asbestos off of it. Yeah, it's like a powdery dust, And so then the raging fires from the jet fuel weakened the steel until the point that it would bend. And that's one of the ways you can get an eventual collapse of even a steel structure. So, lessons learned. But if you have a lot of vegetation next to those steel towers, cough like PG&E likes to have, then the vegetation on fire will sit there and heat up the steel long enough for that to collapse. What also could be happening is probably a tree on fire too has leaned over on the lines. Who knows? But they're not very good at protecting their stuff. Katie says the Shamrock Fire in Mendocino County, the forward progress was stopped. Thank God. They have released a tanker and canceled some resources that are not yet at the scene. Hallelujah. At least there's some good news. What's going on at Clear Lake, though, guys? What's going on at Clear Lake? Even more warnings and advisories, according to Watch Duty. Dang. Alright, let's refresh Zone Haven here. My God. This was a structure on fire. It doesn't look that bad, though. But he have his skinny on that? Okay. Not quite sure what the big evacuation thing is about, but please informed about it. It's on mop-up duty. Alright. So I don't think it's that much of a factor. I don't know when they would leave. Okay. Guess on erring on the side of caution. Can't really argue with that. Looking back here, this is the evacuation zone for the Barnes fire, and I can't agree more. Ah! Oh, my heart. Where do I live now? Sort of. Well, nobody's heard of my town, but I say it's sort of by Portland, Oregon. Oops. But if you guys want to talk to me or want to be interviewed about your experience with the wildfires, please give me an email, and I'll meet you in California when I come back. So, Cold Breeze, if you think PG&E is a scapegoat, if you think they're a scapegoat, you really need to find out what that company's been doing. There's a movie called Erin Brockovich. PG&E has been killing people for a long time. And it's because they can.
Deputy Ops, Branch 20. 20, be advised, PG has been notified of your situation involving the tower. No ETA given. Okay, I copy, thank you.
I'll tell you what CAL FIRE is doing, cleaning up their mess, like following a dog that craps everywhere and pooper scooping up after it, because it won't be house trained. That's what CAL FIRE is doing, just like everybody else. And having their crews in danger and getting hurt. PG&E, I mean, man, where do we start? Watch the Erin Brockovich movie, start there, based on a true story. PG&E covered up the fact that they were poisoning well water with their chemicals, and rare cancers broke out in the community, and they still covered it up. So they were found guilty of that. Where do we begin? I mean, they've started thousands of fires because internal memos found out by Butte County District Attorney after they were investigated for the manslaughter death of 80 plus people in the Paradise Fire. Just go read the report. Their memos said we have a policy of letting lines fail, even if they do cause the occasional wildfire. It's more cost effective than spending money on maintaining them. Shasta County has charged them with manslaughter, the death of a child and her mother. They didn't make it out, and a couple other people. Because even after killing 85 people in the campfire, they mark trees as hazardous and don't remove them. And then they know that they're there and know that 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts are going to happen in a red flag time, and yet they keep the power on. They don't keep their promise to turn it off for safety. The reason they do this is they only get $10,000 fines. And if they have to pay the victims in a lawsuit, well, Mr. Newsom signed a bill to allow them to raise rates on the victims to pay the victims. So really, San Bruno pipeline explosion, that was neglected maintenance too. Do I need to go on? In a single night, their power lines went down. Bangor, Loma Rica, Santa Rosa, and started more than 6 fires. And that was fatal too, and that's how I lost my friend. No, they're not a scapegoat. They're getting away with murder. Oh, wait, sorry, I have to say manslaughter. because the law doesn't allow CEOs to go to prison when they kill people. Just people like you and me. People like you and me. But they are a felony corporation. They've been convicted of. They're actually on probation still, I believe. And they're about to be probably convicted again of felonious manslaughter, in the Zog fire. Yeah. There's many reasons for California's fires to get bad. 25 to 35 or so. Everything from invasive weeds in the landscape that promote fire to mismanagement of forests, ignoring the Indians and their advice on how to, prevent fires. Not letting control burns really happening anymore, preventing fire access roads from being made. Not spending enough money on fire prevention and fire fighting. I mean, there's a lot of things California's doing wrong. All of which we can fix, except for the global warming one. That's a world problem that the world needs to solve. It's beyond us. But in this climate, you can't have people being careless. PG&E is like an idiot giggling and throwing live matches into a barn during a dry summer. They just really don't care. They will not go to jail. They will not get their jets confiscated. They really don't care. It's the opposite of a safety culture. It's the laws protecting us from liability, so we will err on the side of profit. Just go read some reports, man. They're a monopoly that's even more powerful than the government. They're pulling the strings of the government. They're wagging the dog. They're making the politicians do what they want. Yeah, exactly, Big Dog. He's not a real Democrat in my book. He's more like possibly a psychopath. Who knows? He's just a pretender. A good slick talking politician, but not a real Democrat. That's for sure. When people realize he's a fake, things will change.
Also, AirTac 112, ETA 1803, and Tanker 132, ETA 1800. Alright, so you're saying Tanker 8889, you're asking if I need them, but they already launched the incident? They're airborne, they got canceled from another incident. By one.
Yeah, elect a real Democrat or a real Green Party or a real Libertarian or a real Republican. Elect somebody with a brain, though, and a heart. The two things are quite necessary to solve these problems. I'm not in the business of endorsing or even researching candidates. I'll tell you what. I'm not here to tell you what to vote for. Just vote for who you want. But the signs of leadership means we can do better. Accepting personal responsibility, outlining where things went wrong, and having a solution. Pointing fingers at others is what the guilty do, who have no intention of changing anything. So he points the fingers at all kinds of people. He pointed the finger at the president. You know what a leader would have done? Worked with the president. Worked with the other side of the aisle, as hard as that was.
Valley, Mosquito Fire attack. That's affirmative. We'll take Tanker 88 and 89. What about additional Type 1 tanker and the status of no divert for 4 tankers due to inlet light threat? Was the additional tanker the one I already ordered, 132? No, Type 1. I copy. Stand by. I'm transitioning right now. And yes, let's keep the no divert on the 4 large air tankers for imminent threat to life safety.
This is a no politics channel, and no, I'm not a hypocrite. You can't have the highest leader protect PG&E and expect anything to change. The mission of this channel is to stop these fires and save lives. Okay, that's why I do what I do. I wish I could just say, oh, let's never mention politics because it's irrelevant. I'm not getting political. I'm not telling you who to vote for. I'm telling you who the problem is, though. The biggest problem. We don't have somebody protecting us from PG&E. We have somebody, and actually many somebodies. Whoever is taking PG&E money has blood on their hands. They're the ones protecting this corporation instead of protecting the people from it. People are dead. My friend's dead. I don't know if you're going to maybe change your mind when you lose somebody too, or you lose the town you grew up in, or whatever, or when your power bill becomes so crazy you can't afford air conditioning, or I don't know your situation, but that's already happened to me. I'm watching people die year after year here doing what I do, and I'm pretty pissed off. So I'm outlining the problems and what needs to change, and some of that is changing laws. Changing leadership is absolutely necessary. That's an issue you can't get around. He took their money, he protected them, he screwed my brother and all the other victims. And now PG&E can raise the rates on victims to pay victims. They breathe a sigh of relief. That means they really don't face even going out of business, let alone jail time for killing people. They are running California's very vital electric grid into the ground, and then they're going to abandon it and say, bye, this thing ain't making us money anymore. We'll go to the next type of corporation. Because CEOs do that. They go from one corporation to another. This corporation and a couple others are killing California and killing Californians, killing the sequoias, killing the environment, and killing animals, and killing the state, ruining it. There's not much of the state that hasn't burned up yet. So if you think we can just let the person who's protecting these killer corporations just run around and reelect them and nothing's going to change, it's still going to be fine, I got news for you, it's not going to. So we do avoid politics. I don't endorse candidates, and I don't tell you who to vote for, but I'm going to tell you what the hallmark of a leader is, and it's not him. A, they won't protect the corporation, they'll protect the people. They would bite down on this corporation like a pit bull and shake. That's what a leader would do. A leader would outline what the real problem is and not just blame the president, global warming, or everything else, or cow farts, okay? They would have a plan. They would say, here's where we made mistakes in the past, here's how we can fix it. And then they would reach across the aisle and they would work with people instead of pointing fingers at Republicans and blaming them and saying, you suck. Okay? They would be a bridge builder and not a bridge burner. That's just the hallmarks of good leadership. So whoever's doing that, I say elect that, whoever that is, whoever fits the bill. I'm sure they're out there. At town hall meetings, what everybody should do is say, what is your plan to stop the mega fires? And if the answer is, I don't have one, you say, next.
Service.
If I wanted to watch propaganda, I'd watch CNN. Wow. Yeah, that's such an insult, comparing me to CNN. Wow. I'm pretty proud of my propaganda. I'm pretty proud of it because it's real. I put out there real propaganda. Lowercase p. Propaganda isn't a lie. It just means something that you're promoting. And I promote the truth, and that's my propaganda. So if you don't want to know about the truth, what the hell are you doing here for? Oh, check out the bird.
That's affirmative. Extra type 1 that just became available. We'll take it.
He's protecting the corporation that killed my friend, and it could have been me in that fire if we still lived in that area. I could have died. My family could have died. There's families that survived the Cascade Fire by shoving themselves into their driveway culverts, and one little girl couldn't get her legs in there, so her legs had second and third degree burns. That's PG&E, what they're doing. If you approve of that, go ahead. You wanna go protect PG&E? Yeah, go ahead. There's always some that drink their Kool-Aid. You're drinking PG&E's propaganda. And not smart enough to look it up for yourself. Everything I've said is verifiable. Go look it up. Or shut up. Exactly. It's my channel. It's Kathryn's world. Nobody else really is covering the facts here like I am. So.
17 transit with air attack 112, 112 now mosquito air attack 17 returning Grass Valley 5 minutes round.
Well, you hear true propaganda. That's the thing. When I say propaganda, I mean this, like a Soviet propaganda for the posters. Okay, I mean that I make the cool posters, and I'm proud of my art, man. I haven't unveiled any yet, but they're pretty cool, and it spits the truth though instead of some fake crap. You know, I don't read that much Russian, so I don't even know what this is saying, but stuff like this. I would make a poster like this. Let's get a bigger version of that. Doesn't enlarge. Seriously? Seriously? And it would be the left and the right, like a logger and a tree hugger coming together to fight the wildfires. It would be all cool looking like that. That's what I want. I want some artists, man. I want people, like the common people, holding up a fire extinguisher or something like this and stepping on wildfire and squashing it beneath their boot heels. Like, you know, I want propaganda like you can defend your own home. You can be the hero of defensive space. You can save your own home, even if the government won't. Only you can prevent wildfires, like Smokey the Bear's propaganda, but it was good, wasn't it? Propaganda is not always fake. And Smokey the Bear. Smokey the Bear. They had a propaganda song too. This is propaganda, but it's great, dude. Yeah, Smokey's my bud. He's my man, dude. Are you down with Smokey? I'm down. So heck yeah. We'll keep it real. We also keep it fun too, whenever we can. So, yeah, only you can save your family. Exactly. Motivational stuff. All motivational posters are propaganda in a way. It's like propaganda for yourself. All right. Exactly, Braden. Corporations are not people. They never go and get a cancer treatment. They never go in for a breast exam. They can't test positive for HIV. They don't breathe oxygen. They don't have a pulse. Corporations are not people. They do not have the rights of people. There's something terribly wrong with it. Mostly, we could solve most of these problems with a pen. New laws. And most of our problems are solved. Uh-oh. It's just kind of common sense. If you and I kill 85 people, we would get our assets seized in the civil suit to pay the victims' families. Right now, that doesn't apply to corporations. There's like a $10,000 maximum fine. Sorry, but... And the heartless sometimes rise to the top, oftentimes in corporations. Instead of counting on them to have a heart, yeah, you don't. You should you keep them in line with consequences. They actually do think about, should I do this? I live a cushy life right now. I don't want to go to prison. He usually does keep them in line. Big Dog says Smokey was a Colorado bear. His offspring lived near John Stoker's house. No way. No way. Lisa Mojica says left for a minute, but it's called Agit Propaganda. What's Agit? A-G-I-T? I'm not sure what that is. Heretic 10 says there's heavy retardant dumping near Forest Hill for protection.
7-4 Charlie to base camp.
Soviets got nothing on Hollyweird. Yeah, that's an okay comment. That's actually okay. Yeah, there's some of that stuff there. But I was contacted by CNN for a story, and I tried to tell them a little bit about what they do, and they basically said, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. They wanted to know about a different story.
We have an update on your power tower. Got the lead.
Uh-oh.
The other 15 coming out, and they're going to follow it up with a T-man to secure that for you guys.
Oh dear.
Gonna happen this evening.
This is ugly.
That's affirmative. They're en route as we speak.
Thank you.
It's too late. People need to come together in the streets and to struggle. We're all affected by this, so it's like this. When we realize we have a common enemy and we have to solve it or we're all going to die. I mean, I'm not saying we're all going to die, but the environment's going to die and quality of life's going to deteriorate, and more people are going to die, and more towns are going to be erased. So we realize it's a life-threatening situation, let's put it that way. It's a lot like this. Even dire enemies, two guys trying to choke each other. Two guys trying to choke each other to death in a rowboat who are in mortal combat, who hate each other, and one of them gets the upper hand. Well, the other one taps him on the shoulder and points, the one who's dying, right? And crocodiles, saltwater crocodiles, are converging on the boat. All of a sudden, he stops choking the dude. And they go back to back, and they pick up paddles, and they fight the crocs together. The magic is realizing they needed to fight together. Even though they hate each other. We don't have to stop hating each other. Go ahead. Do whatever you want. But also, work together on the situation. I think hate's the enemy, but that's just me. But I can't, do what you want. But we really do need to work together or we're not going to solve it. Let's go. Eliza says cruising Twitter and the pictures from North Lake of Tahoe look like Mars. So, unfortunately, wherever the smoke goes is where fire's headed. So, day after day, the smoke of the Dixie Fire headed towards Susanville and Chester.
Range 20. Night up.
Even though Chester and Susanville were very far away from the point of origin of the fire, it eventually got there. So I would be very concerned. The Tahoe area, Truckee, Colfax, all that stuff. Exactly, Katie.
Aircraft information, we should be getting tanker 139, and I'll have ETA information first. We will get tanker 139, additional tanker 89 is released back to Grass Valley, MTTA 22.
Okay, Warner.
Tango on command.
And additional, do you want that tanker 139 to go to the IT? Tanker 139 report to the IT. Contact Charlie.
Yeah, I was telling Auburn people today, be prepared, Colfax people, be prepared, and the evacuation warning is on Auburn's doorstep. See? Cool, and Auburn. Right up to the river, but do not have a false sense of security on the west side of the river. The fire would jump that just in a heartbeat. That's that famous bridge where Auburn had a fire last year, was it, or 2020? I can't remember. They had a heck of a time protecting the town because look, it's that steep slope, so that's nothing. There's no barrier. An ember here would just go over like that. That's not a fire barrier. So, in fact, being above there, this is awful. Fire will race up a hill. See the steep slopes? It'll race up there. No time flat. So, I don't understand why they think that the American River should be the where they stop the warning. No, over here. Wait, that's not a different county, is it? Not that thing where it's a different county, but it is under warning, right? What county is Auburn, folks? I hate this. If there's a third evacuation map, I'm gonna pull my hair out. But yes, Forest Hill Bridge is very steep. Yeah, it's.
Day operation, command.
Yeah, the tankers are trying to rope.
You identified 9144 Charlie. I believe has the division group soup as the leader. Is that part of your plan?
I'm gonna draw where.
Team leader got relief. He is the division.
Stepped on. I'm gonna draw lines where I've seen retardant drops. On the cams. They desperately tried to protect Hughes Mill, Yankee Gyms, east side of Forest Hill, south side, northwest side of Forest Hill. They put it on the American River down here. That didn't work. It climbed right up over the other side. And now they're dropping it around Volcanoville, so this is generally where they've been focusing their drops. And the helicopters were doing water bucket stuff, random places, sometimes around Hughes Mill, sometimes around Yankee Gyms, and right up next to Forest Hill. So, this is, I hope this shows people that. But it's Placer County, okay. Thank you. So, the Placer County map, I really, Colfax and North Auburn, Auburn, please get ready. I've said this all afternoon. Get ready. Check on your elderly, let them know the seriousness of the situation. I ran into the problem with the Beachy Creek fire where, especially on county lines, different counties have different evacuation policies. So, live on stream, I saw the Beachy Creek getting closer and closer to where my mom lived in Marion County. So, I took my headphones off and said, sorry guys, I'm going to go get her. So, as I arrived on the hellish drive of I-5.
Operations, changing plans from talking to deputy out in camp. When you're ready, copy.
Okay, there's a lead plane guiding in Tinker 910. Let's, we can tell by
Charlie's to come in tonight. You keep 9144 Charlie and that local government Charlie.
Let's see where Tinker 910 makes a drop. You can sometimes tell right after the drop they climb, so.
Your cooperation on that.
Anyway. $4,000 is still dropping to go down to where the drop is. And here's the lead plane. It's probably going to go right in front of this here. Any moment now. Ah, there's the lead plane. If we see the Tanker 910. See, that may not be a lead plane. It's hard to see. Could be an S2. There it is. There's the drop. Okay, cool. Go back to the flight radar. Awesome. Yeah, because the camera.
Affirmative. He's the only boss on the incident right now. I'd like to get him in, get his intel to GIS, assist that, and then have him available tomorrow. And he'll be working for plans after that.
That's the way the camera's looking. So cool.
Copy. And 31 Charlie, if you can just advise when he's leaving the line.
Now, tonight after midnight,
we did get a fail on one strike team of OES engines, no ETA.
Copy. Have him report to the base camp to check in.
Laura just did a post. Eliza says, dozer ops are in the town of Forest Hill creating a fire break along Forest Hill Road from the Dollar General. Okay.
Foxtrot on command.
Laura says, we mentioned earlier there were 3 heads to this fire. Do we know the direction of each of them moving? I do believe it's 3 separate directions, yes. So the wind's pushing.
4 Charlie was double division this morning. I left him with Bravo, picked up 9270 Charlie.
On the most technical level, it's, I mean, satellites can kind of tell the story. If you have red on all sides, it's expanding on all sides.
Night off, Ridge 10, yeah.
However,
Ranch 10, night up.
Trying to come up with something for a night plan out here on Hotel, Chicken Hawk Ridge area. Currently, we don't have any nights assigned out here, and it could use, a strike team or something if we want to hold Chicken Hawk. Wondering about the availability of that, and if it would be possible to put them under Foxtrot there for the night.
okay, I hope this illustrates the point. This camera,
Pulling some resources back to camp tonight. I'll work on getting you not only some engines, but I do have some unmanned Romeo resource available for us on the north side.
this is
Strike
the
team would do good out here if we want to hold on to Chicken Hawk.
And 10 night up copies. I'll get back to you in hotel with some airport.
I hope that answers your question. I can't get a word in.
Tango on command. Dave, when you get this all, can you place a call to me?
Okay, Brokefish, sure.
I'm actually heading your way. I got Division 6 intel.
Yeah, copy that. Just got I'll see you here at 63.
10 minutes.
Okay, maybe I can get a word in. But the general direction that the wind is headed, not that it's a very fierce wind, it's got 20 to 30 mile an hour wind gusts, but sustained, it's like 8 to 10. It's generally the wind is pushing the fire to the southeast. And it's going in a canyon, in a drainage thing, which is like a wind tunnel, right? This is where we see it moving the fastest. This is where the craziest, some of the craziest views are from this camp. However, you can clearly see on the satellite that it's spreading out in all directions. Because like I tried to illustrate, with the canyons, even though wind might be coming from the northwest, kind of, sort of, in general, like that, above everything, the wind will ride like a roller coaster down slopes and then choose its own path along great drainages, along the wind tunnels. Just it can be kind of erratic and random. It can shift back and forth. So technically, everything we're seeing is a really active and very recent very, very recent heat detection. Remember, this is GOES 17 mode we're on when you see the squares. So all of this stuff is mostly activity that's less than right at or less than an hour old. Placer County, okay. The wind is guaranteed to change going back towards Auburn. Like I keep telling people, it'll happen sometime after midnight if it's a normal wind pattern. This is a looking down the barrel of the gun sort of thing for Auburn. You've got this clear straight shot of the river, which is a steep, narrow canyon and a perfect wind tunnel, and that was a Freudian slip. It is like a cannon. I said try to say canyon, but it is like a cannon. A little ticking fuse right there. At some point in time, we don't know when. Last night was kind of lucky where the wind wasn't that fierce. It didn't do too much. The smoke settled on it like a frying pan lid on a bacon grease fire, right? It took the heat of the day to cook it back up again, and it bought them some good time. Don't count on that luck again. With the new cyclone thing coming in from the south, all hell's probably going to break loose as far as wind prediction. It's totally erratic right now. Now, if the cyclone thing wasn't entering the picture, every night the wind shifts direction from mainly hot air coming up from the valley in these canyons. It reverses as the night cools the air. It loses its ability to float up, which is, remember, this is higher elevation. This is high elevation, much lower by thousands of feet. So the wind only, some of the air only made it up there because it was heat. It was hot. It was for heat reasons. So after midnight, when you finally get the cooling of the night, it'll reverse direction and start going around. Now, if it may just be slowly moving towards Auburn, but if a bad scenario happens, repeat, narrow canyons are wind tunnels. Spotting ahead of itself means things on fire at the top of the ridges. Fire won't move along the ground. It'll jump to the next ridge. It'll jump down, climb up the hill, get on this ridge. Embers jump down, roll out down the hill. Big gust of wind goes to the next ridge. It'll hopscotch up. Now there's fire down here. It'll race up there because, like, no matter what the wind direction is, fire will always live to race uphill. This is nightmare terrain. You can't really predict fast what will happen. The Caldor tried to eat Placerville really quickly and early on. At first raced north with the south wind, pushing it from behind. But then, I'll just show you. I'll just show you exactly what happened with Caldor, and I'll flip on the switch that'll worth 1,000 words, right? So down here in the Caldor territory, it's more of an east-west thing, but similar enough. If you look at fire history, there's the Caldor, red. Now the south wind, but a different color. South wind is pretty much a factor every day, right? So here's Elmo Ranch, kind of the area where it started. But really quickly, it took off this way and took off to the west that way. I should change the map so you can see town names better. There's Placerville. So it tried to eat Placerville, coming for Slide Park and all. And all day long, I mean, little spot fires were all over here and stuff. And only through the very hard work of the ground crews zipping around like mad and the bucket helicopters putting that stuff out did that not really take off. But it really skin of their teeth stuff. So what about this bug antenna crab pincer thing? What's that about? They got a good line here. They held that pretty well. What's here and here? Terrain. that makes it a bit more of a nightmare. So if you turn on the shaded relief, it's the canyons. Fire was racing towards the west because even though it came up, the wind mostly came up from the south, the wind will ride like a roller coaster up, up, down, up, down, up, down over the ridges. Some of the wind will stay in the canyons, go like so, and so this is what happens. So look at the exact, this is the major canyon for one of the forks of the McCulmney, the other fork of the McCulmney River, and then you had major creeks like Dogtown Creek. So it really tried its best to go down to the valley. So things in the valley were ultimately threatened. They had to fight it on all sides. They were fighting it on all four fronts. That's just typical. Now, the different fronts will be more active, A, depending on wind, and B, depending on like where they're at on the terrain. Like either are they in the canyon or what? I mean, fuels, blah, 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 also are factor, but for this was pretty much the same fuels as a big old thick forest. Hey, Bob, just a reminder, you're fantastic. Thank you. I've been a little bit of a foul mood today, but that's because I'm so worried for everybody. But thank you for the reminder to pound the heads. Let's turn off fire history. Go back to activity. So, what do we have here? We got a canyon pointed at Auburn. And that's a nightmare to stand up here and try to defend. They'd have to try to defend all this at once, depending on where it came from. So, can they be everywhere at once? Right now, they should be prepping this stuff, but they won't. They don't have enough people. They're going to be trying to prep stuff closer to the fire, save structures, and save lives, and get the livestock out, and save the history, and do a lot of stuff. They got their hands full. But really, I don't know. I've been to the town exactly a couple of times in my life. If there's vegetation on the sides here, now would be the time, if they get an opportunity to control burn, to protect the town, if possible, at some time when the wind's really low, just to get this vegetation free, or at least brush free, dead vegetation free, leaf free, whatever this is, so that inevitably, and some miracle happens when the fire reaches these points, that it doesn't want to race up the hill. They would still have their hands full of spot fires, embers drifting over, higher places. But boy, this is how they defended Estacada, Oregon during the Riverside Fire. Nothing to do with Riverside County. We're talking about Oregon. So much for your kind support, Bob. You were awesome. Thanks everybody who donated for PayPal. I don't have time to look at it, or I would thank you. Bob says, Kathryn, did I hear you correctly? Shut down all fossil fuel and nuke plant generators? Where's the juice to power your AC and fridge coming from? No, you didn't hear me correctly. I think you're smoking crack. I think it's stupid to go all electric right now in California. They ask everybody to not charge their vehicle. You sound like some sort of a troll without many skills. Trying to get my goat or something. I said that California could power itself based off of steam generation if it chose to, because there's enough pine needles to power multiple states, actually, and maybe a couple of countries in the Pacific. Nuclear power is stupid power because it's not really nuclear power, it's steam generation. They're using nuclear glowing toxic waste fuels to make heat to make steam, which turns a turbine. There's more intelligent ways to do that without the mega risk to the environment. Right now, California is being set up for the possibility of a Fukushima disaster, because Mad Gavin, this is why I call him that, wants to keep open the very endangered, seismically unstable region and what is that called? The Devil's Canyon plant? I keep forgetting. It was identified after the Fukushima tidal wave as being vulnerable to the same thing and recommended for immediate shutdown, but they just haven't. And now Gavin's saying we should keep it open. The risk of nuclear calamity is worth it because global warming and carbon emissions are worse. That's how you know it's insane or doesn't give a damn. Under no circumstances is California having a nuclear catastrophe, Fukushima style, acceptable. So what are we looking at on all of these pictures time after time? That's pine needles burning. That's pine needles and wood and stuff burning. Why don't we collect it and generate steam that way? We would cut the carbon emissions because if you don't burn pine needles, they're going to burn anyway eventually in some wildfire of their own. So why don't we gather them up to collection points and have mobile power generation, little miniature steam generating plants, fuel everything from batteries to whatever, and then collect this as energy, and then that would reduce our dependence on the fossil fuels. And we could give PG&E the finger, and Mother Nature could too, because Mother Nature is ready to provide us with a lot of power right here. I'm not saying it's all, and it's the 100% solution. As more technology would have to come down the pipe, such as to make it economical, it would be machines mostly that would be gathering up the pine needles. But instead of letting the mega fires destroy California, they could energize it. This carbon release is going to happen one way or another. The pine needles will burn. But we could capture it if we did it right. With new carbon capturing technology with soot capture technology. Could burn it much more clean than nature does. You could minimize, you could dry it out first, for example, and then you'd have it burn cleaner and have much fewer nitrous oxide emissions, which are huge global greenhouse gases. So you could do a lot by working with Mother Nature, who's ready to provide everything to make steam that we want. Probably very disappointed that we're so stupid that, we're like, oh, it's better to go mine uranium and make run the risk of nuclear disaster again and make steam that way. Like, come on, it's all right there. So we would reduce fossil fuel consumption tremendously by burning the biofuels to make steam and capturing the carbon and the pollution instead of this happening and preventing the release of nitrogen oxide pretty much altogether. So whatever, you want to put words in my mouth, that's actually what I'm saying. So the current status quo is unsustainable. So your trollery attempt there was, I'd rate it a 2 out of 10 because it kind of blew up in your face, and I kind of explained to everybody the way that new technology can make a new era. A new green era, one that's really green. Right. Back to the real situation here. So, are the officials going to give a live update on the fire tonight? I hope so. They really need to calm the public down. Hey, David. Lisa says the effects of the winds coming off the Great Basin and who would be most affected piqued my interest because my kids live on the eastern slope and north of Truckee. Yeah, I would highly recommend reading the Wikipedia article, oh God, on the Diablo winds and how that happens, because that's the season. The Santa Ana Diablo season is October through January. It has nothing to do with global warming. It's once met an idiot in Paradise who wanted to make a documentary about that. And I'm like, you do realize that happens every year because of geography, right? Anyway, but a really good place to start. God, this this is what we could harness for energy. We were smart. So, let me give you the link.
Anchor 83 release empty to Columbia ETA 1900. Anchor 85 release Noma empty ETA 1910. Anchor 01, Anchor 103. Anchor 910 release on base McClellan. Additionally, Anchor 132 on base McClellan. Anchor 105 release route McClellan. And they'll be returning to Lancaster. Anchor 139 release on base McClellan.
Sorry. The beginning of your transmission was walked on. Could you repeat the first couple thinkers?
Affirmative. Anchor 83 release back to Columbia ETA 1900 empty. Anchor 85 release back to Sonoma ETA 1910 empty.
Division Romeo.
I'm waiting to talk. Just hang on. Hey, thank you so much for the donation, JD. JDD. I lived in Forest Hill for 24 years. I recently moved to Massachusetts. My mom lives in town. She's out and she's safe. I'm so glad to hear that. This is the only constant info I can get for the last 2 days, and we appreciate you. Thank you. I have a lot of stress to deal with and trolls, but the pats on the head will counteract it.
Division Romeo, command.
I wish I could do more, but we'll keep it real. And my wonderful people here in chat. This is a bit of a supportive group environment here, and my wonderful angel mods are here to help you when I'm asleep too. I mean, this is a team. I'm so humbled by what we were able to make here. So grateful. I don't know why the government's not doing this, but until they do, we got to do it for ourselves. And we can do it. Now that's the propaganda poster. Also, we can do it. Yeah. That's the good kind of propaganda poster. We the people, we can do it. When government fails, we can do it. Local officials drop the ball, we can do it. Media drops the ball or doesn't have the money or they're busy, we can do it. Okay, so this is caused by geography. It's been going on since records begin, probably for at least since the Ice Age ended. So the jet stream. Hard to get a word in. So this is an incomplete drawing. I would kind of fix it. This is the way I'd. Hang on. I think everybody's probably read this by now if you have a big enough screen. So what's missing from this drawing is the fact that the canyons act as wind tunnels which further focus and accelerate. This is a roller coaster ride that the winds take. These are hot, dry winds from Nevada. Whenever there's whenever there's a ridge of high pressure, which you should think of as a shield, it makes other weather systems bounce off of it. Things that would bring moisture, things that would bring coolness, don't. So whenever there's a ridge of high pressure in the summer, that's when you get your horrible heat spells, your hot streaks. We're at an extreme version called a heat dome. It's way beyond just high pressure. That's because of La Nina and other stuff. However, even on normal years, just every so often, when there's a high pressure zone in the Four Corners region, the border of California, Nevada, Oregon, and Idaho, of the Great Basin, it's a big desert. When high pressure gets stuck there, sometimes the jet stream gets pushed to the south. That's phenomenally fast wind current. So north of the jet stream is cold air, right? Anything south of the jet stream is hot. So south, right? So it's going to push all the dry desert air at hurricane force wind gust speeds towards the only place that the air can escape. And it's just two places, past Mount Diablo by San Francisco, past Santa Ana by LA. Because there's a barrier for the winds called the Coast Range, and they're going to seek the path of least resistance. They're going to go through the gaps. So meanwhile, I mean, they can swirl around and do all kinds of crazy stuff, but that's why you'll see weird stuff happen. But what this isn't illustrating is the fact that not only are the winds accelerating like a roller coaster and they plunge down the side of the Sierras, picking up speed, I mean, they're being pushed by the jet stream too, is the funneling effect of the rivers. They're going down the canyons, excuse me, but yeah, they are canyons. They are going to, the wind speed is going to clock much faster in the actual canyons. It's the only thing missing from this. Also, the other error of this drawing is it's acting like only the fires are in the Bay Area. This is probably made at the time of 1991 and explaining probably the Oakland firestorm. However, we know dang well the fires up here will get pushed to the valley and try to eat valley towns at record speed. They will run and race down the hill. Now, there's a very scary video that sobers people up, and I played it yesterday. It's called the Run of the Bear Fire 2020, and it races from Bucks Lake down to Orville in record time. It's a kind of a flashback to the Paradise event, just a little bit over a year prior. The speed in which it ran and surprised everyone was just crazy. So he ended up with fatalities in Brush and Berry Creek, and it pretty much erased those. And really, they struggled to save Orville and some of the Orville neighborhood. It's one of the many fires my uncle got evacuated. It's crazy. I mean, he gets multiple evacuations per year. It hop, skipped, and jumped straight over Lake Orville, which is gigantic, like it was nothing. And people were packed and ready to go. And once again, reverse 911 failed them because the fire moved way too fast for even the knocks on the door to ever happen. Just like it failed with Paradise, because the power lines just get eaten by the fire, and so do the cell phone towers. And so you can't have reverse 911 work if nobody has cell phone service or telephone. It happened at night, and so people woke up with their homes on.
Off to the north side of that spot as well.
I think it was called the Historic Run of the Bear Fire. Okay, let me look back at chat. But thank you so much. Everybody supporting me. I've been live streaming. It's 3:30 in the morning, so.
A sale on your supply order for the 10,000-foot hose module being put together and should be there by 2030.
Yeah, there you go, Eliza. That's one of the solutions is goat grazing and sheep grazing and stuff. I mean, you don't have to do control burns in every situation because you want to keep the smoke low valley. I mean, part of the reason California is so polluted is, well, most of the reason is that the air doesn't leave the valley, so it just stagnates. It rarely gets enough steam to push over the top of the Sierras. I mean, we're seeing that now, the smoke leaving the valley, because that's tremendous.
4076.
It's being propelled by tremendous heat, but that's why there's such strict air quality standards. California doesn't pollute more than other states. It really just air has nowhere to go. It's a bowl. So I remember when they used to burn the rice fields. Oh God, just couldn't see Sacramento from Marysville. You really should be able to. This is eerie. Now, I wonder when this column is...
Task Force 4076, Red Point.
The next event for this fire might be the collapse. It might just push embers 360 degrees.
Division Romeo, command.
Okay, looking back up.
Romeo, Red Point.
Probably hit 47-6. Go with your message.
We're just wondering what the status of her task force would be if, as far as time frame and when they need to be released.
Copy. Additionally, Wyoming stand, little wind shift. The fire might get aligned with the drainage and make it, start impacting that here in the next hour or so. What's your location?
Vision Tango currently. Do you need additional resources over there?
Called get some helicopter support, and then additionally dozers are 24 hours trying to figure out what their base is going to be this evening.
Guys, did you catch the area he was talking about that's about to be impacted? I did not catch that.
We were just talking about night resources. What would you need up there for nighttime?
Task force or strike team in quintet, and then maybe some dozers just to make sure we can hold the Wentworth Road.
Okay, I copy. Let me know what the status of Task Force 4076 is, and if they're able to stay through the night, we can put them in, keep them in there.
Charlie 1 has been released, showing an ETA back to McClellan, 1910. Charlie 1 released back to McClellan, 1910.
Okay, Town Hall. It's taking place now. Is it Placer High School? Cal Fire NEU live stream, okay.
Branch 5, Division Delta, command.
Here we go, guys. Let's see if it's in progress.
Do you have traffic?
Supposed to be.
Copy that. They're already released. They're heading down the hill already.
Any day now? Oh, my mouse did that thing again. Dang it. I don't understand why it gets permanently highlighted. Or is it just blue?
We're shuffling some resources. Branch 5 will be getting you a local government Charlie. You guys can go direct with each other to make that transition.
Copy, thank you. Branch 5, Branch 10. Local government resource that you can put out on the hotel in the Chicken Hawk Country for patrol tonight?
It's not up yet. Okay. Yeah, absolutely, Cheryl. Here's the Facebook page where the Facebook meeting's supposed to happen. There's a lot of.
There's also going to be, you've got 5 24-hour dozers out there as well.
And Bob, I'm on the fusion bandwagon too. I mean, we're actually closing to midnight for a nuclear disaster due to shenanigans and war in Ukraine. And what really bothers me is that terrorists could take over something like that.
Tango on correction, Foxtrot on command.
I'm more worried about that sort of thing than I am about dealing with the waste. So, but people are allowed to have their own personal opinions. It's not like, oh, I hate you if you disagree with me. I'm just explaining my personal opinion. I'm super uncomfortable with fission nuclear power.
And will they be hotel or will I assume that also?
Come on, refresh. Come on, refresh.
I got it.
Ah, yeah, here we go. Okay, guys, here's the community meeting.
I'm Cindy Gustafson. I'm the 5th District Supervisor. I represent many of you, but all of the supervisors stand united to support you. Supervisor Holmes, Jim Holmes is here tonight as well. We have our Acting County Executive Officer, Jane Christensen, our Deputy CEO, Stephanie Holloway, and Dr. Rod Oldham of HHS. Over here, we have many county staff in the audience. I'm not going to introduce them all, but we stand here to support you. And whether you're in our county or in El Dorado County and have been displaced, we're here to serve you. We have the shelter set up at Bell Road at the Baptist Church. We have lots of information on the websites that we'll share with you tonight. You can always call 211 for emergency services and information on how to get assistance. Unfortunately, we have been through this before with the River Fire, and I think if you talk to any of the folks that were there, you will find you have a strong partner in county government to help you through this, through all of our various departments. I wanted to take a moment because we all feel this way, but on behalf of all of the residents, including myself, huge thanks to the public safety officials up here. Please join me in thanking them. They truly are the heroes. I've had a firsthand opportunity to be with them at the Incident Command Center and to share with them today, to see them in action and how hard they've all been working round the clock to serve you, to protect your homes, to get you out safely. And we're with them. We've got to support them. We're all doing the best we can, but they're the heroes, and you all know that. So thank you all on behalf of that. And then one other thing I wanted to make sure you knew, all of the residents of the region and all the residents of this community stand with you. Placer Community Foundation is setting up the Mosquito Fire Relief Fund. It will go live tomorrow, and we'll be circulating that to all the residents of Placer County and the region to donate. They were able to secure a lot of donations last year to help our victims of the River Fire and plan to do that again. So for those of you who haven't been impacted yet, please, if you can, donate so that we can help those that end up being impacted by this. And so thank you very much. Again, we're all here to serve. Please be safe. You know, take good care, listen to the direction.
It's not me, that's their broadcasting issue.
Given, and we are Placer strong.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we're going to receive a fire update from our operations chief. This is going to be on the Placer County side.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nolan Hale. I'm the Auburn Forest Hill Battalion Chief operating at Auburn headquarters and the Unified Operations Section Chief for the Mosquito incident.
Yep, Matt Radke representing the Tahoe National Forest, Superintendent of the American River Hotshots and performing Deputy Operations Section Chief here.
To give you a live fire update this evening, our perimeter was mapped at 13,705 acres. The fire made about a 5,000 acre run today to the south and into El Dorado County. Starting in the Forest Hill area, as you can see, we have had some fire growth today progressing to the west. We have a very large amount of resources in there going direct on the fire and providing structure protection and mitigation measures all the way around the town of Forest Hill. They'll be there 24 hours a day until we feel that is secure again. But it is getting closer to some structures. I just want to let you know that we do have an immense amount of resources in there to protect all the structures in there. Coming around to the north today, the fire did not push as far to the north as we saw yesterday. It is running up towards the seed orchard at the top of Forest Hill, back into the federal DPA, and coming around to the east side. That fire was our third priority part of the fire today and just made some limited growth, not substantial as compared to yesterday. The big push today was coming out of Oxbow Reservoir, where the fire spotted across to the river into El Dorado County, and like I said, made about a 5,000 acre run in the matter of
while we have this moment of interruption, I just want to comment on that
2
guy's
to 3
mullet.
hours up into the
That mullet is sweet.
vicinity of Volcanoville and continued pushing south. As of right now, we are not getting outflanked on the south side. We still have stronghold on Forest Hill, and we do have containment lines almost complete down to the American River at that point. They are indirect, but they are going in right now, and we are feeling a little bit proud of the progress we have made today in Forest Hill. At that point, that's the end of the operational update.
Thank you. Now we'll hear an update down on the El Dorado County side.
Okay, good evening, everybody. My name is Mike Blankenheim, and I'm the unit chief for the CAL FIRE Amador El Dorado unit. And for this incident, I'm also one of the CAL FIRE agency administrators for this. So I'll just add a little more detail to the El Dorado County right around before noontime, somewhere in that neighborhood. Every bit of 5,000 acres. That number might be a little bit outdated. It may be a little bit more than that at this point in time. But it did cross right underneath the community of Volcanoville, made a hard uphill run into the community of Volcanoville, and then got up into the wind and started moving east again. So as it stands right now, Volcanoville has definitely been impacted. We did have some structures destroyed in there for sure. I don't have a good handle on how many as of just yet, but it is definitely not the whole community by any stretch. Meadows, and eventually we'll probably end up where the King Fire burned through there 7 or 8 years ago. So that's current right now for El Dorado County.
Thank you. A lot of areas under evacuation. Next, we're going to move over to Placer County Under Sheriff Shane Wright to give you an update on evacuations.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Shane Wright, Placer County Sheriff's Office. Just to give you guys a quick rundown on, I'll probably be up here a couple times, finish it with some question and answer. And then if you don't feel comfortable asking that question for everybody else, I'll be here all night until we get those questions answered. So I'll be around for that. Just to give you a quick orientation of the map that we're looking at here, obviously operations covered the footprint of the fire. Over here you have Todd Valley and Forest Hill proper. The map is indicating evacuation orders in yellow. And the evacuation warnings in purple. I know some common questions that commonly come up. One of them is what are we doing for those that have been displaced and out of their home and cannot return. So currently, with the help of CHP and the rest of our Placer law enforcement agency partners, as well as regional mutual aid from our friends down at Sacramento County Sheriff's Office, we have no less operating anywhere from 50 to 100 law enforcement personnel operating right there in that evacuation order zone, and then venturing out into the warning area as well. So traffic control points are key. That's what gives us containment. And then we're also, especially during the midnight hours, doing roving patrols, making sure that nobody is in there that shouldn't be, and that no criminal acts are taking place. So a couple ways we do that is vehicles are commonly marked appropriately. If it doesn't belong there, we do a vehicle stop. We're constantly checking houses. Anything suspicious, they're in there working on it. The second thing I want to talk about is, and it's a common question that comes up right now, is when can we go back home? I can assure you, and I don't know the timeline on that, I'd be lying if I did, but what I can tell you is that when the first evacuation order goes out, we're already meeting, we're already planning, and looking at a safe repopulation. So an event repopulates us. With that, like I said, I'll be around for the closing and the question and answer, and I'll turn it back over.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from our Placer County Office of Emergency Services Chief. He's going to give you an update on some of those sheltering operations.
Thank you. Thanks to the strong cooperation of several, the Baptist Church, and then of course the Auburn Recreation District, we have a couple of options for those who need sheltering or need some services. So the first is, if you need a place to stay overnight, we have a Red Cross shelter open at the Bell Road Baptist Church, 707 Bell Road, right here in Auburn. The second option is, if you have a trailer or an RV, but you need a place to grab a shower or just get out of the heat and need to get some air conditioning, we have a temporary and other. We have been working with our partners up in Nevada County. They have been providing some great support for us, and animals, large and small, can go to the Nevada County Fairgrounds. That's for drop-off only. That's not a shelter location. It's just a safe place for your animals to stay and be cared for while you're evacuated. And that is 11228 McCourtney Road, again, and that's in Grass Valley. I just want to thank again to our partners at Health and Human Services and all of our other cooperating agencies, including the Placer County Food Bank, who's been also providing some food for the folks who've been in the shelter.
Thank you, Chief. Next, we're going to hear from our Deputy Superintendent for an update on schools.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Jeffrey Tooker. I'm the Deputy Superintendent of the Placer Union High School District. So that's Forest Hill High School, here at Placer, Del Oro, Colfax, and some of our other alternative ed programs. What we've done really within 24 hours is we're setting up a school for our Forest Hill students, Forest Hill High School students, here at Placer High School. If you notice, we have a beautiful new building on the lower campus, thanks to the support of this community, and upstairs is the Learning Commons, our contemporary library. Downstairs is the cafeteria, and it's a perfect setup for any students who wish to see their classmates, their principal. We do have their principal and assistant principal here this evening, actually, and we'll be around to answer questions when we're done, and mental health specialists. But we wanted to provide a place for kids to come, if they could get here, for support, relationships, mental health, food, the 2 free meals a day, air conditioning, etc. So we'll be running that starting tomorrow. It's not mandatory nor expected, but it's an option. We expect that to grow over time as more people know. And as you may know, unfortunately during the pandemic, we became exceptionally good at online learning, and our teachers are excellent. We have a very, very committed staff at Forest Hill High School that if we have families, if we have kids who are out of the area, they've got their Chromebooks or their devices, and once we get all the technology dialed in, that they can synchronously and asynchronously join their class and their teachers and keep education going, but also to keep the relationships going and check in on each other. I can't officially speak for the elementary school. We have been in contact with their superintendent, and have offered partnership. We partner with all of our elementary schools, so we've offered partnership with her. So we are working on some plans to support her as they're trying to figure out what their options are. So, but I can't speak to that right now. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from our Placer County Water Agency.
Hi, folks. Short update. So first, thanks to Primo Santini, Josh Alpine, my two electeds who are here tonight. You'll find us afterwards. So we own and operate the Middle Fork Project, French Meadows, Hellhole Reservoir, Ralston Afterbay, et cetera. So first and foremost, my employees are out of the watershed now, as are many of their colleagues. And so our best thing that we can do to help right now is keep Ralston Afterbay as full as possible. I know the fire service folks are using that as a water pickup station. We are offering mutual aid to Forest Hill PUD to keep treated water on in the town of Forest Hill, where I live, and also to Georgetown Divide Public Utility District, who is perhaps going to have a problem later on. So that's my update. Thankful for all the fire service folks who've kept our project safe. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And now we're going to transition because we really do want to hear from you. We very much appreciate your patience, hearing the operational updates from all the different components. And now we would like to initiate a question and answer where we can hear from you all. And as Undersheriff said, if you don't feel like answering or asking a question in this public forum, we will be here all night until all your questions are answered. And we're here for you. And just notable on that, I will make just a pitch that if you did have to evacuate without some of your needed medication, other necessities, please let me know about that. We can either make a run in there and retrieve that, or we can identify a resource for you to help get that fulfilled. But that is a dire need, and we want to hear that concern from you if that does exist. So with that, I'll welcome a couple key members of our staff up here to initiate that question and answer.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Brian Estes. I'm the unit chief, CAL FIRE unit chief for the Nevada Yuba Placer unit, and I am your Placer County Fire Department chief. And I really appreciate standing up here with all my partners. I want to make a couple of introductions. You know, obviously Shane Wright, our undersheriff, who is my day-to-day partner here in the county. Matt Jedra, who's agency administrator and deputy forest supervisor for the Tahoe National Forest, and then my partner across the river, Mike Blankenheim. And before we turn it over to Q&A, I just want to maybe narrate or tell a little bit of a more realistic story. You know, Chief Hale gave a very detailed operational update, but for those of you who live in the Forest Hill area or live around Placer County, you know, this canyon, the three forks of the American River, and the Rubicon drainage are three of the most unforgiving pieces of country we have in Northern California. It's got tremendous large fire history in all three of those drainages, but the efforts that have gone into the firefight in this canyon, having worked on both sides of the river for the last 25 years of my career, I can tell you it is not an easy task. And just in the last 2 hours, I've been in Forest Hill, and I've watched the efforts from multiple agencies. I've watched an aerial assault with some of the most dynamic aircraft from all over the state of California doing everything they possibly can to protect the community of Forest Hill. And I will tell you from the bottom of my heart, and you can take this to the bank, our priorities are and always will remain the protection of life and property. And our commitment to the community of Forest Hill is paramount, and that will not change as long as I'm standing up here, okay? So I want to make sure everyone understands that. And the efforts of the 450 people under my command and my partners, I'm sure share that very same sentiment. And I don't want to forget Jed Matcham, Chief Jed Matcham, who's one of our partners from the Forest Hill Fire District, and his efforts. You know, we can't do what we do up there alone. It's a state, federal, and local mission. The support that we have from our elected officials, Supervisor Gustafson, Supervisor Holmes, our county staff, should not go underrepresented. And I also want to introduce Rick Young, who's the incident commander for the federal Type 1 team that has been ordered to manage this incident. We are in unified command for this incident. meaning that the Sheriff's Office, CAL FIRE in both units, the Forest Service, El Dorado County Sheriff's Office, Forest Hill Fire, there's an equal investment and an equal message and an equal decision that comes out of every strategy and every tactic made on this fire. So want to make that real clear and just express my commitment to the community of Forest Hill and to Placer County. Okay, so with that, I'll turn it back over to our MC, and maybe we can get on with some questions and answers.
Anybody said anything useful yet? Sorry, I went to the bathroom.
Thank you, Chief. First question. All right, right over here. Damage assessments are still underway. We are conducting that. For a more detailed update, I think we're going to have to wait for those official reports to come out.
Yeah, the way that works, the fire hit Michigan Bluff late afternoon and last night. There was a tremendous firefight all night in Michigan Bluff, to the point where we had crews and firefighters that had to seek refuge in temporary refuge areas as the fire ran over them in Michigan Bluff. I was there in Michigan Bluff today. I will tell you that much of that community survived. We use what's called a damage inspection program, where we had people out there this afternoon at every single parcel number, assessing the status of every single structure, whether it's damaged, whether it's destroyed, assuring that any of the utilities are secured. That information is shared with the Sheriff's Office, and as soon as we have that information, the Sheriff's Office will go through a process of notification and the residents, helping the residents seek that information, and if they need to, being able to access their property.
So great question. We'll the notification end, we'll be partnering up with our partners at OES as we put together a program, and are we going to use 211 for that, 211? For people calling in to figure out status of their house? Yeah, so it's very similar to what we used in the River Fire. And then afterwards, if you're looking for a much more specific answer, we'll lock that down right after this.
Ma'am.
Hasn't been much said about Baker Ranch, and you had said that it's doubled back and it's going to the seed farm, which is above Baker Ranch. I'm just wondering what the status up there is.
Yeah, right now, Baker Ranch is good. The fire is down off the slope of Forest Hill from about Baker Ranch down to Bath Road is where it's closest to Forest Hill Road. There's been a tremendous amount of prep work done on structures and control lines in that area between Baker Ranch and Bath. But right now, Baker Ranch and the intersection at Michigan Bluff is in good shape, has not been affected by the fire.
Mine is more of a request. We're staying at 707 Bell Road, and we've been told we have to leave on Monday. We are in a rig, and our rig is almost out of water. Could somebody bring something so not only us, but the other rigs that are there could fill up our tanks?
Ma'am, if you could catch up with me after the meeting, we can work out getting something to help you out with that.
Postings from the sheriff, CAL FIRE, and Tahoe National Forest. I heard today that not only did it cross into El Dorado, but it's coming back towards Forest Hill. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I can speak to that. So it definitely crossed into El Dorado County today, but we were over there, we saw it. We definitely know that. As far as it jumping back and forth across the river, is that more of your question? So, correct. So, yeah, the town of Forest Hill, it has not reached Forest Hill yet. Do you want to talk?
So when it jumped into El Dorado County, it's moving to the east up the Rubicon drainage. It is not, at this point, it's not moving to the west where it would jump back across and affect the town of Forest Hill. That's at this time. Anyone who's seen that column up there has seen that it's a constant collapse of the column and then those ice caps, those pyrocumulus that come out of the top. When you see that, that means there's a tremendous amount of convective energy generating out of that column. Spots, things happen on almost a momentary or hourly basis, but as of the latest information, it has not crossed back into Placer below Volcanoville.
If we just tell people where it's going in general.
Can you give her the, I couldn't hear that.
Never have anything this close to my face. Is there any logistical map out that you guys are aware of that we're not aware of more on the El Dorado County side? Because I have a lot of friends and stuff up in there all the way to Cool. So I don't know if you have any more idea on that right now because I'm about to head up that area.
So yeah, so the incident map is going to be posted on the CAL FIRE website, and we can tell you how to get to that. So as we've seen today, the fire growth today was exponential. It went from a couple thousand acres this morning, and I don't know what it's going to be before the day's over, but probably in the 20 or 30,000 acre range. So that map is constantly changing. So if you can keep checking the website, it is constantly updating and constantly changing as the fire grows. So it'll be one map for the whole incident, and it does represent El Dorado County as well.
God. Meanwhile, back at the ranch. 15-minute time lapse, guys.
I got you. Are you looking for? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. So I understand the question. So right now, I think we spoke to our priorities here when we kind of started this. Right now, the priorities are 100% life and property, and we have our hands full right now with evacuation, structured defense, all of those kind of things. So that is our focus 100% right now. That being said, the Type 1 incident management team comes in and they have capacity for those kind of things, for some longer range planning. We call it PACE planning, where they have primary lines, alternate lines, contingency plan, all those kind of things, and they're actively building those right now. I don't know that you're going to see those far outlines on a public-facing map, and I don't know that we have those lines figured out yet either. So if you're asking where we're going to cut the fire off going east in the Rubicon or something along those, I don't think we have those answers yet, and yeah, those won't be on a map anytime soon. Maybe soon, but not right now.
Wondering, we just live up the canyon, just near the Forest Hill Bridge. What is the risk of Auburn, of fire coming up crossing the river at the confluence down below? And I mean, we look at the map and we see the yellow line right at the river, and we're like 2 miles.
So I think maybe the same answer as when we talked about Forest Hill before and asking if the fire had crossed and is in jeopardy of running up there. So right now, I'll speak. Auburn is not under any kind of a threat right now, if I'm accurate on that. That being said, right now the primary direction of the fire, with the wind directions that we normally have here, the slope and all those kind of things, want to take the fire to the east, up the drainages and away from those areas. That being said, I think Brian spoke to it very well about the column and the collapse and those kind of things, and the winds we get out of that sometimes make the fire go in erratic directions. And we know we're going to have a weather change here on Saturday and Sunday where the heat finally breaks, and we're going to get some winds after that. So right now the city of Auburn is not under any real threat. That being said, I'm not going to guarantee that's not going to change in the future as we get different weather patterns and those things kind of coming in. So right now, no issues, but.
Okay, that's a good, honest answer. Not immediate danger, but down the line in danger, possibly.
Jeremy from Michigan Bluff. What would be the best way for us to learn about the process in this area for cleanup after all of this is done?
What? What do you mean everything's done?
So what'll happen next, once CAL FIRE gets done with their initial damage assessment, then the next things that happen is our environmental health and our building department folks will go out, they'll do some additional assessments, and then based on that, we'll begin working with our state and federal partners to try to better understand, what is the scale of the cleanup? What are the things that are at risk? Obviously, the American River is a concern, just like the Bear River was on the Bear River fire. And then we'll work to craft some kind of program that makes sense for the scope and scale. We're just at the beginning of this, I fear, so it's hard to predict where that's going to go right now, unfortunately. But there will definitely be some kind of cleanup program to make sure that we can do the very best we can to get folks through the process quickly, do it well so that the environment is protected. And for those folks who want to rebuild, we'll help make sure you can do that. And folks who want to do something else, we'll support you in that too. So I wish I had a better answer for you right now, but it's just so early to know what program we'll be putting together. It just depends on how big this thing gets and how many structures actually end up being damaged or destroyed.
Right.
Sure. Again, no guarantees that this is where we'll end up. On some fires, when they get to a certain size, the state has a state-run debris removal program. We partnered with them on the River Fire. A lot of things come into play, number of other fires that are happening at the time. The River Fire was unique in that we also had a federal declaration, so that added some benefits and some complexities. But essentially what happened there is the state had a run program. You had the option to opt in to that program. You turn your property over to the state. They'll get rid of all the ash. They'll get rid of all of the any issues with contamination. And then at the end of all of that, they'll turn that back over to the property owner. Again, I cannot say that that's where we'll end up with this fire at this point.
How is PG&E electric utility assisting, us as a community at this point?
Yeah, we have several PG&E reps integrated with operations throughout the fire. They come to every one of our ops briefs. They come to our cooperators meetings with the liaison leading alongside them. And we talk all through the night. Anytime there is lines potentially that need to be de-energized or re-energized, obviously you understand that across the state, power is a pretty big issue right now. And so where and when we can, we want to keep those lines going. But also, we don't want to jeopardize your safety or the firefighter's safety. And so there are times where we need to de-energize. And working alongside our power partners, there's almost no greater threat out there on the line.
To commend all the agencies for getting on this thing and helping us all out. Some of us friends that live between Bath Road, Old Mill Road, and I live up above by Blackhawk on the Glover property that goes down to Mosquito Ridge Road on the Paragon side. We're concerned about that area. I've been the caretaker there for the Glover family for 30 years, and Mr. Glover's up in Canada right now. He's given me more information than I'm getting on my websites, but Watch Duty is a good website to get on. And he mentioned that the fire has not encroached, like you said, below Baker Ranch, and we are about a mile below Baker Ranch, between Baker Ranch and Bath Road. But I understood that there was retardant drops along that line all the way past Wharton's Market to protect the town. I wasn't sure if that was a true fact or not.
Yeah, that's a pretty good assessment.
It's frozen.
Pretty spot on, yeah.
Huh? Okay, it's froze.
Yeah. I'll put you to work tonight. How about that? Night operations section chief. How about that? No, what he's saying is actually pretty accurate. And Watch Duty is an app that is like a mini member sourced apps that are out there. They provide a lot of information. but you have to also remember that they are member source. So that information is coming from a member of the public. It's being posted into that platform. But, frankly, for all of us here in Placer County, there really is no better access point for up-to-date information than through
Through what? Oh my God. High schools have good internet.
Placer Alert, Placer County Sheriff's Office, placercountyfire.com, and also, of course, CAL FIRE NEU. However, you're exactly right. From Baker Ranch and Michigan Bluff, we have probably a 200-foot wide dozer blade that is running essentially on the south side of Forest Hill Road to the crest of the canyon rim there. And they have been pre-treating with retardant, mostly with the large jet air tankers, all afternoon from basically Baker Ranch, parallel with the canyon rim, all the way down through Wharton's. And, as most of you know who live up there, there's a lot of tributary drainages that run north-south off of that canyon rim. And so that's what they're working on is as the fire chunks away through those tributary drainages, it's not hitting as hard if it came up into Volcanoville. So we'll take that any day of the week. And if we can have a little bit of control over that, that's a good afternoon. So.
In the Weimar area. And I wanted to know where the fire has jumped the American River so far, and if you see a high potential of that in that area.
Okay, the question was, where has the fire jumped the American River?
You talking about the North Fork of the American? The North Fork of the Middle Fork, and then just upstream from Oxbow, you have the North Fork and the Rubicon. There's two little tributary drainages there. So totally different than the North Fork, which is obviously
Bueller? I think I need some music.
on the north side of north and west side of Forest Hill in between Interstate 80. So no impact to Weimar at this point or the Interstate 80 corridor.
Hi, I had a question about the Pine Street. I guess there was a spot fire kind of close to it around 5 o'clock. I was wondering if that was accurate. And then also, I was wondering about the CCCs.
Oh, God.
Involvement. I was one of the pioneer fire crews at the Placer Center. I just wanted to know if the CCC was involved with this fire at all.
So the question was two-part. First was a spot, and I didn't catch that area. For your second part, while the PIO up there gets your location of that spot fire you had a question about, as far as the California Conservation Corps teams, they're fully integrated. I mean, you'll see them down at our base camp operating. We use them extensively. They're great teammates on all these fires.
And the first part of the question was around Pine Street. Was there a spot fire?
Yeah, very possible that there are probably thousands of spot fires in and around that area, but thus far we
had a Rubicon drainage fire. They said that if it came to the King fire, which it came pretty close, that it would tear through pretty quickly. Is that still a semi-accurate assessment of that area in general? And I did notice some spot fires were encroaching about 3 miles from where I live in Georgetown. So I was wondering if that was still accurate and if there's any major concern with how fast that will spread in that area.
Gotcha. So, yeah, I think what you're asking, that assessment is also accurate. Yeah, it's well established in the Rubicon drainage, obviously moving east, moving upslope, and that kind of thing. And as you can see by the column out there, it is moving very, very quickly. And I think if I heard your question right, is when it gets to where the King Fire burned through, is it going to go right through that? My opinion on that is probably yes. The King Fire now was 7 or 8 years ago, and there's been plenty of regrowth of the vegetation that burned there. We've done a lot of logging and got rid of a lot of that stuff, but the regrowth on the brush and the saplings and all those kind of things is very present in there. So,
fire on that line, and
oh damn it!
Have any structures on the backside of Bath Road or Old Mill been affected?
So we have resources at every single structure between Baker Ranch and the heart of Forest Hill, the community. We have dozers, hand crews, engines, every single structure. There's prep work going on. They're getting ready to defend those structures. The fire is just off of that, as I mentioned before. Right now, like I said, it's not making a hard push, to the, basically to the north upslope toward Forest Hill Road. Part of that, frankly, is due to the fact that the fire on the El Dorado County side is burning with such ferocity that it's really pulling a lot of the energy away from Forest Hill and into that drainage and into El Dorado County. When that column collapses, though, and we get into the down canyon flows that we see every evening, that those of you who live there know them well, we stand vigilant, we stand ready to protect every single structure in that community. But what the winds do tonight and what the fire activity does tonight is yet to be seen.
Just wondering, do we have any idea what those winds are supposed to do? Is there any guess how that weather's supposed to go? And I know we have some temperature relief on Saturday, and how will that affect your ability to get more control over the fire?
I mean, real simply, as most of you probably know, when you get a shift from either a high pressure to a low pressure or the opposite, you usually get some either prefrontal or postfrontal winds that come with that. Every day through a 24-hour period in the afternoon, the winds go up canyon, up slope, and then, around 8 o'clock in the evening, they turn around and they blow down slope. The difference with a change in a weather pattern is that we will see your predominant winds typically come from the southwest, west to the northeast in our area. With a weather shift like that, it's possible that, and it is somewhat predicted that we are going to see some winds from the north and northeast, which will present a challenge for us. However, there's a prediction for much cooler temperatures and even a slight chance of some precipitation with those wind changes. So those are well forecasted in advance, and we're well prepared for that.
I went to work this morning, albeit now it was a foolish decision because I'm stuck. And I live in the Yankee Gym area, and I have animals home alone. Is there any kind of method or means for me to get my animals?
So I'll answer for the law enforcement side, and then I'll turn it over to Dave for another answer. But I think that if it's not the sheriff's office that you want to reach out to and coordinate that with, I think our partners at OES, but we will make some sort of adjustment to just for situations just like yourself to make sure that we can get in there, given that it's safe and that it'd be safe to get folks in there to gather that kind of thing. A lot of times these things are challenging in the sense that unfortunately we would like to spend as much time as you need, but it's probably going to be a quick little venture. And then another avenue we might have is animal control, and I'm sorry if I stole your thunder, Dave.
So if you can catch up with me after the meeting, we'll try to make arrangements with animal control and our law enforcement partners to see if we can't get some way to get you in there and help get them out.
Yeah, just a reminder, if you have any of those little critters back home that you need welfare checks on or medication, things of that nature, we need to know about that, and we'll help you out as best we can. Next question.
We have a question from Facebook. They're asking, do we have any night vision copters on the fire?
So we have a number of different aircraft that work at night. Right now, mostly what we're using is night sensor aircraft. We have infrared aircraft that flies multiple times through the night to give us accurate perimeters. We do have night flying helicopters within CAL FIRE, but at this point, you know, there's a set of checklists or a different set of elements that have to be in play for us to use those helicopters at night. It's probably one of the most dangerous operations that exists in the fire service. When we have a life threat, there's no question about it, but that canyon is unforgiving enough for aircraft during the day. But it is definitely something that is that we have available and is part of our discussion points and arsenal.
We'll make our way right over to you.
Is there anything useful the public can do to support the shelters right now with useful donations or useful services? We know we don't want to swarm you guys with garbage and that sort of thing, or ad hoc service, but is there anything useful the public can do for the shelters at the Baptist Church or elsewhere?
So the very best thing you can do is either make a donation to the Placer County Community Foundation or make a donation to the Red Cross. Those would be my two highest recommendations right now. I know folks want to bring things, and we truly appreciate that, but a monetary donation is just so much more useful. It puts money back into the economy. It really allows our partners to get exactly what those folks might need. So, but thank you for the offer. Really appreciate it.
Fire first started like at 6:30. There was 2 helicopters and I think 2 planes. And they were only down there for an hour, and then they were gone. What happened? You want to speak to that, Judd? How did it start? Do we know any of that yet?
You want to speak, Nolan, or initial attack incident commander, or do you want to speak? Yep.
So the first night when we rolled down there, 6:30, we had about 38 minutes of flight time. From the time the aircraft arrived over scene, they worked well into that 38 minutes, into the 45-minute range, and then it just straight up became too dark to safely operate the aircraft. They put in as many loads of retardant and bucket work as they could, and that's when we had to call it for the night due to the safety, due to the depth of the canyon, the shadowing, and the smoke conversion that was going to set up later in the evening. As far as the cause, it's still under investigation. And once our investigators are done with that, that will go public. As far as I know, during that point of the day, it was a very busy Labor Day weekend. There was a ton of vehicles down at Oxbow, and plus all of our fire vehicles coming in. That's most likely what you saw. A bunch of utility trucks setting up an incident command.
And just to add on to that, sir, you know, this local unit, we've worked with them very, very in depth and through past instances. The SAC Regional Incident Management Team was called in the middle of the night by this unit when they were working, and we started responding from various agencies. So I do want you to know and rest assured that this entire region came to your aid at the middle of the night, and we're definitely not. So I want that trust and confidence.
The last time I checked, the containment was at 0. Is there any expectation when the containment may begin to actually take hold?
I'll speak to the Placer side, and Mike can speak to El Dorado. But you know, the problem and the reason that it is still 0% containment right now is what we don't like to do is ever go backwards. You know, so yes, have we made progress on the fire? Absolutely. Have we constructed containment lines? Have we constructed dozer line, hand lines? Have we put fire out? Absolutely. But we've been dealing with such fire conditions over the last 48 hours that, it's kind of like 2 steps forward and 1 step back into that line. I think you're going to see those numbers start to pop up here probably in the next, 24 to 48 hours. But yeah, the fire is just outpacing us a little bit right now.
That PG&E had filed an EIR, I believe today with the CPUC, in regards to fire investigation, whether it's PG&E equipment or not. What is the time frame and general process for whether it's PG&E or not, just what the cause was?
We don't have a PG&E rep here tonight, and we'll defer all of that to PG&E. Yeah. You got it.
Sure. Yeah, good afternoon. So as far as the investigation piece, that's what, is going to take some time for us to complete. Can't really give a definitive time frame on that. Investigators are currently on it. And like it was mentioned earlier, it's still under investigation to be determined. So thanks.
Is it when they start, when they get a containment line, that's when they'll lift the evacuation and let us back in? When do we expect that? I know it said October 15th, and I was just wondering, are we going to be out of there until the 15th of October?
So the way the evacuation and then repopulation process works, the evacuation process is very quick. We determine that there's a danger in an area, and we put together either a warning or an order, and you know what happens with that. So, and Shane spoke to it a few minutes ago. The second we do that, the second we evacuate people or put them under a warning, we start working on the repopulation plan to get people back home again. We understand that an incident is never over until the people are back home and the community is restored to some sense of normalcy, whatever that may mean for them at that point in time. But there is a lot that goes back into getting people back home again. If you're evacuated in an area and the fire does not get there, that's a very easy process. We check the roads, we check the power lines, we make sure all the safety stuff's there, and people can go back home. If it is in an area where the fire has burned through and there's damaged structures and those kind of things, that takes a little bit longer because we don't want to put people back home just because the fire's gone through there. With all the other hazards that still exist, we have to make sure that all the burned trees are out of the way and we're not going to have a snag fall on somebody. The utility companies come through and make sure all the all the lines are de-energized and there's not hot power lines and all those kind of things out there. That the gas lines have been checked, propane tanks have been checked. All those kind of things have to occur before we're going to put people back into a community. And they do take a little bit of time. Like I said before, we recognize that we're not doing our job if we're not getting people back home in a timely fashion. And we have a whole dedicated section on the IMT that's dedicated to handling and coordinating all those things. The energy, all those things come together at one meeting with the IMT to make sure that we're working on that every day to start getting people back home again. So it does take a little bit of time. I think Shane spoke to it as far as giving you like an exact date. I didn't see the date out there, but if you're evacuated, the unfortunate thing is probably days or a week or two or maybe even longer. It's not necessarily a very quick thing. I can't speak to your specific situation. I'm not sure where you're at, but it does take some time. Yeah. Generally speaking, one of the things that we evaluate is obviously access in and out of the communities and some of those kind of things. So if the way into the community has been compromised with all the things we just talked about, fire, trees, power lines, all those kind of things, then it does take some time. It's going to take some time, and yeah.
Yeah, so the chief's absolutely right, and it's a complex process, but unfortunately, I've done it quite a few times. Just to give you a peek behind the curtains a little bit, we do a minimum of 2, and most of the time we're going to do 3 a day, just talking about repopulation between all the cooperators, all the utilities, everything we possibly need to make it safe. And like you said too, anything outside of that fire footprint is relatively easy. It's when we're diving back into it. Now, one complex to add to that is that if it is on the other side, sometimes access is an issue. But if we're doing our jobs right, we're communicating that with those folks that are displaced that might not understand it, and that's pretty much how we move forward. But rest assured, we're meeting twice, and probably for the next week and a half, 2 weeks, we're going to be meeting 3 times a day trying to get this set up.
Hi, Monica from Todd Valley. And when the fire first broke out, we were out of power, and we literally were in the dark and had no cell service, and we did not receive any alerts for probably 24 hours. And I'm wondering what agency is responsible to make sure we are aware of what's going on. We just initiated our own sort of evacuation plan, but we did not get any alerts.
I'm sorry, where was the location at again?
Todd Valley.
Todd Valley, okay. And you didn't get anything, period?
Later. We started getting them later, but in the initial phase, we were literally in the dark for probably 24 hours. And then the alerts started to come, but we were concerned for a long time.
Sure. So I'm not sure exactly what zone, because it's broken up into multiple zones. There's a variety of reasons, and like I said, I'll be around after, but just to give you the short, quick answer, if there's anybody else that experienced that same thing, a lot of times, and it doesn't matter where you're at in the state, sometimes this can be a telephone technological issue. Due to the mass numbers that we're hitting instantly, it doesn't roll out just to everybody at the same time. And then the other factor is just the sequence of zones that were hit to methodically evacuate in the entire Todd Valley without overloading that egress system. But like I said, if that's not part of your scenario, you know it's not, I'll be more than happy to stick around and try to figure out why you didn't get that notification.
And a quick note on that, just very proud that you had your own evac plan in place to protect you and your family and get them out. So great job. So the question was, about the same time that the fire started, were there any power impacts? Okay, I was just trying to clarify your question because you don't have the mic. Yeah, it's just, yeah. Thank you.
Hi, I have some questions coming through the CAL FIRE NEU live stream. The first would be, could you please repeat the update to the areas of Cool, Garden Valley, and Greenwood, and Georgetown?
Okay, so for the Dorado County side of the river, the fire crossed in the Volcanoville area on pretty much the confluence of where the Rubicon comes into the American River there, and went a little bit south and then mostly east from there. So, and that's currently where it's burning right now, is that southeasterly direction from that point where it crossed the river. It hasn't progressed west at all from there, and it's going more east than south at this point in time. So, for tonight and probably for tomorrow, I'm not anticipating any real fire impacts for the communities you just spoke about.
Sorry, another question from the live stream. Is Colfax safe?
Colfax is safe. Yeah. I'm going to talk to whoever named the forks of the American River. There should only be one North Fork of the American River, but yeah, I think the confusion is there's the North Fork of the Middle Fork, and that's where the fire is. The North Fork of the American River, Colfax, Weimar, Applegate, et cetera, zero impact.
Okay, and another question, can people take their pets to the shelter?
So if you're asking if they can take their pets to the Red Cross shelter, the answer is No. But we have the shelter, animal shelter available at the Nevada County Fairgrounds. They can take them there. So that's the option.
The question was if Red Cross is at Bell Baptist Church.
So I think your question is, are they going to be able to stay at that location? So the way that this works is Red Cross and the county, Health and Human Services, we work with several partners. Bill Road Baptist Church has been a great partner for us. They helped us during the river fire. They were the first ones to step up and offer their facility. What we're working on actually as we speak is some other options. We always want to make sure that we have additional space available. I can't speak to exactly where we're going to end up, but if this goes through the weekend, it's very likely we will end up moving to a new location, and partially a larger location. Part of that is in order for the Red Cross to consolidate their services and make sure that they can maximize their staffing. We've been partnering with the folks in Dorado County. Actually, we sheltered some of their folks from their initial evacuation, and so we'll keep working with them. I can't guarantee we'll be there. If this goes past the weekend, it's probably a pretty good chance, honestly, that we'll end up moving. But we try to minimize that. We know that's tough for folks. And obviously the goal here, I think, for all the folks up here on the stage is to get everyone in their homes as quick as we can, because that's the best place for you to be.
Is Michigan Bluff Road still considered an active fire road, or has the damage been done and it's moved on elsewhere?
Michigan Bluff is still impacted by fire. For the most part, the fire has moved to the east of Michigan Bluff. You know, the damage that was done last night to Michigan Bluff, that main fire has moved to the east. But there's still, I don't want to say active fire, but there's a lot of unsafe conditions along Michigan Bluff Road.
I'd actually like to thank you guys too for your amazing efforts. We all really appreciate it. We're in Clipper Gap, so I don't know if the answer is going to be the same as how you've addressed Auburn, but we are farther north, and we're watching the fire right there at the ridge and wondering if the winds change this weekend. That means it could come over that ridge and then down and possibly cross the river, because I see already that there's I think, voluntary evacuation up to Lake Clementine. And also, if the fire does come that way, do you anticipate having the resources to fight all the rest of the fire in addition to it coming our way? And what do you think the chances that it will come our way?
You know, like Chief Blankenheim said, that they are doing some long-range contingency planning, and if if the fire were to cross over Forest Hill Road, and establish itself in the Baker Ranch area and move to the north or to the northwest, is it possible to say that the North Fork of the American is impacted in those communities? I can't say they're not. As far as resources committed to this firefight, this fire is the #1 priority in the state of California for the North Region Geographical Coordination Center. So the resources we're getting, and I can let the Forest Service speak specifically to the federal resources, but we are getting anything we need out of the state and local government resource allotment in the North State. There are a lot of other fires going on, large damaging fires across the state of California. So, the use of resources just does not go on forever. There is an impact, but we are the #1 priority. Did you want to add?
Yeah, just to carry on there. So we are getting the resources that we need, and that's the reason Rick Young and California Incident Management Team 5 is here. Huge asset for us, federal resource team. That type 1 is the highest level, and Rick and his team are going to be here to support us for the duration of this. So great question, but yeah, we are getting the resources that we need for this.
The question was, what is the best website to go to follow the progress of the fire?
So I'll just say, from the county perspective, what we try to do is pull together the information from all the folks up here because they all have a piece to play in this. So Forest Service is federal, so that's on a site called INCIWeb. We also have CAL FIRE NEU unit has a great social media feed, and they're constantly putting out really good information. I'll just say for the Ready Placer hub site, our job is to try to just pull all that information together, plus the information we're getting from Health and Human Services, from air pollution. Every time someone calls in with a question for 211, we know, hey, that's a piece of information, that's a question that's out there. We try to make sure that that gets on our website. So I guess I'll just put in a plug for readyplacer.org. We're trying to compile all the information. If there's something that you're not seeing, though, on there, please call 211, and that makes its way back to us. And if we can't answer it, we'll find the right folks on this stage to get that answer to you.
2 questions. Has any heads of the fire crossed the Forest Hill Road? And will there be a PG&E representative at your guys' next briefing?
So 2-part question. Has the fire crossed Forest Hill Road? The answer is no. And as far as a PG&E rep here at this next community briefing, I can reach out to them and see if they want to send a rep. But they are at the morning ops briefs, and they are integrated with our ops, and we work very closely with them to make sure all the power de-energization and re-energization is achieved. So the question was, is there another community meeting scheduled? And we will assess that and absolutely have another community meeting, time and place to be determined.
This is a practical question. Probably OES would answer this. How do we access our mail? Folks in Forest Hill, how do we get our mail?
So great question. There is a process for that. That's actually one of the things we've reached out to the postmaster. They do make arrangements to allow you to pick up mail at one of the other postal facilities. I don't have the word just yet on which one of their sites will make that available, but oh, okay. All right. They're already ahead of it then. Thank you for that.
So I found my mail liaison. Perfect.
This is more of a comment. Monday night at 2 a.m, we were awakened by a couple of deputies at our residence by Blackhawk there at the Glover property. And they woke us up and gave us a mandatory advisory warning. And we heeded the warning. We came down the hill. The better part was the next morning I received a call from Mr. Elliott for the fire department up at Forest Hill, I believe, that were on the property securing the house to make sure the windows were closed and all that. And they had told us that they would, if they had to drop water or retardant on the house, they would, but everything to protect it. So I really commend the getting on it. I mean, that was right after the warning, so that was good. I'm really proud of you guys.
Hi, 2 more questions from CAL FIRE NEU Live. One is, are you going to clear the fire breaks that were used in the Trailhead fire?
That's a great question, and that's definitely a possibility. So the Trailhead fire burned predominantly on the El Dorado County side 3 or 4 years, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, somewhere in that neighborhood, in very similar location to where it's crossed the river near Volcanoville. So we do exercise that option. We keep all our fire history maps and all those kind of things, and that will be one of the things the ops guys are going to be looking at. Our old containment lines that we used before that were successful, and if they're in the right spot for where this current fire perimeter is, we will absolutely open those up and use them again.
Thanks. Next question, is there a place to sign up for updates?
Place to sign for updates for...
But probably just fire activity and possibly evacuation updates, anywhere people can sign up and receive those types of alerts.
So I'm going to suggest that the best place to get updates, if you're just interested in the fire and progress and things, the incident generally puts out a release twice a day. I believe it's at 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. I know CAL FIRE NEU is really good about posting those on their social media. I know Placer County government. I know that the sheriff's office and many of our other cooperators also repost or retweet, I think is the right term. I'm not a Twitter person, but I understand that's the term. And then also we'll post that updated information on the Ready Placer Hub as well. So if you want to know about what the growth in acreage is or what are the latest evacuations, all of that stuff is on the Ready Placer Hub site. But like I said, those 7 and 7 incident updates, and I'm assuming that'll be standard for the federal team as well. That's a great place to keep up with the information on the fire.
Hi, I am here representing the Forest Hill Divide Chamber of Commerce. My husband's representing our local church in Forest Hill. As nonprofits, we're wanting to know how we can help and engage with our citizens, communicate information. What can we do?
So as I mentioned before, obviously, we'd love to ask you to give a donation if that's possible to either the Placer Community Foundation or the Red Cross or the Placer Community Food Bank. In terms of other ways to engage, one of the things that generally happens as we start letting people back in and we better understand, exactly what the needs are of our community members, especially those that may have lost homes or other things, is we open up what's called a local assistance center, and we're already started talking about where that might be and when that might be. Obviously, a lot of things need to happen before something like that is opened. But if you want to leave me your contact information as we put that together and your organizations have services that they want to provide to folks, we would love to invite you to come set up at the local assistance center and let people know what you have to offer. And that's true for any organizations out there. That's something we'll be doing in the coming days as we better understand, what does the repopulation timeline look like, and what is the scope and the scale of whatever damage and lost homes and things that we're going to be facing as we start to recover from this fire.
Mr. Atkinson, is there already a link for those donation sources for American Red Cross, Placer Community Foundation, and Placer Food Bank on the ReadyGov, or do we have to go find it somewhere else?
So things have come together rather quickly today with the Placer Community Foundation. Their donation site will be up tomorrow morning. As soon as that's up, we will get a link to that as well on the Ready Placer web hub site as well. And then we can get information if people would like to make donations to other organizations as well.
I just moved up here and I'm trying to understand the map of when you guys are talking about different areas where it's at, like where the fire started, where the fire is, where Todd Valley is, Forest Hill. I'm sorry.
I can just kind of give you a general orientation. I know it's a little difficult to see in the pixels, but essentially this is the North Fork of the American right in here. Forest Hill Road sits basically right up in here. That top section right there is the area I was talking about that's approaching Forest Hill Road, really kind of parallel. So Todd Valley is sitting down in here. Michigan Bluff is like right up in there. Baker Ranch is right up on the tip of that. So, the yellow is all mandatory. The purple is warning, correct, Shane? I got my terms wrong. Orders and warnings. Yellow's orders, purple is a warning. And then this is Interstate 80. So kind of to put it into context about Colfax and Weimar, a fair distance away.
And sir, I'll get with you afterwards and we can zoom in on a map that I have and answer any specific detailed questions you may have. I'm not seeing any other questions. Are we? Absolutely.
It's for them. It's a question that since this is streaming, we have a lot of kids that are going to be missing school, high school. And so I'm just curious if that's being talked about or if that's something that the boosters can help out with. Please contact us.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if that question got answered, but I think we're good. Okay, perfect. Hey.
I like his pants.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And for them to endure these types of things, compounded by what we've had to endure over the past couple of years, it's important. And I think it speaks to the importance that we take of including the schools having here. I mean, really, you're looking at the broad team. You've got functional areas from all across the county, our water agency, all the way out to our schools, our OES, and all in support of our public safety, led by fire, and primarily supported by PD. I just want to take a real moment to say thank you very much for asking all your questions. They were excellent questions. The candidness and vulnerability that our leaders put ourselves up here to answer those questions, and how detailed a lot of the tactics that they were able to go into, I think it really speaks to how tirelessly and how much effort they put into to making sure that we focus on knowing what we're doing out there and then relaying that information to you as accurately and timely as possible. So if there's no more questions, again, several of us will stick around here after the meeting to answer any questions that you may not have been comfortable with asking in the forum. And for closing comments, I'm going to turn it over to how we started with our county supervisor.
Well, that was a surprise. I didn't know I was going to end up, but we're with you. I hope you feel that. We're all here to support you, and don't hesitate. Please come up and talk to us. We're here to support you from every branch. And if you don't mind joining me once again to thank these incredible heroes that are protecting.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, this concludes our brief. Thank you again very much for coming, and we will be down here to answer any more specific questions. Thank you.
What? I always have this reaction. That's it? Where's the fire? Where is it going? How big is it? What's under threat? What's it going to do in the next 12 hours? Next 24? Next 48? Bullet points. Get out maps. Explain your concerns. What are you guys worried about? What should we be worried about? What should we feel good about, and what are you not worried about? Who's coming to help? How many? How fast? How soon? What are they going to do? What is the plan? What is the plan for the protection of... why is Auburn under evacuation warning on the outskirts? Why exactly do you think Colfax is safe, and for how long? Okay. It is what it is. So, I mean, we have to compare, that's the Fairview, by the way. We have to compare this, you know, what they said just now and what prior meetings have been like from the prior years. Was a lot more candid than previous, so they have been getting better on their communication skills, but for God's sake, that was a high school, and I know that high schools have better Wi-Fi than that. Somebody really should have reset the router, set just one password so that there's only one person on the Wi-Fi who could have made crystal clear 4K video. That would have been nice, so we would have been able to see the graphics and all that. The most pertinent questions, they seem to have a breakup of video, and it was pretty frustrating. And yeah, you need a PG&E representative there. They got a lot to answer for, a lot to explain. Something useful would have been like, did that power pole go down? Is it going to affect the power grid of the rest of that's high tension. Valley, is anybody going to get a shut off? Do they plan shut-offs? I don't know. There's a ton of questions that they really could have been telling us about. One of the craziest things is whenever they go live on stage at 7, they're usually using the information that they had at 5. At 5 o'clock is when the fire is rip-roaring, and that's just typical because that's some of the peak temperatures of the day. So nobody taps them on the shoulder and says, hey, look at the cams or look at what's going on with the radio, which we need to immediately put back on, by the way. I was tempted to just tune them out and kind of pay attention to the radio instead, because the radio is up-to-date info, and what they have is a couple hours old. So I remember with the Caldor and others, they're up there explaining the fire was not at a certain place and nothing needed to be evacuated. And live on the radio at the same time, they said, fire jumped blah, blah, blah. It's in that place. It needs to be evacuated. And nobody near the stage was monitoring the radio at all. And nobody went up there and whispered in his ear, actually tell the public right now to evacuate. So that would be one of the number one things that I think they should change. Somebody should be listening to the radio calls and correct them if they're saying anything wrong live on air, because that's when everybody's tuned in. They just said the best way to get info also was to wait for the 7 a.m. updates and the 7 p.m. updates. A lot's going on. It's 7. Actually, it's 8:30 now. This meeting began just after 7. Stuff's happening. A lot of stuff. Since people are watching this, they need to address what they're watching all the time. Oh boy. So I think Zeke went live already. I think he was supposed to go live at 8. Somebody linked him in the chat. A little disappointed nobody linked me in the chat that I could see, but that's okay. I won't take offense. They mentioned Watch Duty, and they sort of patted Watch Duty on the head and did their disclaimer. But it's run by private citizens. Yeah, hey boy, we get the information out to the people real fast. You could just say thank you, but we'll be nice and consider that just as good. It kind of reminds me of like the kind of guy who will never really say thank you, but he'll like buy you a gift. Occasionally guys just communicate in other ways, so we'll just go with his body language. He seemed appreciative of it. So Tom Bahas is just like putting out a Tesla with Greek fire. Oh god, that's a good analogy though. Sandra Calvert says the moon tonight is blood orange and I hear lots of activity in the sky.
Closer line looks like it goes to the right, but stay left here where I'm at. And he's blowing out a safety zone right there on the right side. Again, the fire line goes to the left where I'm going now.
So Holt Hanley, though, said that he posted a video, so let's see. Oh man, he's like Batman. He comes when we need him. So 59 minutes to go. Oh, that's only 2 minutes. Concise update. Okay, I hope he doesn't kill me, but let's just watch, guys.
Forecast on the Mosquito Fire burning west of Lake Tahoe. Through the satellite imagery, you can see...
Sorry, that's extremely loud. Second. This is a snippet.
Let you know all day branch 10 resources to clear the line and
Okay, the radio just said all day units are off the fire, so the night shift is coming up on it. So most of the radio transmissions will be, did you take that road? Did you get lost? Did you take the other road? Can you meet me on that road? So we can kind of mute it for a second. So, all right, let's see what Holt Hanley has to say. He is the weather god.
Update and forecast on the Mosquito Fire burning west of Lake Tahoe. Through the satellite imagery, you can see that the fire has significantly picked up in activity, and what I would say is the most active wildfire that I have seen this season. We saw it pick up this afternoon as temperatures reached into the triple digits, relative humidity reached into the teens, and there's a large amount of fuels and steep terrain, basically checking all the boxes for extreme fire weather and fire conditions. Now when it comes to this fire, it looks like it's to the east of Forest Hill and to the northeast of Volcanoville, about 35 miles west of Lake Tahoe. When it comes to the numbers, it's up to 13,700.
Okay, I don't think he understood that it was already in Volcanoville and already destroyed structures, so that's a quick correction.
5 acres. It's at 0% containment, and there are a number of new evacuation orders and warnings in place. So it's always good to stay updated with the most recent local information. Now, when it comes to the resources on this fire, we are up to 1,700 personnel. And when it comes to the fire itself, there's a few different things going on here. One, you see those red dots? It looks like it's burning in basically all directions right now. When we look at fire history, there's not really any recent fires directly around it where the fuels would have been cleared out, which tells you there's a lot of fuel in this area for it to burn. And then when we look at the structures, there are thousands, especially to the west of the fire, which is actually somewhat good news because based on the smoke, it looks like the direction that smoke is moving, which usually means the direction the fire is moving, is to the east, north, and the south, not exactly the west. But again, we have a number of evacuation orders in place, so if you are in the vicinity of this fire, it's a good idea just to get out as fast as you can. Now, when it comes to the weather, that's what's been playing a huge role in its activity the last couple of days. Max temperature today was 101, relative humidity dropped down to 15%. Tomorrow, we're actually going to have those same 25-mile-per-hour winds, similar temperatures around 100 degrees, but even drier conditions with relative humidity in the single digits. So, expecting actually more active behavior tomorrow. So to stay updated with this one, you can go to Hold Hanley Wildfire Forecasting on YouTube.
Hey, sorry guys, I admit that I just spaced out on that because I got a super important text. So, sorry, I'm going to just...
Not exactly the west, but again, we have a number of... There's a lot of fuel in this area for it to burn. And then when we look at the structures, there are thousands, especially to the west of the fire, which is actually somewhat good news because based on the smoke, it looks like the direction that smoke is moving, which usually means the direction the fire is moving, is to the east, north, and the south, not exactly the west. But again, we have a number of evacuation orders in place, so if you are in the vicinity of this fire, it's a good idea just to get out as fast as you can. Now, when it comes to the weather, that's what's been...
Bing, 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 bing. True.
Been playing a huge role in its activity the last couple of days. Max temperature today was 101, relative humidity dropped down to 15%. Tomorrow, we're actually going to have those same 25-mile-per-hour winds, similar temperatures around 100 degrees, but even drier conditions with relative humidity in the single digits. So, expecting actually more active behavior tomorrow. So to stay updated with this one, you can go to Hold Hanley Wildfire Forecasting on YouTube.
I'm sorry. I'm still sick. Okay. Hey, Dusty, welcome back. Dusty says I just popped in and checked the Bald Mountain camp. Seriously rotating into a firestorm as it got dark. Yeah. So that's Bald Mountain El Dorado 2 or El Dorado 1. We just watched the only marginally entertaining and useful community meeting. I think the crowd was ready to really throw stones at a PG&E representative. They're like, where is PG&E? Everybody shifted uncomfortably on the stage. We don't have a PG&E representative right now. How long is it going to take to investigate to find out if PG&E started this? More shifting uncomfortably. Well, we don't have a rep right now to explain that. I'm asking you is basically what this dude said in the crowd. Oh man, I want to kiss that guy. He was like, I'm not shutting up. I'm asking you. So the dude who grabbed the mic was a Chad. He was the Forest Service rep, but I didn't catch his name. Bearded guy. And I mean that. When I say Chad, I mean he was buff. You know, he was like, all right, and else if you wussies are gonna do it, I will. So he grabs the mic and he's like, it takes a while. Basically, he's saying, but we will do our job and investigate. It takes a while. Because the Forest Service is the one that put they called it flagging tape, but it's probably crime scene tape. Same difference, right? Around the suspected power pole. So, right before PG&E filed that that paper. That explains that their equipment may have started the line, which they're legally obligated to do. We were all puzzling over the map because at that reservoir, it started at a road, flipped into satellite views and map views. Right next to that road was a big old high, I don't know if it's high tension, but a really big power line, transmission line. Saddle camera? Okay, thank you. Let's do a time lapse of the saddle camera in order to see, it may have caught a fire tornado or vortex. So thank you so much for the clarification. Saddleback lookout 1 or 2. They rotate, I think. So let's try them both. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. Oh, I was looking at Mount Lassen. It's got no snow on it. Jeez. Oh, this drought. Okay. Now, I think the servers are being overwhelmed for the Alert Wildfire cams as everybody's watching the latest, greatest, horrible Sierra Nevada's fire. It's giving everybody Dixie and Caldor vibes. It's giving me also Paradise and Bear Fire vibes too. Same region, same terrains. You get similar behavior. Bookfishin says that guy makes it hard to believe he does not work for PG&E, that's for sure. Which guy? What? Link for wildfire tracking? Wait, am I missing something? Did you see the satellite, bless you, the smoke hitting the monsoony stuff? Yeah, GigaChat, exactly, Patrick. So, I don't think this is the right one. That's Saddleback 1 lookout. Must be Saddleback 2. I did see some scary screenshots on Twitter as I shared some of that. Even Omo Ranch Road, this is what gave me mini PTSD. Omo Ranch Road showing a giant glow to the north of it. Oh, God. Oh, Saddle Timber. Was it Saddle Timber? Okay, let's try this one. Yeah, my God. So if anybody's wondering if that's a color distortion, it's not. That is exactly the way the sky looks when all the aerosols are being polluted into the air. The color of everything changes. It's an eerie greenish yellowy color, and if the smoke gets worse, it'll be orangey, red, brown, black. It's a view I haven't seen. I need to add this to the pile. Okay. It's a rotating pyrocumulus, and as I shared on Twitter, some weather experts were thinking that it did spawn a rotating column, but look, it's not a tornado if it doesn't move. Like I've been trying to explain, the center of these pyrocumulus clouds is oftentimes just a straight up vortex. Vortexes can have tornado speeds, like over 75 miles an hour. They can go a couple thousand feet into the sky. However, if they don't move, they're a vortex. Tornadoes move. If it moves and it doesn't have 75 mile an hour wind gusts, it's still not a tornado. It's got to move and be 75 plus. So that would also make it just a vortex. So if we freeze frame, it's probably 1 frame every minute or so. Is this the cam that you recognize, Elijah? Now, just because there's a vortex doesn't mean there's tornadoes too that are smaller and running around at the base. Okay. That might have been it. It could be fire, just kind of the glow underneath the cloud. But did you see how it leaned over with the freeze frame? I don't know. And then it goes into infrared. Oh, okay. You know, damn. Do they mean the whole thing? But still, if it doesn't, wow. It's tornadic. Tornadic means it spins around, but unless there's sustained 75+ mph winds, it can't be technically called a tornado. That's what F1. But on radar, they were showing spinning, and some of the stuff at the base looked like it might have been multiple really brief tornadoes. The way that they would have to go out and measure is post-fire. They'll look at the damage and see what kind of wind speed is necessary to cause the damage. I don't think they ever really went out where the Dixie was, kind of by Moonlight Peak, where in Dyer Mountain, where we did see a lot of those miniature tornadoes roll over the hill. I don't know if they ever went out and measured it, or if anybody ever did a paper on it or a dissertation, but really that could be your doctorate stuff right there, if anybody's interested. Good God, it rotated around. Wow. Now here's the problem with infrared. If that is a slightly brighter spot right now, that's extremely hard to tell. All heat is going to register as white smoke as well as flame. So, but yeah, that really could have happened. I see a lot of, like watch right there. See what people are talking about. So we had a confirmed eyewitness and confirmed by scientists F1 fire tornado, or F2, I can't remember which, on the Carr fire, C-A-R-R, several years ago in Shasta County. So that was the first time that somebody was confirmed killed by one. It was two people. A guy pulled up to his house to evacuate his wife and his grandchild, and he witnessed a fire tornado obliterate and flatten the house. That was the first confirmed fatality due to a true fire tornado, but I'm sure there have been others, many, throughout history. But the thing about proving stuff like that is that you have to really, you really have to have people take you seriously to what you witnessed and try to measure it. And so when something flattens a house like that, and somebody said they saw it, and with all of our instruments, finally we can start confirming that sort of. Damn. Saddle Timber 2 rotates around, and there's a possibility that he's talking about this. We'll do a 3-hour time lapse on that. Rail Dog says drove around Lake Tahoe last night, ghost town, and very smoky. Sorry about the car sickness mode. You can see all the dead fuels over there. It looks like they did salvage log some, and they mentioned that, but there's still too many dead trees in the landscape. So while that has helped the situation, still see the tremendous amount of fuel that's still could burn. And it's been sitting there drying out for years. How long ago was that? 2013? Make a wood stove pellets at it or about it or something. But just cut them down and at least leave them down. I don't see that it caught. Let's go back to when it was still daylight. I mean, it's helped the situation. Looks like the bigger trees were taken down. It's gonna help these to live, but got a lot more of a fighting chance. And, the little things growing now. They may not make it, but these trees might. I mean, it's a lot of dead limbs though. Eat them. What are those? Is that madrone? Those were left up there. This is bad. It's a lot of dead stuff standing up. So even if the wood's worthless and not worth dragging anywhere, get it on the ground and chipper it, masticate it. Speed up the mulching process. I know that actually kind of harms soil slightly, somebody was saying at first, but eventually it becomes mulch and it really just helps. It helps prevent erosion too, the chips on the ground, so it won't be that bad. You can add things to the soil mix to pH balance. It's not a big deal. Give nature a head start on regrowth. I don't think it's really captured by fire. I mean, just the horrible smoke column and stuff. Okay, let's look back at what's currently doing. Add relevant cams. So we'll go to the cams. Whoops. We're gonna look at chat. Dusty says some kind of oaks. Really? I didn't get that impression. A little skinny and tall, but anyway, you probably know best. The Forest Hill camera is glowing. Yep. There's retardant at the base of the hill, but that's one to really, really watch. Keeping that one for sure. Now, I want to include a couple others that are startling. So, saddle timber one, sure. And now Ararat. Very fitting because this is biblical. Let's see. I think God. Okay, here we go, friends. Now it really irks me that these cameras can't be locked into infinite focus, which would keep everything in focus. But here we are. Now people are asking, are we going to see a burnover of this Forest Hill cam? If we do, the town's in grave danger. So I'll show you where the location of the cam is in relation to Forest Hill. And town. See, remember, it's doesn't mean the town's on fire. This is margin of error. All the square sizes. Just somewhere within there was a heat detection. The camera's right here, I believe, and it pretty much looks that way. This is why we had a really good view of the fire when it crossed over the American and went straight for Volcanoville. And it impacted that really fast. Right down here is Volcanoville. Take off activity for a second. Why did the... Okay, guys, the radio stopped.
Ridge. We're all going to be working on the one house together.
I got both Placerville radio.
Copy, Pine Ridge. Is that off Ponderosa?
Placer County.
First immediate left.
Oh, oh, guys, look. Volcanoville is at the barrel of the gun right there. I didn't notice that before, but I was trying to teach people what makes your community vulnerable.
2317, I'm resuming coverage battalions 1, 3, and 8.
There's this slope and a canyon aimed at your town. If the fire gets above it, get out. It's kind of this too. Hard to say exactly. It went down and climbed up a steep slope and just popped right up over the ridge. And then a lot of structures there. There's not a whole lot of structures, so dang. They said Michigan Bluff was doing better than expected, which is great news. Thanks for the kind words. Thanks for the kind words. Sorry. It's hard for me to not even slur my speech now just because I'm that sleep deprived. Been at this for... I've been live since 3:30 in the morning, so I've got to take some rest sometime. I'm just trying to figure out when's the best time. Sarah Luna has told me she's going back to the Mosquito, and that's concerning. Offering any help? Not that I'm much help from my armchair, but you know, if she loses cell phone signal or something, it's not like I can tell her she might be in danger. Morris says Madrone is a laurel. Okay, did I eat? I ate. Okay, so I had part of a sandwich. That's a victory since I don't usually keep food down these days, but it's a good victory. Tom Baja says stand by for extra like. Okay. Tom Baja says yellow means start landscaping, right? Okay. Hey, Cogito, welcome back. Is everybody okay with your family? Did that turn out okay? Yeah, we do have to watch.
For Division Bravo.
Wolf sent me. Who's Wolf? Hey, Danny. Welcome, people. You crap me up.
Coming to get you out here.
Could be Aspen. Oh yeah, the Aspens are like basically one organizer. I gotta fix this compressor. Compressors are supposed to make softer stuff louder and louder stuff softer. Louder stuff softer. Okay, I can talk. I'm trying out a new setting.
2018, you can deliver your hose module to the cell staging.
But yeah, Aspen is one organism with a colony root system that could be 10,000 years old. I found that out. They're kind of like little clones of each other, little trees. It's amazing. Okay. Who the hell in their right mind would plant Christmas trees in the forest? I know, the weirdos. Patrick says new evacuation orders for Fairview. Okay.
Alpha King, copy code for alarm.
Fairview where? Oh God.
Oh, we're getting another call advising she's over on Waylands now.
37 Lima, Foxtrot on command.
10-4, she's moved the area and is saying she's lost, so we'll go contact her again, try to get her right somewhere.
All right, here's our current evacuation map for the Fairview fire. Okay. All right. Dusty Smoke says, yeah, the car fire was a mile-wide fire tornado. Oh my God, caught from multiple angles as it left the suburbs of Reading. Is there footage of that?
9237 Lima, Foxtrot on command.
Helicopter footage. It's not going to be, probably not going to be copyright safe. F3. It was an F3. Video released by CAL FIRE. Good, then I can show it.
Hey, what tack you guys run? I need to talk to you guys.
Oh my God. Then they are talking about the whole thing. Okay. So we weren't looking for little ones, we were looking for the big one. Okay. Yeah, flattened buildings. Still dead trees all over the landscape from the car fire. So.
I'm not seeing West Engine 1285, 3-story retirement home. We'll be on investigating.
Pine beetles love madrone. Yeah, madrone's a bit of a plague, I hear. Okay. Exactly, it's good advice. Know how to operate your garage door. When you don't have power, know how to open it. What I would recommend is people tie a string to the little handle, and you can make that longer so that if you need to, just pull on, like, tie the knot that'll like undo itself and you yank on it so that you can have leverage and walk beside your car, because otherwise you gotta like clamber up on the hood to reach that thing unless you're like a big and tall man. So then you got some leverage and you can yank on it more forcefully. Just put a little string on it, shoelaces, whatever you gotta do. So Mr. TM says, seriously, this is threatening the last old growth forest in Sierra, so I'm concerned.
We have our units going back up to Lowe's 3 right now, unless you have further direction.
Let's look at watch duty in the Fairview. I'm barely on the edge of consciousness, guys, just to be clear. Been covering this straight since 3:30 a.m. Come on, show me fires, watch duty. Okay. Evacuation order was issued at 8:30. South of Diamond Valley Lake, east of Washington Street, north of Borel Road,
1310-2.
east of Rancho,
1310-2.
California.
You guys said you need 110-27, I'll be switching over to channel 3.
Why can't I copy the text? Alright. Note to self. Send feedback about not being able to copy text. I have to hand type this now. Okay. Let me put that on the ticker. We do have, as of 8:35, and thank you guys for the update.
Dan, are there more houses up there where you're going?
Fairview.
We think just one. We're gonna go check it out.
Lake.
13 Paul, 13 Robert. Did that neighbor say that she saw him come to his door, or was she just on the street here?
So she's on the street, but maybe wandering off into the different properties.
Copy.
We're listening to Placer County sheriff stuff and fire stuff both at the same time because it seems to overlap. Alright, saving settings, show ticker. Real Dog says they're talking about evacuating Auburn. Yeah. Right. What do you mean, where?
Terry and Carlton, I think we're done up here now.
Wait, did I miss something on the radio? Is it focusing?
Do you want to 98 somewhere down the hill? We can just return to staging for the next assignment. Got it.
Well, I have been. Look at the terrain. It's looking down the barrel of its own gun, which is this wind tunnel called a canyon for the American River, and it's in a precarious position where fire can just race up the sides. I think it's ridiculous that they think that this area needs to be prepared, but not that. There's no difference. That's not a barrier. The fire would just race up the hills or dance right across it with embers. So it's ridiculous for these people to feel like they need to prepare and these people to not. Absolutely ridiculous. So don't ask me why they draw things the way they do. Sometimes I think rivers and stuff are just convenient little boundary outlines to trace. Maybe they're trying to keep people calm. I have no idea. Or maybe they're just kind of spacing out on the danger or the fact that that's not a barrier to a fire's progress whatsoever. It's actually a liability to have your town sitting at the top of a canyon, ready for fire to race up it. If I was wanting to help the situation, and I would be suggesting do control burns if possible to get as much of the vegetation off this right here, so that a fire can't just roll down the slopes here and just climb up the side there. That's the way they saved Estacada.
Help me start first Mosquito Ridge Road and Forest Hill Road.
And boy, did it take balls for them to do that, to stare down the Riverside Fire in 2020 in Oregon. But they managed. But they had complete cooperation and 100% total evacuation cooperation from the small populace there, and they had their trust in the firefighters and they kept it. Instead of running away from the fire and just kind of abandoning the town, they said, this is our stand.
Spencer Meyer, 124 is complete.
And they assembled there, and here's the thing. If it's anything
10-4.
like the Riverside Fire, we saw embers travel down the, I forget which canyon that is, which river. But they landed from more than 10 miles away. That was a really high wind event during 2020. So what if you get high winds here?
Might want to assist in plugging into some of those houses, maybe down at the end of a couple of those roads that are narrow. Right now it hasn't crossed Cedar Ridge, but it's pushing along parallel to it.
I can't tell if the column's still propped up or not based on what we're seeing. It probably could be. I mean, it's an assumption it's going to collapse. I mean, everything that goes up must come down, but if it finds really heavy fuels and there's some wind tonight, it might just perpetuate for a bit. Eliza says, I'm on Twitter telling Auburn people, asking them to be prepared. Good. They are saying, no, it's super okay. Yeah. This is what I hate about maps and stuff. So I was in the middle of a story before the meeting happened. My story was this. I had the nightmare where I had to put down my headset and go evacuate my mom in front of the Beachy Creek. I just knew which way the Beachy Creek was going. It was going with the wind. It was going west. She was in Marion County and was coming out of the mountains. I drove through a hellish landscape down I-5, arrived, and her neighborhood was in Marion County, but the Beachy Creek was technically in the county to the east. So in the county to the east, which is less than a 4-minute drive away, and going pretty slow, like 35, you know, that was under mandatory evacuations. I pull up in her driveway, and there's a lot of elderly people around there without cars and stuff, and peeking out and wondering why there's hot ash, not just ash, hot ash, raining like snow all over the neighborhood. And the picture, I mean, it was blood red sky. It was 4 in the afternoon. It looked like it was midnight. It was hot, dry winds blowing. And I said, guys, I went knocking door to door. I said, it's time to call people, your family members, to call for rides. Get west of the Willamette River because there's very few bridges over it. But these fires, if they don't stop, they can burn right up to the Willamette. There's already a 7-hour traffic jam up by Malala trying to get over one of the bridges to get into Portland. And so if you think that you'll have time to leave, but everybody else leaves at the same time as you, that's not going to happen. It's going to be quite bad. So, and like in Paradise, these elderly people picked up the phone and they said, come get me. Well, everybody was using both lanes of traffic to leave Paradise. Nobody could go against traffic. So there was all these worried people biting their fingernails off, and sure enough, they couldn't get to their loved ones. And the heartbreaking 911 calls I will never forget. The dispatch that I was listening to live at least. So here I was explaining to them, 5 minutes east, it's under mandatory evacuation. Just prepare. You guys should be under mandatory, and I don't know why it's not happening, but I then successfully convinced a few to make phone calls and get ready to leave. Then a lady comes out of her house and goes, oh, don't you worry about her. She's an alarmist and she's got an anxiety problem. Like, I've got an anxiety problem because my neighbor burned to death in his house and my mother nearly did, so it's not without its merits, you know, like, not without reason. It's not unreasonable. And that same scenario is kind of lining up, and I'm pretty sure the Beachy Creek has already killed. And she goes, oh, I've heard no reports of that, and I verified from Fox News that we're not under evacuation, even advisory. And this chick convinced all of her neighbors to stay there. Oh my God. Smitty's around. I don't know where he is. But that's what the power of maps is, and that's what I'm trying to talk about. For some reason, some people will look at a map like this and go, Auburn's fine. Where you throw a rock across the, what is that, the American? And it's possibly endangered, but people will look at this and that's their thought process. Unless somebody tells me to be worried, I'm not going to be. Wait, a fire moved through a fire line? 1 second. Let's listen to the radio. It's weird how the human mind works like this, but this is why counties and the people who write evacuation maps and draw the pencil in the lines, they need to have at least a good knowledge and grasp of the psychological factors involved, because that will influence the public behavior. I think these people are just kind of drawing lines, and zones are predetermined perhaps, and that's not their way to go.
JD, you can show us coming in on an IFC out of county.
Mountain Kayaker says, my friends safely evacuated their horses from their ranch near Georgetown. Most evacuation centers are at capacity, but Grass Valley Fairgrounds is taking in large and small animals. Yep, Mountain Kayaker, thanks for that tip, and we did mention that earlier. So, Mr. TM says, the best diner is in North Cal. Which
49 Tango, 01. First back in line. We've got a bunch of hosts for everybody.
I've tried that, Morris. I tried pulling up on the handle to open a garage door. I did not have the strength. But that's something to try, I guess. Oh, the coffee tree? Okay. Cool breeze. Auburn has no worries now. Probably going to be okay. It should spread in every direction, but towards Auburn. Yeah. I hope that was sarcastic. Exactly. California has mandated that there's got to be a battery backup so that people can open the feeble like me can open their garage doors in the event of a power outage. But that's only if garage doors get replaced or it's new construction. Rail Dog says, I think Auburn issued a warning. Well, on the east side, it did, but I don't. Then again, we haven't been really too informed by the Placer County Sheriff's Office. Try refreshing their Facebook. Five hours ago, update hard closures are now in place at the Old Forest Hill Road at Highway 49 and Highway 193, Eldorado Street intersection, confluence. Hard road closures are in place on Forest Hill Road and Lincoln Way in Auburn. Evacuation warnings are for Todd Valley had turned into orders. These are for the live map. Be courteous and exercise safe driving while evacuating. Can't emphasize that enough. Clear bomb cloud picture. Unreal. Wonder if this was taken from Auburn. I don't know. Might have been a lot closer though. This could be Forest Hill.
4076, knife branch 20 on command.
It says Brew something. Anybody recognize this building?
Is there a spot I can meet out on Whitworth en route from Station 63?
Yes, there is. Turn up the Ball Mountain Road. We'll park up there. Our engines are all ready.
Oh my God.
Copy, still a nice clear cut. See?
Alright, so the fire's trying to come up the south side of Forest Hill. It's climbing. Jan Shan says, what is the black dashed line? Is it counties? I guess. Backyard Mechanic says it's Brewmaster. Yeah, ominous. There's retardant in front of it, but that's the headlights of a vehicle pulled up, by the way. We might see the burn over this camera, but if we do, that means the fire has reached the south side of Forest Hill. It's trying to climb up. This is looking south. This is trying to climb up now. J-Dub says, well, I was wrong earlier. Radio traffic indicates it's almost to Forest Hill and structured defense will be put in place shortly. I figured they'd do that long ago. Yeah. Once it's past that tower, it's in the town. Yeah. So that's happening fast, guys. Eliza says, look at the camera view, Forest Hill. Yeah. Seems like there's a small fire that jumped ahead. No, it's part of the main one. It's been down in that canyon, so we're looking south. So we watched fire plunge down the canyon, and then it raced up the top, like seriously crazy. Went over the side and got Volcano Bill, at least some of their structures. So fire will climb. It doesn't matter which direction. So fire's been down there, like way down there, thousands of feet down there. This is an extremely steep slope, and it just climbed it up on the other side. So yeah, it's a nightmare. It's like trying to defend a cliff's edge. It's extremely dangerous for a fire crew. So all day today, we saw a lot of retardant drops right here, right here, right here, trying to protect the south side of the town from the fire. So the way I just said that Auburn was vulnerable, Forest Hill is. The way I was just explaining it, it can climb up. And if you don't have a break, if you don't have vegetation break, like they should have made, clear cut the trees in a line here, have a road, have something. If you don't have one,
C1114 at 334 Chamberlain.
it just might be indefensible. Katie says elderly, handicapped, and others can lack the strength they need to open the garage door. Yeah. Yeah, this is bad. Thank you so much for my next sandwich. Thank you so much, friends, for the donations. It keeps me alive here. Very grateful. I'm very worried right now too. So, you know, this is why I don't like 7 o'clock meetings. A lot happens right after 9. I mean, 10 o'clock is usually when the fire's working day is done. You can summarize the day. But giving people a false sense of security before 10 o'clock is one thing that repeatedly keeps happening with the timing of these meetings. It's not on purpose, but it's a design flaw. It's bad for the public. It perpetually, at 10 o'clock activity, they start banging on people's doors. With the 5 or 7 o'clock meeting, they're like, everything's fine. That's the reason they have 7 o'clock meetings is when the day shift needs to go to bed. So they're going to go to bed right after that and pass out. But they're giving the day shift report. I can barely make that up. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know that the column collapsed, or if it just did, or what, because we can't see it no more. Anybody talking to weather people? Because there's so much smoke up there now, kind of obscuring. Thank you so much for the kind donation to Bashman.
Radio.
Angeline says you need sleep. You got to be up at 3 a.m. for a meeting, and don't forget. Oh God, that's. Yeah. Dusty Smoke says a lot of times the day shift handoff report just consists of it's going to hell. Good luck. Great. Oh boy. Maybe that's why they don't tell the public that. Oh wow, Dusty, man. Thank you so much, Mountain Kayaker, too. Oh my. I got a massive headache. Like 2 nails are being driven into my eyebrows. I'm looking at the screens, so would be good to rest my eyes. But dang, this is intense. Maybe they should have like a code word so the educated people in the crowd could know what they're saying. Everybody else is like, oh yeah. So, Rail Dog says, I know it's hard going to sleep before it's still in trouble. Yeah. Even if I were to try, man, I'd probably have to inject myself with horse tranquilizer or something. Sarah Lynn is gonna go to the Mosquito Fire. I've been live since 3:30 in the morning, and now Forest Hill's in grave danger. A fire's coming up over the hill. Giving a message to Sea Probe. He's driving to Washington. And
Fire besides Team 1 and Team A, Alpha, are there any teams currently out on assignment?
I hope. Okay. Can I leave the stream on and go lay down? Yeah, I could definitely. You guys are awesome about that.
That operation brief on just to come in over the phone. Negative range 5, but the way I'm interpreting it, it's all downhill Mosquito Ridge Road still. Is that how you're interpreting it?
Says that he could. He says, do you think it's downhill of Mosquito Ridge Road, which is what we're looking at? He goes,
12 on 171, you on the freeway yet? Just as it's your college.
Romeo 4-1 flying that section of increased fire activity with his thermal imaging. It looks like it's all holding on the downhill side of Mosquito Ridge Road, and it's trying to just get into the power line cut that takes off from there, runs parallel and below Mosquito Ridge Road. He's available on command if you have any questions for him.
he said he thinks it's holding below Mosquito Ridge Road, and it's running parallel to it. Really? Hopefully. Sure, pretty fierce. Guys, if I lay down, I'm not getting up. So, that's the hazard there. Real dogs. Thanks for up to speed coverage. Very welcome. Spot's probably down the lower half of section 36.
It's a pretty quick fire with it. In the middle of section 36, we have the floor back, towards the front. And this is appreciating the green of the water center is with the target. If you have a target. All along the Cedar Road, all the way back to the front.
Copy. I'd like to try and keep pace with the edge of the fire, kind of like we talked about, maybe hanging it up on that, if that road is valid on coming off of Mosquito Ridge Road in section 36. Just so if we do get this down canyon, it's not bumping Baltimore mine before we're ready for it.
Fire is right here.
You're welcome to bring the fire's edge along the road with you, treating the uphill side. I just don't want it to get to Baltimore mine before we get our down canyon.
I'll be able to get some gravel on that, and as soon as we get the water center, it's right.
I can't make that out.
I believe I saw the water tenders driving by about a minute ago.
I don't know how I do it. People keep asking me.
We're working out the middle of section 36, putting the check line in right now. Working now, and we have the water tender kind of just started showing up. We're going to start appreciating and that's when it's all cleared out.
They said the water tender was driving by. They're going to try to flag him down and get him to turn around. They said something about Baltimore mine, which is right there. And some other things. Not much was... Fine, I'll go outside. How about that? I could get some fresh air. Well, it looks like my meeting may take place closer to midnight, and hallelujah if it does, because I'll just pass out like a rock. But reminder, I've got too much anxiety to actually go to sleep naturally. It's just, I feel stupid saying this. It's not like I've been a first responder or something, but I've seen stuff. And just am a natural anxious type person, so I lost the ability to just go to sleep a long time ago. So if I'm pretty upset, it's time to take, sleeping aid. I do that, and even if I got a desperate text, hey, you need to go live or something, I won't be able to respond. I'll be just drooling, That's my dilemma. I can't just nap. I feel like wicked like trash. I've got a kind of a sleep disorder where I really don't enter the deeper phases of sleep unless I've got the sleep aid, so I won't feel refreshed after a nap. I'll just wake up with a headache and feel like trash still, so. But if I take the sleep aid, I'm out. Lava could be pouring down the sides of a slope, and I'd be at the base in a hut, kind of crack my eye open and be like, oh, that's fine, and I'd go back to sleep, I do have good mods ready to take their shifts, so I'd have to restart the stream too, because I know I'll sleep longer than 6 hours. We're at 6 hours right now. I've been live for 16 hours, I think. We might as well do that right now. Oh, no. Not quite right now. But definitely before I sleep, I'll be resetting the stream. Yeah, I do need to... I do need, though, to just sort of get a handle on this headache and not look at it for a sec. Rail Dog says, my dog is mad at me right now. He's like, seriously, I can't hold it in much longer. What? Wow. Sounds like a personal problem. Yeah, and thank you guys for being concerned. I think you're very sweet. I just wanted to explain my dilemma, When I woke up to see the loss of Greenville, now my heart races anytime this kind of scenario happens. So, something I just gotta get over. Work on my issues, But it doesn't make it an easy endeavor. Angela says I have a similar issue. Sorry, I don't mean to push. It's okay. I totally get that you guys are just concerned. No offense or... Okay. I just feel like sheepish kind of trying to explain that. I bet there's a bunch of PTSD veterans. Snowflake. Well, whatever. I'm not comparing myself to that level. There's like a huge spectrum of it.
Hello. I'm in room 4. Yeah. Division Bravo.
And Bob Piff, I understand what you're saying. The comment got probably auto-hidden because of the word, but if you're saying that if California would cut down a few trees, maybe the forests wouldn't be so flammable, basically. Cut them and burn them in power generations to power the coming mandatory electric cars. Yeah, that would be a great way to actually generate steam. Harness the power of the wildfires to generate steam, not don't cause one. Take the pine needles and shove them in a box. Like, we raked and burned all the time in our cabin on Lake Eleanor. And I was learning about I was learning about how electricity is made, and steam generation is the number one kind of way, except for you're spinning a wheel, and hydropower is spinning the wheel with some water pressure, and steam rises is pretty good at spinning a wheel too, and that's it. Wind turbine, that's spinning a wheel. Yada yada. So you spin that wheel, okay. So I heard that you gotta, burn stuff, just get stuff hot to make steam. So you either burn stuff, generate electricity, or you take something hot like nuclear fuel. That makes steam. And I was looking at all the crazy bonfires we kept making day after day. Rake, 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 burn, burn, burn. Rake, 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 burn, burn, burn. To keep the property safe is legally required if you rent a cabin from the Forest Service. Well, you kind of own the cabin, you don't own the land, but in order to use it, you have to agree to rake, rake, rake. You can't just neglect it and make a fire hazard. They will take that land away from you. They will take away the privilege. It's a good system. So even if we didn't even want to go to the cabin, we'd have to go up there and rake, 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 and burn, burn, burn. The pine cones, the needles, the sticks, the logs, the blah, blah, blah. And so I was like, Daddy, why don't we have a steam generator on the top of the bonfire? Because another way to make energy is, you can make a still. You can create wood alcohol.
Good cell coverage in seconds. Have you checked your email? I just sent you a link.
Wood alcohol or a type of ethanol is the way to have energy for later. Either way, you need heat. You've never seen a still before.
It won't enable you to
And he kind of looked at me. He's like, "That would be cool, but if we made electricity, how do we store it?" And I'm like, batteries? Well, it'd be lead acid batteries back in the day. And he goes, "Here's the problem. Do we really run anything in the cabin off of a battery?" And, the average house doesn't have a hookup. And the battery wouldn't last long. If we set up a battery array, which is like, 20 of them, that'd actually be a massive fire hazard, and there's rules about storing batteries, and it's really difficult to keep that safe. And I was like, well, can't we just feed it back to the power grid? And he's like, how? But that was my childhood. New technology for a new era. There's plenty of new battery technology, plenty of ways to do this. And if you look at regular chimneys, why isn't there a wheel spinning around utilizing the heat of people's stoves? We have solar panels on the roof to feed it back to the grid. Why doesn't that do that? Why, you could put I was just staring at the tea kettle. We put the tea kettle on our wood stove in the cabin, and it started whistling, and I was like, that's steam. Dude. 80 is open, Paul. Broken Fish says biomass electric power like here in Oregon. Dude, yeah. But the oil companies hate that idea, so they put out propaganda saying it's bad, so that we're still dependent on oil. I just don't know why people listen. But anyway. Okay. Let's go back up here. Rail Dog says, unfortunately, this is the season when you have to do the most dangerous catch-up type of sleep cycle. Yeah, I know it's hurting me. Dementia and sleep problems go hand in hand. The purpose of sleep, we now figured out, is your brain is just like any other cell. It's using up energy. It's producing waste. Finally figured out what the purpose of sleep is, and that's only when these cells are kind of offline, in a way, can pressure squeeze out literally the waste product from the cells and flush it out, and then it goes to your liver and kidneys and stuff for processing. But if that waste product builds up in your brain cells, That's why you start getting the symptoms of brain damage, basically, temporarily. That's what sleep deprivation is. You can get goofy, you can get uncoordinated and act drunk. And people don't realize that alcohol is a neurotoxin on the brain, so that's what being drunk is. A rattlesnake bite and being drunk has affected your brain in a toxic mess. That's why they're the same symptoms. That and sleep deprivation is the same thing. Your body works really hard to get the alcohol out of your system, otherwise you die. That's why alcoholism just ages people and stuff. It's really toxic. I mean, not a soapbox. I'm not trying to convince people of anything, just stating how this is all related. So when people are sleep deprived and driving sleep deprived, they're basically as good as drunk. That's why pilots cannot, and truck drivers cannot drive while sleep deprived. It's against the law. That's why you keep logbooks. Sometimes these pilots want nothing more than to keep fighting the fires. But I mean, pilots want to keep fighting the fires, but they can't. Otherwise, they'll get dangerous. Dusty Smoke says Captain Morgan says it's okay. Yeah. But it's harmful. And lack of sleep ages your face and stuff, just like heavy drinking does. Hard drug use.
49 Tango from 07.
Braden says when you do wake up, give yourself an hour or two away from the computer. Maybe just take a nice morning walk. Sounds nice. I really like birds.
49 Tango from 07. We're done filling water.
Oh god, sorry, that's really loud, guys. I'm trying to adjust that. Until I really understand sound better, and buy some new equipment, I won't have a solution for that, but it's high on my priorities. Right, you're totally right, and that's what my mods are here to do. So, hey, Paul Leonard, hey, how are you doing? Sorry, I didn't just register that you walked in here. Sorry, I didn't greet you. I'm a little bit out of it. This really does look like it is holding for now. Now, this reminds me of covering the Bobcat fire. Remember the observatory was a big white one that was famous? It was on the top of the hill, and the canyon had the fire, and it kept trying to go up the slope. And so they did retardant. They strengthened the line on the dirt road beneath the hill. And by God, it held. I mean, it spotted over a few times, but then it held. But night after night, we were super worried for that observatory back in 2020. Yet another one of those probable power company fires. So the radio is the best clue about what's going on. It's superior to everything. So in the usefulness scale, radio is number one, like this. This will save your life. This is the most up to date. Why we listen to it. Now it is superior because that's the Pac-Man face, like the greater than, less than. It's greater than the next best thing, which is satellite. Because the radio is going to tell you the truth. Satellite can just detect heat and stuff. But satellite is really good because it can see everything, even when things hidden by cams or when cams are not present. So radio is better than satellite. Satellite is better than cams. Because things can look deceiving depending on the angle and stuff. Then I think, we're talking about firefighters on the radio. And then cams can be better than what people say, like locals, people nearby. So we're going to say hearsay. Just going to write down say. Because you don't know the knowledge level of the person talking. I mean, it will be dependent on who's talking. But a lot of times people can be on the scene and they can totally misread the situation. So there was a journalist that went in the Dixie Fire over to Butt Lake. No jokes. Guys, we have to be totally mature. No jokes about Butt Lake, okay? Come on now. I can count on you to be totally mature, right? All of you on the internet, right? But this journalist pulled around the corner and he saw a bunch of fire trucks leaving. He whips out and goes live. He whips out his phone. He goes, "Oh no, the fire has reached Butt Lake." And I stood up in my chair going, "I'm sorry, what?" Because that wasn't at all true. I was watching the satellites, watching the cams, and listening to the radio. Nobody was concerned. That would have been an extremely concerning thing if that were true. There would have been a buzz of radio chatter. That would have been the world's, I mean, not the world's longest range spotting, but very long range spotting. We're talking like 7 miles. But it was a calm night. It was a super calm night with a dead calm. And I looked at his footage live.
70 Charlie. Foxtrot. Command.
Hang on. Yeah, exactly, Triple L. That's changed. Anyway, it was the slowest creeping fire you'd ever see. The fire was moving at the speed of a snail. The flame height was like 6 inches until it found a little, like a little seedling or something, or a little bush. Then it would kind of go on the bush, and then go on its merry way. It was like one leaf's on fire, then it touches the next leaf, and the next leaf was on fire and touched the next. I mean, a granny in a walker could have outrun it. The average tortoise could have outrun it. And he was lamenting and, "Oh my God, the Dixie Fire reached Butt Lake." So I just cocked my head to the side, and there was a lot of people like openly weeping in his chat, you know, making the crying emote, you know, like, "Oh God, it spread so fast." And I'm like, so what he had just witnessed was they started a backfire on purpose, try to save the west shore of Almanor and the Butt Lake campground. And the reason they set the backfire there is there's a perfect opportunity to just get the stupid backlog of pine needles off the ground. None of the trees were on fire. What he had witnessed was Cal Fire had just set that fire on purpose, and they had just gone around the street because they lit the fire like in the north, and it was creeping towards the south. And creeping is a literal thing. They creep. And so they went around the other side of the little, not even a hill, just like kind of an embankment by the road, because they would catch it on the other side and make sure that it didn't burn past the road. It's just nothing to be concerned about. And I just went, okay.
6074 Charlie. Foxtrot on command.
Exactly, Dusty. So I went to InstaWeb, and sure enough, it says if Outlook the next 12 hours, if conditions allow, we will light backfires. And they had just
Charlie,
done that.
Foxtrot, your ETA at the hotel.
IRAQI says they just changed the huge yellow zone to red. Oh boy. Eastbound Interstate 80 is closed. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm the wrong stuff.
Actually, you're assigned to Division Hotel tonight. Are you engaged down there?
Wish you could hear the other party. Oh, he says he's referring to the Fairview. Okay.
Box up. I could use them, but if you have a bigger need, just do something.
Hang on. Oh boy.
Yeah, understood. And it would stress me thin without them, but I could do it. I got a lot going on.
Breaking news. Massive new evacuation. Mandatory evacuations have been massively upgraded for the Fairview fire guys. Holy crap, just look at the screen. So, all the way pretty much from Dutch Village to Thomas Mountain. Anzo to Dutch Village. And I don't even know how to say that. There's a line in the way. Is that Agwanga? Okay, we're 79. Means Cahulia Road. Just look at the map. That's all I gotta say. Up to East Hemet, Valley Vista. Wow. Okay, so let's look at the weather down there. Guys, I can't take it. It's just not gonna happen. Okay. This is wind gusts, guys. Everything purple is massively heavy wind gusts. Look at these two rotating storm systems. Are they gonna collide? Maybe we should have watched Holt Hanley's 1 hour long thing. Let's just play where this is what they think's gonna happen. Okay, this is so by Friday at 8 p.m. this will be pretty broken up. This is what they think's gonna happen by Friday by 8 p.m. So it's now Thursday. From 8 to 11 p.m. If the moisture doesn't go over the Fairview, we're in super trouble because the winds are just gonna wreck it. They were saying by Friday at noon the moisture will arrive, and that still seems on track. But hold on to your butts until then. So we've got massive new evacuation orders. Thank you for bringing it to our attention, because we're a team here. Not any one person can keep track of all this. RJ Walter says the fire's going where it goes. Yeah. Yeah. GTTTO says it's just the off-ramp is closed and not Highway 80. I didn't see that. I mean, alright, we'll figure out Highway 80 later, guys. Yeah, Dave Romero says, wow, the Fairview fire went off. And you've been at work and just got home. Yeah, this just happened. So let's look at the official sources, and hopefully I can copy and paste this new evacuation info. Anybody south and east of Diamond Valley Lake, just get out. It's under mandatory evacuations, almost all the way to Temecula. So, damn. Okay. I'm clicking on here, and it's not supposed to populate this area here with the info. but it's not there yet. So it says evacuation warning. Okay. But if I can copy and paste the info, that'll save me a lot of typing. So here's the Twitter, Cal Fire Riverside Fire Department. 13 hours ago was the last post about the fire. 7 a.m. Fail. Twitter fail there. I'm going to my other Twitter feed from Fairview. Stand by. 6 hours ago, the Fairview was at basically 24,000 acres, according to virus mapping. Refresh Twitter. Yeah, Stacy's on top of things, guys. Stacy on Twitter has us covered. I'm retweeting that. Edison Gomez Kraus says it got real. It just got real 14 minutes ago. New evacuation orders for Ongawanga. I have no idea if I'm saying that right. Or Ingawinga. Sage, Winchester, French Valley, and Eastern Temecula. Wow. Okay, I just retweeted that. So I'm gonna copy and paste that. Alright. Changing our sticker. 9:45 p.m. I mean, see the official map.
Yeah. Night off, and then we're for one.
And
Would you like us to continue to just advise on the side? These areas is spot, or you don't need that to no need to stick it hot. You can just make that your priority for your shift. If it doesn't affect us, we can throw it up on video as well.
SoCal Air Operations tweeted, "We have eyes in the sky tonight from the Quick Reaction Force. It includes 3 very large water-dropping helicopters and 1 intelligence-gathering nighttime aircraft. CAL FIRE is also assisting with water drops." I just retweeted that. I can show you that real quick. My God, I'm sorry. That just scared the hell out of me too. Why does Twitter start videos at max volume? Wow, it's a water-dropping helicopter. It's extremely active. That wind is going to be insane. Shut up, Twitter. Mute. Good dog. Hey. We have a dilemma. Do we switch radio to Riverside? Radios are on. JD Dub. So CAL FIRE. Dusty says CAL FIRE is the worst at putting out fire info. Uh-huh. Let me get you a link to. We really have got to monitor 2 fires right now. So Cal Fire, Riverside County West. Turn that on. Okay, it doesn't have any crackle. It's now playing. Here is your feed link. There you go.
93.
Oh God, sorry, that's loud. You guys have to tell me which fire. We got 2 massive ones blowing up, so.
Paris 93.
I don't think anything changed there. Everybody evacuating in front of these fires, I wish you good luck. I wish you good luck. And just remain calm, and whatever's going to happen is whatever's going to happen. Be the calm in the storm. Help your neighbors and help each other. We can do. Okay, that one is the fire with the nighttime helicopter drops is Fairview, and I need to look up the wind speed. That's what I was doing earlier. I've also got to fix the sound. Hang on.
Paris 93 reporting a disabled vehicle with a truck with no lights, trailer, partial lane blockage, about a quarter mile east on the eastbound side of Highway 371. Just calling to request notification of CHP.
I don't see.
Quarter mile east on the eastbound side of Highway 79. You advise across?
Paris engine 93. That's a quarter mile east of the Kuya Casino.
Winds.
Communications Division Alpha, just inquiring on a possible ETA for that ground support mission in Division Alpha.
I don't get it. Okay. Okay. Unless Wendy's totally wrong. It says it's a dead calm right now with an east wind gusting up to only 13 miles an hour. So what's the crisis here? What's going on? Why the new evacuations?
Paris engine 101. 2762, Justin Matthew. Further in comments, RC Command 6.
Do you have any updates on better location?
I want to know if that tower survived.
Stand by. I'll check out with CHP.
I'm not sure if it's Coulson. I think it's the same, Eliza. I think maybe we all just need to calm down. I mean, Windy is showing the crazy winds coming tomorrow. 51 mile an hour winds, but that's by 2 p.m. Friday.
Paris engine 3168.
they get bad tomorrow at 11 a.m. because the storm arrives. And
168, we're available. It'll be about 5 by 5 pile of trash on fire, extinguished by the homeowner a minute after arrival.
is this a trick to keep me awake?
168, 2168.
Doesn't even look that active on I mean, it looked like it was on Twitter. Is this live? Now the camera's still dead on Red Mountain. Damn it. I don't understand it, guys.
37, breathing problems, self-response, 66238 Avenida Salinas, and 9.
Alpha.
Ground support is currently en route to your location. ETA will be the drive time over there.
Alpha copy. Thank you.
Alexa, dismiss. Just chirping at me. Rob Langsdorff, hey, by the way, the winds in Southern California for the next few days are being generated by the hurricane off the coast of Baja. Right. They go counterclockwise around a low. So, from the east, 40s, 5. Okay. But they don't arrive till later.
Rancho Bellagio, close to Siskiyou at 26940 East Hospital Drive. B-Wing 14A, harvesting outside.
Why would they say at 10 o'clock at night? Everybody run! I mean, usually this is because of an imminent threat. Oh, they think that the winds will start at 5 in the morning? So shouldn't they have told people this a lot sooner than 10 o'clock at night?
Station 65, heading trailer response. Parking lot of Alfred Paso, Elephant Boulevard, south of Sea Cross Street on Earth, East
Do you guys see what I mean? Don't tell people at 10 o'clock at night to do anything. Tell them at 5. When they're still awake and watching briefings and stuff. Oh, God. Like, almost nobody has gotten this information. People are in bed. People are watching Game of Thrones. People kicked back for the evening and they got high and drunk. It's just not when you tell people to pack up and leave. Oh boy.
Pair 01.
Alright. What are they gonna do? Go knocking.
We are just north of the 74 east. We have one white truck on the right shoulder. We have another sedan, middle divider. We're going to turn around and check on the second vehicle.
Yeah, thank you guys for educating me.
These all with 8 CHPs. They did advise it could be related to the incident off the call.
I'm gonna mess around with the dials. I may have accidentally muted air traffic and promoted the sound of random dispatch, so I'm gonna. One of them's left, one of them's right. Just muted the left, but maybe I should have muted the right. So both of them are on right now, so we'll see. But yeah, thank you for educating me about that. Yeah, people need hours to prepare. They need this time. Holy crap, they should have been told about this earlier. I don't know if they're going door to door, but they probably will start trying. Lisa says Route 79 is a nightmare even on a good day. Lots of feeder streets going east and west to I-15 and 215. Great. Yeah. And thank you.
Cedar, that's First Hill Apartment 12620 Memorial Way, November 3154, building.
Okay. So if the right channel is dispatch, I just sort of squelched it there. I hate tone outs. Really hate tone outs. Yep, John, they ordered a mandatory evacuation at 9:45 at night. Good old CAL FIRE, whoever the hell's in charge. Tahoe all over again. Oh, well. Triple L says I'm shocked at how tall drag weeds are alongside Oregon highways. Yeah, California's too. California's too. But hey, Edward, and welcome back, by the way. I have reached the end of my useful consciousness, so it is time to restart the stream. Let the night shift take over because I'm done. I have been live since 3:30 in the morning. And if the Santanas and stuff are going to start at 5 a.m., oh my God. We're going to have a hell morning, so I better rest up for that crap. So thank you for pointing that out to me. So, okay, friends, I'm not ending the stream. I am restarting it. So what you do in order to come back, very sorry it'll kick you out. You click on the purple K. Not ending. Come back. My mods are here to assist while I sleep. Thank you so much, guys, for doing so. And once you hear my channel page, because you clicked on the K, just refresh it. See the new live video. I have to do this. It's YouTube's thing. They will delete videos that go beyond 12 hours. I know we're at 6 hours and 42 minutes on this particular one. But I'm going to sleep a lot longer than 6 hours. I really hope so. So, yeah, you're very welcome, guys. Sorry I was crabby today, but I kind of was because of extreme concern people, and I kind of really don't have patience for idiots. So, thank you for being around and helping, and everybody who's contributed knowledge, the mods especially. It was left channel. Okay, we can hear their pilots. Okay, so sorry. I mean, I will be right back for a minute as I set everything up. So we are restarting the stream. It's not ending. So click on that purple K. Also hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button on your way out. That would really help the channel. Help us find stuff. Help people find what they're looking for. Excuse me. Look how tired I am. And as soon as the new stream starts, tune in, hit the like button, and go to bed if you need to. But we're gonna need to go 24 hours on this one. And Joe Bicker says Ventu skies shows winds starting to kick up at 2 a.m. Really? Yeah. So God knows. All we know is that we don't know what these fires are gonna do. This is the biggest wild card I think I've ever seen in fires, with a extratropical cyclone coming to do its thing. Come on, wake up, radar. And offshore, we've also got a spinning storm off the coast of British Columbia in Northern California. So maybe they're going to put their rings to power together and just crash California, or help it, or rain on it. We don't know. We don't know their intentions. We don't know if it's friend or foe here. But hold on to your butts. It's going to get worse before it gets better on the Fairview. The winds come before the rain. Please take all these evacuation notices super serious and just do it. even though it's a pain in the ass when they tell you in the middle of the night. Okay, so click on my channel name, click on the K, hit the subscribe button, hit the ring bell if you want to be notified, hopefully, when we go live, and we'll be back in 3 minutes. Be right back. If you're tuning out and going to bed, good luck.